afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our afternoon meeting for February 25th. Today's invocation will be given by the South Bay Trombone Choir. In case you couldn't tell, that's the folks over here with the musical instruments. Thank you for your patience. Councilmember Jimenez will tell us more.
Thank you, Mayor. If everyone can come up, please. We want to welcome the South Bay Trombone Choir. They are the only community trombone ensemble in the San Francisco Bay Area and consist of trombone players of various ages and levels, from high school students to professional and school band directors. They play anything that is written for trombone choir or has been arranged for a trombone group dating from the 1400s on. The styles of music performed include jazz, marches, classical, polka, children's music, rock, and so on, and much more. The South Bay Trombone Choir has performed for San Jose Giants games, the San Jose 4th of July fireworks show, and many other city functions and events. Today, you're going to be hearing the performance of Franz Joseph Haydn's appropriately titled "Achieved is the Glorious Work," and those performing are Don Brownson, C.L. Behrens, Charles Albert, Gary Black, Katie Ryuta, Chris Bifulco, and Tyree Bartholomew, and they're going to be led by Vern Tegger. Take it away.
Thank you all. Now, if you'll please join us as we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all. We have three ceremonial items this afternoon. First, Councilmember Perales will join me at the podium. We are going to proclaim March 7th, 2020 as National Play Outside Day. Now, nobody getting ideas, that's March 7th. It's not today when you'd like to be outside right now and not in this meeting. No, in fact, it's going to be March 7th. We'll recognize the San Jose Earthquakes for hosting free play days across the Bay Area, and I think we've got some friends from the Earthquakes as well.
Well, I don't know about you, Mayor, but I would rather be playing outside today. So excited to be able to proclaim this for the third day, and we have Rahul Devascar, the community manager for the San Jose Earthquakes, here joining us to receive the proclamation today. The San Jose Earthquakes understand, and I believe we were going to invite John Cicerelli to our Parks Director. I don't know if he, yeah, there he is. So please come on down, John. The San Jose Earthquakes understand the importance of health and improving quality of life for children and adults throughout our city. The Quakes motivate children to play outside through their Get Earthquakes Fit campaign, and by hosting Quake Free Play Days. It encourages kids to be active for 20 minutes a day and to play outside. Quake Free Play Days also encourages kids to play soccer with their friends. These free play days are for kids to get out and play with no pressure and no coaching. The first free play day of the year will actually take place tomorrow at the East Valley YMCA, beginning at 3:30. And after these scrimmages, participants are treated to an autograph session with Quakes midfielder Tommy Thompson. Parents are also welcome to stay and join in the conversation afterwards around youth health and wellness. And yesterday, we raised the San Jose Earthquakes flag to celebrate the beginning of their 2020 season, and I look forward to rooting them on this Saturday at their home opener. And I thank them as well for being here once again today, and I ask our mayor to now present the proclamation to the San Jose Earthquakes Community Director, declaring March 7th as National Play Outside Day in the city of San Jose, and recognizing the Quakes for hosting free play days throughout the Bay Area.
Microphone's a little tall for me, but anyway, on behalf of the San Jose Earthquakes and the Quakes community, just wanted to say thank you to our community, obviously, and to council for the recommendation and recognition. Playing and the power of play is immeasurable, so we like to pride ourselves on doing whatever we can to support young people in our community and all the game has to offer. Thank you very much.
Commercial interruption, of course, opening day for the Quakes is Saturday, I believe, so get out there to the stadium and cheer them on. Councilmember Crosco is kind enough to step in for Councilmember Arenas, who cannot be here today, to proclaim February as Dental Health Awareness Month. Thank you, Councilmember Crosco.
Wonderful. Hi, hi. Hey. Nice to see folks from First Five and our partners. Nice to have you here. I'm standing in for our council member, Silvia Arenas, who has brought this to our attention. She wasn't feeling well today, but it's my pleasure to be here. Oral health is fundamental to our overall health and well-being. Poor dental care affects what we eat, how we feel, and even whether or not we smile. And of course, we want to make sure that all our kiddos in San Jose smile. It also affects how well our San Jose students do in school. Dental decay is the #1 chronic health problem affecting children and teenagers in the U.S. today. For many of us, our good or bad habits start at an early age. First Five Healthier Kids Foundation and other partners work together to help our families learn how to best care for their oral health, starting with children as young as 6 months of age. Just last week, Councilmember Arenas joined First Five at the Children's Discovery Museum for the grand opening of the new Potter the Otter exhibit, which helps to build healthier habits for children in a fun, family-friendly way. Every year, there are 51 million class time hours that are lost to children's dental illnesses, leading to less success in school. Recognizing the importance of dental health and how it keeps us from being our best selves is a critical step in addressing this often overlooked health issue in our community. Councilmember Arenas is making sure that we continue to recognize February as Dental Health Awareness Month, and there is going to be a dental health resource fair Thursday, February 27th, starting at 10 a.m. at the Welch Neighborhood Center at Welch Park. Be there or be square. She wrote that. She's quite the jokester. Thank you to First Five for their leadership on this issue and for working tirelessly to ensure that every family in San Jose has the tools they need for a healthy family, a healthy smile, and a strong future. I'd like to invite Kelsey Pennington to the podium to say a few words, and then if the mayor could present the proclamation, Mayor, to such a worthy cause. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelsey Pennington, and I'm the Director of Health and Wellness at First Five Santa Clara County. On behalf of our First Five Commission, our CEO, Jolene Smith, and our community partners, we want to express our gratitude to Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Arenas, and San Jose City Council for this proclamation and commitment to children's oral health. Oral health is critical to children's overall healthy development and the ability to learn and succeed in school and beyond. Tooth decay, an oral health disease among children, has reached epidemic proportions in Santa Clara County. The statewide kindergarten oral health assessment has found that 1 in 5 kindergartners in Santa Clara County has untreated tooth decay. Racial and ethnic disparities in oral health are also pervasive. The Santa Clara County Oral Health Needs Assessment conducted by the Public Health Department found that children of Asian and Pacific Islander or Latinx descent are twice as likely to have untreated tooth decay when compared to their white peers. To support the health and well-being of our county's youngest children, First Five continues to invest in programs that promote the importance of oral health and ensure that children with oral health needs are identified and connected to early intervention services. Some examples of these investments include last year, over 6,400 children under the age of 6 received oral health screenings. Of those screened, 1 in 3 had an urgent or emergency dental need and were referred to a dentist for follow-up. Additionally, First Five invest in 3 pediatric dental clinics in San Jose, Sunnyvale, and Gilroy. Last year, these clinics served almost 12,000 children with over 28,000 preventive procedures and 19,000 treatment procedures, including 6,000 baby root canals. We've invested over $1 million in community water fluoridation in the city of San Jose. The CDC has called community water fluoridation the most cost-effective public health intervention to support children's oral health. Utilizing our mascot, Potter the Otter, we promoted healthy messages about the importance of oral health and healthy lifestyles. We've distributed over 1 million copies of Potter the Otter books in Santa Clara County. Children's oral health and wellness must be a community effort. We have many partners who are committed to supporting children's oral health in the city of San Jose. There are too many to name individually, but we would like to give a special shout out to members of the Santa Clara County Oral Health Collaborative and to the Healthier Kids Foundation. Thank you again for your recognition.
And finally, Councilmember Maya Esparza is joining us to commend Hin Nguyen, who has been an incredible and tireless champion advocate for the many seniors and families who were displaced in the 2017 flood. And I know she's got a big rooting section here, so if any family members want to come down and join, or friends, please feel free to do so, or you can join the paparazzi out there, whichever you prefer. All right, thank you. Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon. So this week marks the 3rd anniversary of the Coyote Creek floods, one of the most challenging and traumatic events in our city's recent history, and an event that struck right in the heart of District 7. 14,000 residents were evacuated from their homes, with a total of $73 million in property damage. But those numbers don't really capture the trauma that so many people in our community went through. Their entire lives were upended as they faced not only the loss of their homes, but the loss of family treasures, wedding photo albums, and precious mementos. Hien Nguyen was one of those people. Hien came to San Jose as a refugee over 30 years ago, having served at the National Police Command headquarters in Saigon. After the fall of Saigon, Hien and her family lost everything, and her husband, a major in the South Vietnamese Army, passed away shortly after his release from the re-education camps. Hien built a new life for herself and her two sons right here in San Jose, and has been a member of the Rock Springs community for 20 years. And 3 years ago, Hien once again faced a total uprooting of her life as she suddenly found herself evacuating the rising waters with almost no warning. She lost nearly all of her possessions and spent the next 5 months without a permanent home. But sometimes, the most adverse circumstances bring out the best in our community members. Rather than focus on her own loss, Hien focused her energy on aiding her fellow flood survivors. From providing translation services at the James Lick shelter, to her tireless efforts during the cleanup to ensure that her community would recover, Hien never wavered in her commitment to her community. In May of 2017, she testified on behalf of flood victims in Sacramento, helping to secure $5.4 million in state funding. And 3 years later, Hien and hundreds of other flood survivors are still working to rebuild their lives. As a city, this is a time to reflect on the lessons that we've learned from the 2017 Coyote Creek floods and the many steps we've taken and safeguards that we've made to ensure that this never happens again. And we will not let this happen again. For her tireless efforts for the communities impacted by the floods, on behalf of the City of San Jose, I'm so honored to present Hien Nguyen with this commendation on behalf of the city. Which is, where's the commendation? There we go. You just say a few words? Sure.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sam Liccardo, Vice Mayor Chappie John, council members, and other city staff. My name is Hien Nguyen, a resident of District 7. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. Over the past 15 years, I have been an active volunteer serving the community in various areas, picking up trash around the neighborhood, roads and creeks, feeding the homeless, visiting the elderly at senior home and nursing home, distributing Easter gifts and Christmas gifts to the elders. I believe that giving back to the community is an essential component of being a good citizen. Paraphrasing President John Kennedy's world-renowned speech, ask what you can do for the community, not what the community can do for you. On the 3rd anniversary of the 2017 floods, I'm humble and pleased that as the result of my testimony as a flood victim, millions of dollars were awarded from Sacramento in support of the flood victim. Thank you, Council Member Mayor Esparza, and the leadership of the City of San Jose for your recognition. It shows that you care about and appreciate the input of your citizens. It will motivate me and many others to continue our involvement and engagement in civic matters in the future. Thank you again for my commendation day today. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, we all move over.
That way they can take a photo. We'll have you walk in the middle here. right, we are on to orders of the day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I know that we have many, many cards to speak on the prioritization item. In light of that fact, I'd like to be able to call an audible here and ask council to allow us to accelerate item 3.4, because I know we have many partners who are here on that item, and I'd hate to have them waiting for hours. That's the digital inclusion grant
Motion to bring
item.
it forward.
Thank you. And if there are any other changes to the orders of the day, if you see amended item 6.2, actions related to the commercial solid waste agreements, Part C and D to be added under the orders of the day, requires an approval by 2/3 vote of the members of the council present. And so I think that's, is that 8 members, Ed?
Yes.
Okay, doing the math. Let's see, 2 voters, the voters, the council president would be 7, right? We have 10 members present.
So you need to have at least 8 or a unanimous of all members present.
Got it. Okay, here we go. And I would also like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Dr. Willie T. Gaines, Jr., who's the pastor emeritus of Emmanuel Baptist Church here in San Jose. And I know that we have many community members who are here to honor Pastor Gaines. And if you'll just indulge me for a moment, because his contributions were so tremendous, I want to be sure that everyone who isn't aware really knows what this man has done for our community. And I want to particularly thank Alice, his wife, for joining us, and Pastor Jason Reynolds, and all the members of the congregation who have come here to honor him. Dr. Willie T. Gaines, Jr. was born in 1942, and from an early age, he developed a maturity beyond his years. After graduating from high school in 1960, he joined the U.S. Navy and left California to serve his country. He returned in 1963, married the love of his life, Alice Haley. They were both from Barstow, and together they had one daughter, Galen. And Alice says today that although they're from Barstow, Pastor Gaines loved San Jose, and we'll understand more in a moment why. Willie was ordained in 1969, became the interim pastor of East Barstow Baptist Church in 1970, and it was in 1977, several years later, that he was called to be senior pastor of Emmanuel Baptist Church right here in San Jose, and we're very fortunate he made that decision and followed his calling here. Under his leadership, Pastor Gaines' leadership, Emmanuel grew from about 200 members to over 5,000 members, encompassing all age groups, all walks of life. And he served our community incredibly well, but also he served beyond Emmanuel Baptist. He was twice elected as president of the California Southern Baptist Convention, which he was the first African American to hold this position in the 45-year history of that convention. He was also the 5th African American to be elected to the executive board of the National Southern Baptist Convention, and we're grateful for his national leadership. He led the San Jose Emmanuel to a spot in the top 10 of the convention's cooperative program, which marked the generosity of the community. His ministry was so successful that the church was written about in a book, 10 Super Sunday Schools in the Black Community. Dr. Gaines was also recognized by the Southern Baptist Convention for the extraordinary growth of his community, because, of course, he was so deeply beloved among all of the congregates in the community. He was awarded several certificates for most baptisms in a year. That says a lot about how the community is growing around a church. He is Emmanuel Baptist's longest serving pastor, 27 years of service, and he retired in October 2004, and he was embraced as pastor emeritus, which I think means they just got a lot of free work out of him, which I know he was deeply devoted to, and I know he wouldn't have it any other way. Of course, he and Alice have been married 50 years. And Alice, if you wouldn't mind standing so we could honor you. Please. Thank you. And of course, he's survived by his daughter Galen and a host of relatives and friends and brothers and sisters and sons and daughters in the ministry, and so many who are blessed by his wonderful personality, his down-home wisdom, and all that he brought to us. We're proud that Pastor Jason Reynolds continues Pastor Gaines' legacy and service and leadership, and we know that is a legacy that is responsibility of all of us. But thank you, Pastor, for your work as well. So with that, I just wanted to honor and ask that the council adjourn this meeting in honor of Pastor Gaines. And can we have a motion? Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones. Let's vote on that motion. Should we do it orally or verbally? It's not popping up on the screen for some of us. Oh, okay, I guess I'm not voting today. We're going to take that as a 10. Okay, yes, that was a yes vote.
Did you address Councilman
Oh, thank you. I'm also told there is a commendation for that is being presented by Councilmember Carrasco on the afternoon, or I'm sorry, the evening meeting. That is not part of the orders of the day now? It is.
The item came up late on Friday, and so the council has to agree putting it on today's agenda.
Okay.
And I believe Councilmember Carrasco wants it in the evening. So
Okay.
it's just an approval to put it on the evening agenda because it wasn't on there on Friday.
So Vice Mayor Jones, would you be willing to amend your motion? Yes. Okay. And there was a second, I believe, from Councilmember Carrasco, so let's vote again. And we mean it this time. I don't, but I'll vote yes. Okay. Thank you all, and thank you to the members of the community who came out to honor Pastor Gaines. All right, we will now move forward to the closed session report. We did not have a closed session, so I suppose there's no report, Ed, is that right?
That's correct. The closed session for this morning was canceled, so there was no closed session.
Okay. On to the consent calendar. Mr. Beekman would like to speak on item 2.1. Mr. Beekman, would you come down to speak? I'm just going to restart this real quick. Thanks a lot. It's going to take a second for it to cycle through. They're on their way. Just hang on a second. I think they need to turn on the mic. So, it's on?
Put it back to 2 minutes. It's at 1:59 right now. Okay, all right, thank you. To speak to a consent calendar item in the approval of rules and open government minutes that included the equity study session, there are simply years of good practices in many areas of human rights and civil rights in San Jose that can be open to everyone and can work towards an all boats can rise approach in 2020. With more centralized questions of equity now with your yearly budget process, please consider how an equity profile, equity public process along with many city projects in the summer and fall of 2020 can be a warm, friendly, and inviting experience with ideas of trust. A well-structured, decent, more open public meeting process to address the roots of both equity and equality this summer may or may not create definite absolutes in 2020, but it can very much help with a learning process, a healing process, and awareness building for everyone of San Jose, and be a non-competitive good example across the country as well. And to very much work to openly prepare and to address the concerns of the East Side and all of San Jose with the future questions of Google. In the past few years, the SAG meetings have started a very good example of an open public community meeting process that can offer more abstract thought and ideas for all of us. To conclude, better openness and accountability guidelines and practices with technology is very much based on ideas of how to end continual war. and to better address shock doctrine disaster capitalism practices. It is about how the individual of a local community democracy can now better participate in the oversight and decision-making of its local democratic process. It is now up to the mayor and city government how to better work these constructive, positive ideas and guidelines of a democracy of individuals, and how to better trust and make their own good efforts to understand how these good practices of sustainability can serve the community, can serve this community and this country as a republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beekman. All right, I cannot see anything on my screen right now, so I'm not able to tell if anyone wants to pull an item off of consent. If you could raise your hand if you'd like to pull any other items off consent. Okay, seeing none, I don't have any other cards. Oh, wait, it seems to be working now.
My screen's not working.
Okay.
So you need to audio record or audio vote.
Okay, we're gonna
whatever.
vote verbally.
Vote with your, yes, that word.
All right. Well, it suddenly is working magically, right as you stepped up. You did something. All right. So we'll entertain a motion at this time. Motion, Councilmember Jimenez, second from Councilmember Sparza. I think there's a lot of problems with the screen, so we're going to vote verbally. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, that's unanimous. All right. First, we'll go to the report of the city manager. Dave?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have no report today.
Great. As indicated in the orders of the day, we're going to jump to item 3.4, which are actions related to grant agreements with the California Emerging Technology Fund from the Digital Inclusion Fund. I know there's a presentation. Thank you all for joining us. I want to thank all the folks who've been working so hard on this effort, starting with California Emerging Technologies Fund. Secretary Sonny Wright McPeak, thank you so much for your leadership, not just here in San Jose, but throughout the state. And Charlene Tatis, thank you, Charlene, for all of your great work. And our city manager's office, Dolan, who is really spearheading the effort to negotiate the agreements that got us the resources to get to this place. Thank you, Dolan, for all your great work. Jay Guevara, Kirsten Olson, and from our Mayor's Office of Technology and Innovation, we affectionately call MODI, Apurva Pashricha and Kailana Mueller-Shah, as well as our former Chief Innovation Officer, Shireen Santosha, and we want to thank all of them for their very hard work in getting us to this point. I know there have been a lot of partners in this effort, and we'll talk about some of those partners shortly, but why don't we let you take it away, Dolan.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. So good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council, members of the public, and city staff. Dolan Beckel here, Director of the Office of Civic Innovation. Once again, I'm joined in the front box by Jay Guevara, the Broadband Manager for the City of San Jose, Sonny McPeak, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the California Emerging Technology Fund, CETF, who is our Digital Inclusion Fund implementation partner. We're joined by Charlene Tatis, our San Jose Digital Inclusion Director from CETF, and in the back box, Kirsten Olson, the Digital Inclusion Program Manager for the City of San Jose, who resigned her role with the City Commission to join the city and help us close the digital divide. So today marks the culmination of 4 years of vision, strategy, research, community surveys, and community outreach, fundraising, and grant evaluation. Today marks the transition from planning to execution of San Jose's largest philanthropic effort in recent history and the largest sustainable cross-sector municipal-level digital inclusion program in the nation. Internet connectivity is appropriately being called the fifth utility, the electricity of the 21st century. Over the next 10 years, the goal of connecting 50,000 unconnected households with affordable, quality internet access, the appropriate devices, and digital literacy skills to improve quality of life is, in the social justice world, a big deal. As the mayor said, there are many people and organizations to thank, so before Jay starts his presentation, I just want to call out a few, including Mayor Liccardo and the council in April of 2016 for approving the Smart City Vision, which set forth the goal of becoming a more inclusive city. I'd like to thank Comcast, the Silicon Valley Communication Foundation, and TechCU Credit Union for funding our digital inclusion street surveys done in partnership with Stanford University and the nonprofit Community Insights. These surveys, conducted in 3 languages, allowed the voice of the digitally underserved communities to be heard and understood in our research. I'd like to thank Sunny and Charlene for being our implementation partner. Particularly, we're lucky to have Charlene Tatis as our lead because she's an East San Jose resident and a former member of the San Jose Library Department who helped lead the San Jose Learns program. Finally, I'd like to thank the mayor, Shreen Santosham. Her ghost, her actual presence, is here somewhere in the hall today, and the mayor's Office of Technology Innovation for their leadership in the vision and planning of this. So now to continue on with the presentation and the recommendation is Jay Guevara.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, members of the public, and city staff. My name is Jay Guevara, Broadband Manager in the Office of Civic Innovation. Today, we will cover the following 4 topics: the outcomes of the recommended approval for the digital inclusion grants, the background that brought us to today's council meeting, review the grant award recommendations, and finally, discuss the exciting next steps as we scale our digital inclusion grant program. The outcome of today's recommendation is to approve the first round of the Digital Inclusion Fund grants. These grants are designed to connect 4,000 previously unconnected San Jose households to affordable broadband. We will also provide free or low-cost devices and digital literacy training courses to San Jose residents. So the background of San Jose's digital inclusion journey so far. In November 2017, Council approved the Broadband and Digital Inclusion Strategy. In May of 2018, City Council approved the Digital Inclusion Fund policy from Mayor Liccardo, Councilmember Arenas, Councilmember Davis, and Councilmember Carrasco. February 2019, the City of San Jose selected the California Emerging Technology Fund, CETF, as the city's implementation partner. In August of 2019, the City of San Jose established the Digital Inclusion Advisory Board. In October of 2019, the City of San Jose opened a 6-week grant application period. We established the innovative public-private partnerships with AT&T, Verizon, and Mobility, working on behalf of Sprint. These partnerships enable the sustainable revenue stream to provide broadband connectivity to 50,000 San Jose households over the next 10 years. The grant award recommendations were unanimously approved by our 18-member Digital Inclusion Advisory Board. These board members are Alan S. Hammond, Angel Rios, Betty Ramirez, Chad Bojorquez, Chris Funk, Christine Fitzgerald, Dolores Alvarado, Jessica Lazar, Jill Bourne, Carla Rodriguez Lomax, Lenice Gutierrez, Dr. Lisa Andrew, Dr. Marianne Dewan, Nicole Taylor, Mayor Sam Liccardo, Sophie Horiuchi Forrester, Steve Preminger, and finally, Theodora Varejas. The advisory board held 6 board meetings since the Digital Inclusion Partnership was established. Throughout the grant application and review process, at least 5 advisory board members scored each application individually to ensure fairness and consistency and to eliminate the likelihood of any bias. And now I will turn the presentation over to my colleague, Charlene Tatis, who will continue the grant award recommendations.
Thank you, Jay. I'm presenting the grant award recommendations today. These logos represent CBOs that will deliver digital inclusion adoptions, both in language and in culture. These logos represent 23 well-established and emerging CBOs. Our grant-making process is performance-based. The following 2 slides list the recommended 23 CBOs. This first list is the first of the 13. ACE Charter Schools, Alum Rock Union School District, Catholic Charities of Santa Clara County, Cristo Rey San Jose High School, First Community Housing, Goodwill of Silicon Valley, Hoover Parent Teacher Association, International Children Assistance Network, ICANN, Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley, International Rescue Committee, Lit Lab, Latinos United for New America, and NPower. The second slide represents the remaining 10 CBOs that are being recommended today. Rocket Ship Education, Rocket Ship Public Schools, Sacred Heart Community Service, the San Jose Public Library Foundation, San Jose Community Media Access Corp., San Jose Parks Recreation and Neighborhood Services, Step Up and Do Something, Street Code Academy, the Tech Exchange, Third Street Community Center, and the Vietnamese Voluntary Foundation, VIVO. With that, I will turn the presentation to Sunny Wright McPeak.
Thank you, Charlene. Mayor Liccardo, members of the council, what a pleasure it is to be back before you today. With these recommendations, the next question is, so what are the next steps? Provided that you approve the grants that are before you, the next step is actually entering into grant agreements with all of these 23 organizations and working really intensely with them. That means we're going to actually come back to all of you and help distribute information about their events, about affordable offers, to do the largest outreach possible to get to all residents that are unconnected right now. These grants will produce 4,000 what we call adoptions, outcomes, but we want to have the largest outreach at this launch as we possibly can. We also will be having intense meetings with all of the grantees to launch, workshops with all of the grantees. Charlene calls them communities of practice. The next is to work with those applicants who did not make it of the 30 who applied. We're proposing to fund 23. 7 were not funded in this round for a variety of reasons. We've held a conference call with all of them to explain the situation. We'll be meeting with them in person in the fall. This morning, Charlene and I met with the applicant that had the largest request, which exceeded the amount of money that you even had available. That's Pivotal. And we worked out a pathway for them to do more analysis and to come back with a plan of how they can better leverage both their program and your resources. Then we are building the ecosystem here in San Jose. And when we say that, we mean, for example, working with all of you in your communication channels, whatever the city can do to get the word out, working with refurbishers or supply chains of companies and other organizations that might have devices that can be refurbished, and providing general information, awareness information to the community. We are continuing to work as you directed with the library. In fact, today, librarian Jill Bourne sent out a report for initial review that looks at quality standards that you asked for. That will be incorporated into round 2 of the grants. We'll report to the council, all of you, at least once a year, and then to the committees that you name, and Councilmember Arenas is suggesting a second committee in addition to the Smart Cities Committee. We would welcome reporting to as many committees as you want us to, because it's your engagement that makes a huge amount of difference. And then lastly, we would just like to, I think, underscore how important it has been to work with all of your networks and your communications. We appreciate all the feedback, all the recommendations for CBOs, and we're going to ask for that again and redouble those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny, and that concludes our presentation. Back to the council.
Thank you, Dawn, and thank you, Sunny. I really appreciate your dynamic leadership and partnership in all of this. And I know we have several community partners who would like to speak, and I'm going to apologize in advance to everyone who would like to speak. I've got a very large stack of yellow cards, which means if we were to constrain everyone to 1 minute, we'll still be here for 2 or 3 hours taking testimony. So I'm going to make that change now, that if everyone who is speaking today could confine the remarks to 1 minute, we'd very much appreciate it, because we do have a very extensive agenda today. So first, Dr. Marianne Doan, Superintendent. Thank you, Doctor, for joining us. Lenice Gutierrez, Quinn Vong, Gerardo Loera, Rosemary Baez. Welcome, Doctor.
I would like to announce that the timer is not working either.
Okay.
We're timing with our phones.
We are in the heart of Silicon Valley. Okay, so Tony, you'll wave, or someone will do something. Okay, fabulous. Great. Thank you.
I'm certain mine is under a minute. So good afternoon. I'm Dr. Dewan. I'm County Superintendent of Schools, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm here this afternoon as a member of the Digital Inclusion Board, and I want to offer my support for the recommended awards. Thank you so much for pursuing and supporting this important effort to increase equity to technology in our communities and increasing the capacity of schools and community to engage in this effort through these awards. With schools relying more heavily on access to the internet for curriculum, parent communication, and more, it is more important than ever to ensure access to the residents of San Jose to reduce access and opportunity gaps. I also want to congratulate the staff of the city and our partners at the California Emerging Technology Fund for their thoughtful leadership, careful deliberation, and focus on equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Welcome, Lenice.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. My name is Lenice Gutierrez, and I'm here on behalf of the San Jose Digital Inclusion Advisory Board, and really just wanted to state that I can attest to the fact that receipt of this digital inclusion grant by 23 community-based organizations will enable approximately 4,000 households in our community to connect to the internet, receive devices, and take part in digital literacy skills courses. I know the immediate impact of this grant will be profound. I've been working in this industry for over 10 years and really proud of the fact that this city is really doing a pioneer effort here with digital connectivity. Grant application outreach efforts were strategically diverse and reached over 300 large and small community-based organizations that serve disadvantaged and unconnected San Jose residents. Furthermore, the process for scoring and evaluating grant applications was thoughtful, fair, and metrics-driven. And at this time, I know Dr. Dewan was up here, but if there are any other San Jose Digital Inclusion Advisory Board members that are here, please, if you would stand and be recognized, that'd be great. Thank you for your assistance. Great, so thank you, Mayor and council members for providing this digital resource and accessibility to the community. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lenice. Welcome, Rosemary.
It's been a long time. Good afternoon. My name is Rosemary, and I'm here to because I strongly believe that moving forward with the Digital Inclusion Fund will really positively impact our community as a whole. As some of you may be aware, the Third Street community is a small nonprofit. We're a community-based organization, and we have a long history of serving low-income, hard-to-reach Latino immigrant populations, specifically children and their families, the majority of whom reside in the downtown area of San Jose. A digital inclusion grant will enable 40 households in our community to connect to the internet, provide devices so that school children can access educational online programs, and also provide parents with digital literacy workshops so they understand what their children are doing when they're going online. We are eager to work with the City of San Jose and the California Emerging Technology Fund to close the digital divide for students in San Jose and their families. I know that the immediate impact of this grant will be profound. At this point, I would also like to invite all the community-based organizations that applied for additional inclusion grant to please stand and be acknowledged for their commitment. So I don't know if there's organizations, don't be shy, please stand. I know there's a lot of you out there. Okay, thank you very much for moving forward with this. Together, we're going to make a difference.
Thank you. Welcome, Quinn.
Good afternoon. My name is Quinn Vong, Executive Director of ICANN. I just would like to thank the mayor and the city council for this great vision to bridge the digital divide. You know, the Vietnamese have a lot of trauma, unhealed trauma, and being able to connect with friends and with the news and all that would really help them greatly. And so far, we announced the class on the radio this past weekend, and so far we got 18, 19 people signing up already, so there's great demand. And I fully expect, so far we see like older adults, but I fully expect by the time we have parents signing up, they will be asking us the question, well, now that you help me bring the internet into my home, can you tell me how I can control it? so that will open you know, more needs down the line. Thank you.
It's next year's class. Welcome. After our next speakers, Wendy Gurahu, followed by Bao Trien and Blair Beekman. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, good afternoon. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my comment about the City of San Jose's Digital Inclusion Fund. Specifically, I would like to share how I believe your decision today will positively impact our community. My name is Gerardo Loera. I am the Director of Development and Communications for the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley, which was founded in 1977 to help ensure the survival and healing of American Indians, Alaska Natives, and the community by providing high-quality, comprehensive health care and wellness services. I can attest to the fact that receipt of this digital inclusion grant will enable approximately 150 households in our community to connect to the internet, receive devices, and take part in digital literacy skills courses. The immediate impact of this grant will be profound. I am proud to say that today the Indian Health Center of Santa Clara Valley continues to honor its identity as an American Indian Alaska Native agency, and that we've grown to be nationally recognized healthcare organization that serves approximately 22,000 members.
Thank you, sir.
Most of whom come from low-income households and represent the beautiful, diversity of our city.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. I'm Wendy Mahaney Gurahu. I'm representing First Five and your Vice Chair of Library and Education Commission. I want to say thank you for really thinking about equity and digital inclusion, and these are our community members in the CBOs and in the school districts and the work that we do. So on behalf of Jolene, Jill Bourne, and our commission, thank you for your efforts.
Thank you so much. Mr. Beekman and Bao Trien. I have Bao Trien from Vivo. I don't believe it's here. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Like with my speech I just offered, you know, the ideas of the public process is really important to me, and how, you know, with this grant money is related, will be related to 5G technology practices, I feel, and how that the 5G process can be a more community minded process where the community can have input into the 5G. Working on that is vitally important to me, and for yourselves to be able to develop the skills to listen to the public and ideas and not be fearful it's hard work to do, and I hope we're all working towards those ends, and it takes effort, and it takes effort of the community, and I hope as a community we all want to work towards those efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Council Member. My name is Bao Chiu. I am the Chairman of Vivo, and we are proud to be here, very honored to be here, to be a recipient, being recommended to receive the award, the fund for training and providing internet to the low-income Vietnamese people who haven't been having internet for the last many years. And I would like to introduce my Executive Director, Mr. Peter Nguyen, who will be guiding this program here for Vivo if we will be awarded. And I would like to have him have a few words.
You just have a few more minutes.
Thank you, Mayor, Council Member, and city staff, and also thank you, Sonny and Charlene have been working very hard with us, so we can have this moving on. I just want to say thank you. There's great ideas, the mayor, and for the community Vietnamese, that would be great because we've been having no funding for our Vietnamese ESL class and also our computer class that we've been running without a grant, and this is going to be a great grant for us to help our Vietnamese community. Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks to all of our community partners. I know there are several that are here that didn't speak, but appreciate that you're doing the hard work. We're doling out money, and you guys actually have to do the heavy lifting, so we appreciate what you're doing in our community. I wanted to first mention to all my colleagues, I can't see if you want to speak, so I have Councilmember Davis and Councilmember Esparza on the list. Is there anyone? Yes, okay. Councilmember Carrasco. If anyone else would like to speak, just raise your hand or nudge me at some point during the discussion. Wonderful. I just want to go back to where we started, which was the Smart City vision that we launched back in, I think it was 2015 or 16, I believe. And really want to thank Shereen Santosham, who worked so hard on crafting that vision in partnership with Kip Harkness and eventually as Dolan came on board and others. And we recognized we critically needed to make this leap forward as a smarter city, and recognizing all the benefits it could bring to our community that we serve, and particularly given our challenges with staffing to be able to better deliver services, leveraging technology and data, and really trying to see how we can make San Jose as innovative as the community we serve. But the reality, of course, that we know in our city is that there is this very deep divide. And as much as we might talk about the benefits of the digital economy, we live in a city, as we learned from our study with Stanford University, where nearly 100,000 people do not have broadband access at home. We know that nearly every teacher in this city is requiring their child to do homework online. That is a huge educational barrier, we know, to many children, thousands of children. It's a huge economic barrier to their parents. It's a barrier in terms of access to health care for their families. There are thousands of our residents who are simply struggling because they are not part of this digital world. And so, I applaud Shereen because I know she was passionate about this, and I'm grateful for all the work she did, and now that it's being carried on by so many, to get us pointed in this direction of figuring out how we can really tackle this divide meaningfully. And really the opportunity opened very clearly with Dolan's hard work and Kip's in negotiating those deals with the small cell telecom companies. And we're grateful for their support. We also have some support now from private sector as well. And I know we'll be making some announcements very soon. Grateful certainly to Zoom and to others who are jumping on board. We'll continue the fundraising efforts. And we know it's going to take more resources. But the key here is to get devices in hands, to get connectivity, and to get skills into the hands of our many residents who can benefit, who can improve their living standards because of their connection to the internet, and improve educational opportunity in particular. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. Thanks to the council for your strong support of this effort moving forward, as well as our city manager, Dave Sykes, who's been absolutely committed. I appreciate the memorandum from Councilmember Arenas. I welcome all those suggestions and happy to support them in any motion. I know that there was some suggestion about a focus on areas of highest need, and I think I really encourage the committees when this comes back to you to really unpack, and I think if you've been able to see it to some extent from the report, that this has been a very data-driven effort, really focusing where the need is. And so obviously we can always do better, we can always learn more, but just in reference to the one zip code that was mentioned in that memorandum, I'm guessing we are going to have at least a half dozen organizations that will be deeply focused in that zip code, 95122, including Alum Rock Union School District, Catholic Charities, PRNS, ICANN, Vivo, Luna, ACE, Rocket Ship, and Cristo Rey. These are all organizations that serve children and families in that zip code. And so we will be there, and we'll be in many places of the city, but obviously we need to grow this. That's going to take more resources, which means I'm going to be out there hustling more folks, and hopefully you'll be out there with us. So with that, Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to add my thanks to the committee and to all the organizations that that applied for this grant and those that received this grant. And with that, I will move both the memo from the mayor and myself, as well as the one from Councilmember Arenas.
All right, motion and second from Vice Mayor. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you. I think my button just worked. Did it show up on your?
I can't see anything.
Oh, yikes. Okay. All right. Well, we're working through the technology here.
We're getting there. Baby steps.
I just, my screen came up, so I thought, ooh, I'm going to push it and see if it works. So I'd like to thank everyone for all their hard work on this, and thank all the applicants who applied and who came to this. And even though she's not here, I also wanted to thank Councilmember Arenas for her memo, because I thought it raised a couple of important points that I just wanted to add to it. One, that we add the NSE committee, and thank you, Councilmember Davis, for including it. I did want to bring up the outreach and the zip code issue. So the 95122 zip code serves both District 8 and District 7. It's not covered by the Alum Rock School District, but it is covered by many of the other applicants here. But I wanted to raise an issue that I had brought up, I think, related to another issue a couple of weeks ago, I think, about really having it be data driven, but also really prioritizing certain areas. And one of the issues I brought up a couple of weeks ago was, if we look at juvenile arrests, the highest area zip codes in order are 95116, 95122, and 95121. And that we overlay both communities of need, but also communities that are impacted in other areas, such as the gang hotspots, which we want to encourage those kids to be able to do homework, right? We want them to have access, and the families to have access to everything that this provides. And I had a question about the reporting and metrics. So the staff memo brings up the fact that we will get some reports back to the committees, and I wanted to hear a little bit more about that reporting and metrics, what we can expect.
Yeah, so what you can expect, as we said, is we completely agree that we'll be reporting performance back to the NSE as well as the Smart City committees. We'll be reporting back to council itself, the full council, once a year. The initial metrics we're tracking are the full adoptions. And we are working with Jill and the education and digital literacy policy and the performance metrics to make sure those are aligned, because those really feed up into those outcomes. And so you'll expect that information as well as we work through with the Library Foundation, the exact performing relationship between the digital inclusion effort and the education and digital literacy policy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting something a little bit more than is mentioned on page 11, which is just like the number of households and devices and the training achieved. All of that's important, but it's not really sort of the outcome, right? The outcome is that hopefully families, by getting connected to the internet, that we're able to really impact a community. And that's the part that I'm hoping to get reported back to us in committee, that it's more than just sort of the numbers.
Yes, understood. On a quarterly basis, the California Emerging Technology Partner, as our implementation manager, on a quarterly basis, they're going to be working with the community-based organizations and other organizations on how they did for that quarter, and doing a deep dive into their performance. And so that will also be brought back in those reports.
Great. Yeah, so when it comes to committee, I guess what I want to see is how we're impacting communities of need more than just the the device itself, right?
Understood.
Thank you. And then lastly, I wanted to thank the mayor for offering to fundraise. And hopefully that we can connect Yerba Buena High School and other activities that we can do that. So thank you, Mayor, for stepping up. And look forward to hearing about all the fabulous riches that you're going to raise and bring to us. So thank you.
Yes, I didn't so much as offer, it just sort of happens that way. I thank you, Councilor Esparza, and I misspoke about Rock. There are two programs that will specifically serve 95122. I do want to point out, Tech Exchange will actually have their Tech Fair program at the Hillview Library. And then San Jose Public Library Foundation will also have a digital literacy program that will serve residents there targeted. Obviously, those other organizations will serve folks there and throughout the city. So more to come. Obviously, we've got much more work to do. Okay, Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you, and this is always a feel-good item, so I'm glad that it comes up every so often, because I think we all can agree on something at least, which is making sure that our kiddos are connected, and making sure that the city, regardless of where you live, but especially in these zip codes, are connected. They have access to digital literacy, and what I love about it is that the grants are going to those nonprofit organizations or grassroots organizations that really know our community. They're embedded, they're invested, and they have worked already, so they know it inside out. They can teach these classes and find these families blindfolded. So I'm really happy to see a lot of the organizations that live and breathe in my district. I can name them just, right off the top of my head. So I was really glad to be able to see that because, often is the case where sometimes we subcontract or we contract outside of the city or individuals that don't really know our community. So having a cultural awareness and a linguistic ability to serve those who we're really trying to target is the best road to success. So thank you so much to the entire board for doing that and making sure that that was part of the criteria as you were choosing your grantees. So thank you so much for that. And I just want to thank the entire team that has been part of this from the very beginning. Mayor, thank you for your vision and making sure that you pushed this all the way through. We're now seeing the fruits of everybody's labor, and now we will see the fruits of the labor as it comes to fruition in our families' lives. And of course, I serve the majority of these families that are not connected. And so it's, in the past, I've heard individuals make comments like, well, they can go to a library and they can do their homework there. They can do it at school. They can do it at the community centers. So I'll just say, at the very least, they've been insensitive comments because you don't do homework during office hours. You do them late at night if you're a teenager, or you do them very early in the morning before you go to work to help the family maintain that roof over their family's head. And I've often told this story as I've been up here and we've talked about connecting families, and I feel just compelled to say it retell it very quickly. Before I took office, I was invited to come to City Hall and speak to a few students about why I ran for office. And one of the things that I spoke to the students who were Boy Scouts from Almaden Valley, our beautiful Almaden Valley, I spoke about how some of the families that I was going to serve didn't have a second car. And that was shocking. I understand. We all have different experiences in San Jose. Some of them, I explained, some of them don't even have one car, so they're dependent on public transportation. And they were very surprised. What shocked them almost off their seat is when I explained, and some of them are not connected to the internet. They don't have a home computer, much less a laptop. And so I have to make sure that our libraries stay open and we expand those hours. This is when we're coming off of that nice little trip called the recession, and things had been closed down and we were reopening it. And that was a mind blower to some of those kiddos who couldn't envision that some of their counterparts didn't have a connection or access to the internet to do their homework, much less have a computer in their own home. And so we have different realities living in the same city. And we need to make sure that we level the playing field, because we know that living in one of the wealthiest areas in possibly the entire world, we need to make sure that the economy of Silicon Valley is accessible to every child living in every corner of our city, but we have to give them the tools. You're not defined by your zip code. Most definitely, your IQ is not defined by your zip code, and we should be able to expect the same for every child in terms of their success and be able to support them. So I just want to thank the mayor. I want to thank your entire team for really pushing this through, the board that came up with the criteria and pushed these grants through. And I also want to thank all those nonprofit organizations, those grassroots organizations that now will have the pleasure of working with our families and have just that wonderful classroom experience of teaching families all about the wonders of the internet and digital literacy. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Prowls?
Thank you. And thank you as well. I know she's not here, but Councilmember Arenas for her memorandum. I just had one clarifying thing, which is, and we just heard the Tech Exchange actually is going to be serving the specifically 95122, I think, area, but when I read it, and I imagine others too, seeing the Oakland Public Education Fund and then just looking into it, my understanding initially was, okay, you know, where are they going to be doing work in the city of San Jose? What's that experience? And so if just staff could respond to that.
Yeah, so I think when we saw that pop up, a lot of people had the same question because it's outside the city. So to clarify, both the application and the contracts the CBOs sign specifically stipulate that the money to provide these services can only be spent on residents in the city of San Jose. Specifically, as it comes to Tech Exchange, they are currently doing work in San Jose. They're the only organization that's providing device refurbishment to residents of San Jose. The lack of awareness of the challenge in San Jose, we have a lot of devices that can be refurbished. We don't have any organizations that are refurbishing other than the Tech Exchange that's based in Oakland. So in order to get this program up and running, we couldn't just provide devices without digital literacy or connectivity. There's three legs of that stool to keep it standing up. So we engaged with TechCU to expand their program in San Jose, and certainly as other organizations, some of which are going to be contributing in coming days and weeks, will continue to expand the number of organizations that are providing devices and continue to focus that in San Jose. But contractually, all of this money has to be spent on residences of San Jose.
Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I absolutely love the goal of the Digital Inclusion Fund, and wanted to highlight a program of the Youth Commissioner in District 9, who is very concerned about access to technology, and that for high school students, that it should not be a barrier to a student's success. So I know, Sunny, that Avi has reached out to you, and hopefully there's a marriage there that we can figure out something we can do to help that student be successful. He's not just, though he's a District 9 commissioner, he's not thinking of limiting his focus on District 9. It's really where students need assistance and creating some sort of library program where you can check out devices. So there are students all over this city who want to help those who don't have access gain access, and Abby is one of them. So I hope to see something come out of that as well. But I'm very happy to support this and help move this forward in any way possible. Thank you.
And he finally was able to align his calendar with mine. We're meeting March 19th.
Other questions or comments? All right. There's a motion then from Councilmember Davis. Let's vote. It looks like our screens are working, or at least mine is. Are other folks? Yes. Is anybody? All right, that's pretty good. We're back on track. Digital inclusion's working already.
Finally, we're included.
That's impressive. All right, the council is included. Thank you all for your work. I know we got a lot more work to do, so thank you for getting us to this point. Okay. Now we'll move on to an item that I know many folks here are waiting for, so thank you for your patience. That's the council priority setting. And I know Lee will kick us off. It was just noted to me from Councilor Camus that there may be a lot of folks here who'd like to speak on the gun item, gun safety item, and that item is not going to be prioritized today. Is that correctly?
That is correct. After discussions this morning with the external partners in the county, the Nexus study is actually already underway outside of the city, and that Nexus study will really inform the next steps that the county or the city would need to take. So it'd be premature to prioritize policy work that we yet don't know needs to take place. So that will be removed from the nomination list.
Great, thank you. And I'm grateful to the county for stepping up, as well as the Heising Simons Foundation and others who helped to support with the external resources that effort. Okay, I guess we'll let you kick it off. Thanks, Lee.
Thank you, Mayor Licardo. I'm Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff to the City Manager, and joining me in the box today is Michelle McGurk, Assistant to the City Manager. And behind you in the green room, we have our voting center manned by the City Manager's office. So Peter Hamilton, Gloria Schmanek, Rochelle Blattman, and Eric Rodriguez will be tabulating votes in real time as we move through this process together.
Do we have an app? Yeah, this will not be the Iowa caucus. No.
It will not be, where you're going to have a great example of how next Tuesday should go.
Yeah. Okay.
So the goal for us today, as we move forward, is to rank council policy priorities. I did want to refer to our current list of 25, and obviously this council and the administration collectively implemented a lot of changes over the past year, not just in the process of prioritization, but how we do the work. And this went from small resources in the budget, as well as very intensive planning and strategic planning session with departments in the city manager's office. And this list in front of you went live July 1 of last year, so July 1 of 2019. And as of to date, we've completed eight more will be done by the end of the fiscal year, or the first few meetings in August as a council. So this is a fairly large or huge increase over previous lists in the way of getting work done through the priority setting process. And while this is a huge improvement from the past years, the administration continues to modernize this process, work with you, and change our approach to assuring that the policy work that you mandate through this process gets done in an increasing amount from year over year. So we're going to do a few steps, review a few steps, review the process, and then you have a vote on administrative issues before we proceed. One of those votes will be to remove items that are already complete off the nomination list, thus making room for additional items. So that'll be the first official task we do as a group today. All of these items have been to the full council and committees and have been done and are now in either programmatic implementation or being resourced in the budget. So that eliminates a variety of items. In addition, the administration is proposing two different things. First, that we combine items 12 and 21. These started as independent items, and the research was through the initial phases of the research. These have really shown to be very complementary and interlinked. So we are proposing that we combine those two together. And then we are recommending that we remove number 8, North San Jose review. And we've come to this determination as, the North San Jose policy review and everything that we do in North San Jose, that is an ongoing piece of programmatic policy, operational work that we continue to look at as one of our largest job sectors for the city. So it's an ongoing, regular part of a work plan for the Office of Economic Development, Planning, Building, Code Enforcement, DOT, and others throughout the city. So it doesn't really have a start and an end, so to speak, like a number of these. So we would suggest taking that off the list, and it'll continue to be a priority for the various departments involved. So with all of those, by linking some of these together, removing ones that are done, it creates additional capacity for us to move forward. And with that, to start outlining the processes for the day, I'll hand it over to Michelle McGurk.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So your round one ballot will include all the items that were yellow lit at the Rules Committee or Council since last year's session in March of 2019. It will include your council nominations that you turned in by February 14th, minus those items that the staff has either greenlit or referred to the budget process or to the meet and confer item. And of course, as Lee mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, minus the gun harm study item. There are also 3 recommendations from staff that are council policies that staff believes need to be updated. Then, I'll show you on the next slide the final nominations list. There are now 24 total items on the list, and using the same process we did last year, you have N divided by 3 or 8 votes. And voting is 1 vote per item, no vote clustering. Council members do not have to use all 8 votes, but you have up to 8 votes to use. Any items receiving 6 or more votes, which is a majority, will move forward and be placed on the 2021 list. So here's a quick snapshot of the final nominations that will be on your ballot. They are ordered, and as you can see, item J is no longer on the list. This is tab 2 in your binder if you brought it with you, or attachment A from the supplemental memo. So in the next step, round 2, once you conclude voting, we will take a short break. You'll hear the next item on the agenda while our team in the back room is tallying the round 1 ballots. And then round 2, our recommendation is that council freeze the top 10 from 2019 to 2020. That will be the new top 10 based on the items that you will take off the list. All of them have significant work underway, and then you will vote to re-rank the remaining 5 items and the new items from round 1. And again, the number of votes will depend on how many new items emerge in round 1. And again, that'll be N divided by 3 and no vote clustering. And then once tallied, we will have the new 2021 list. So here's what the new top 10 will look like after we remove the items Lee talked about. And then this is what it will look like for re-ranking. So we'll have 5 items to re-rank, and all the items that are new will be filled in. And then once we conclude today's vote and prioritization, the administration will take the following actions. We'll issue an info memo, hopefully this week, with the 2021 priorities outlined. We will continue working to complete the priorities from 2019-2020. We'll make budget recommendations, and beginning on July 1st, we will get to work on the new priority list. We'll continue to evaluate the process and recommend improvements. As we mentioned in our staff report, 2021 is the 10th anniversary of priority setting, and we currently have a citywide roadmap project underway. This is where we could wrap in the recommendations from Councilmember Jimenez's memo and explore some new ways of looking at the priority setting process and look at improvements for next year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Lee again.
Thank you, Michelle. So before we move on to round one, the administration would recommend that council take actions on these 4 recommendations, A, B, C, and E, which is removal of the items completed on the list, the combining of priority items 12 and 21, removal of priority item number 8, as well as freeze the top 10 so we can proceed with round 2 and, or I'm sorry, round 1 and 2. And with that, staff is available for any questions the council might have.
Okay, I just heard a motion. I just want to be clear. The motion is as to the staff proposed scheme. Is that right? Okay, great. Thank you, council members. Just want to make sure we're all clear what the motion is. So then we will vote on that motion and then hear public testimony about all the priorities and then do the ranking. Is that
Correct.
Right? Okay. I can't imagine I'll be able to tell who would like to speak. All right. We could just vote on it afterward, couldn't we? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. If there's something wrong with it.
I'm not sure. Do we even need a motion here? This was the process that we all contemplated a year ago when we voted. This has been the same process.
Yeah, so honestly, I think at the administration, we do have the ability to freeze the list and recommend. One thing that we made clear to you last year is when we remove things off the list, that would be a council action. So even when we bring things forward in the biannual reports and say this item is complete, and a number of those have been complete for a while, we have suggested that council still take the action to remove those. Okay. Whether you do that this second or at the end of the item is perfectly fine by us.
Okay, why don't we do it at the end of the item? That motion will be held in suspense. I want to see if we can get through our work as efficiently as possible. And then, because there may be members of the committee who want to speak on that item and it's hard to distinguish. And so we'll go to public comment. If we could have the list of remaining 24 items presented, just so that way the public is really clear about what exactly we're voting on to prioritize. So then we will take up that exercise after public comment as well as the vote on the motion. And then I'd also suggest, in addition, I know Councilmember Jimenez has several recommendations for process moving forward. Be happy to take those on. I'd like to take that separately if possible. And I think we'll be able to get all that done. All right, any questions before we move on? All right, we've got many members of the committee who would like to speak. And so, again, with apologies, I'll ask you to confine your remarks to a minute. Beginning with William Moran, Vincent Chu, Lucio Reyes, Jeff Jenkins, Sarah Huff, I believe it's Sarah Huff Brancato, Blair Beekman, Paul Soto, Blythe Young. Some striking out so far. If you've heard your name, please come down. Thank you. Nicole Cox, Alex Shore, and whoever gets to the bottom first can speak. I don't want to have you all figure out what order you had to come in. We'll take you in whatever order you want to present yourself. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Blythe Young, and I'm here today representing the American Heart Association as their community advocacy director. And I'm here to ask you to support a full flavored tobacco restriction, along with your proposed e-cigarette sales restriction. We know that flavored products are what addict kids. Federally, there's been some action, but a lot of products fall outside that range. So there's still a lot of urgency to move on this on the local level. And I think it would behoove you to move quickly. There are new products every day that come out that fall outside the restrictions currently imposed on the national level, such as puff bars, which are a disposable item, which were grossing about 14,000 a couple months ago, and now they're up to 3.1 million because unlike Juul, they are not covered in the federal ruling. So they can still be sold. They're highly addictive. They have flavors like banana ice and watermelon and bubblegum. So please move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I ask if the timer, could you try that again to see if that works? Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Nicole Cox, and I'm the Tobacco-Free Communities Program Manager at the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. I'm also a resident of San Jose, living in District 6. We're pleased to see the San Jose City Council considering measures to protect young people in the community from the health harms and risks associated with tobacco use and vaping. The Public Health Department is currently working with the city on the smoke-free housing priority. We've provided grant funding to help assist the burden on staff related to this workload in order to do the community outreach and implementation that would be associated with that action. And really, I just want to underscore our continued commitment to provide that support and partnership between the county and the city should this issue around flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes get prioritized. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Lucio Reyes. I would like to just to see if tell you guys if we have more opportunities for our adult groups, special needs, and San Jose residents to have priority on soccer fields. We often have no space left after other private leagues and other user groups with larger financial resources come into our city, and they rent out our fields and leaving us, San Jose clubs, local clubs, without any fields to practice, play on. And we're left out to scramble to look for fields. Many times not be able to find any. And I would like to see a change for that, for our own city, our own local clubs to have more support from the city, so we could have more fields for our clubs to play on, instead of having, other cities come with their clubs and play on our fields.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Regret not taking that public speaking class in college. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, City Council members, it's a pleasure to be here. Thankfully, the Parks Department has agreed with Council Members Jimenez's assessment of an inequitable system in which large private leagues with financial resources, often from outside San Jose, are dominating use for our public sports fields. I'm here representing San Jose Surf and all San Jose players who call San Jose home. We request that Parks Department begin working on a new policy before the next negotiation meeting in August. We want to let the City of San Jose and Parks Department know that this issue is urgent and important to our community. The reason this is important is as follows. The current sports field rental system is broken and needs to be fixed. Each sports season, leagues, players, and families are struggling to find playing fields. The sooner we enact a new policy, the sooner we can help lower income and disabled players, as well as local residents and nonprofit sports leagues. League sports are crucial to our communities because they help our kids keep off the streets and engage in healthy activities. Now is the time to support an equitable sports rental system in San Jose. We need to prioritize that.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sarah Huff Brancato, and I believe the line J is the one that was removed, which is a gum harm reduction proposal, but I didn't want to speak on behalf of myself and my son. My name is Sarah Huff Brancato. I'm a mother of 4 children. Unfortunately, my oldest son was just 21 years old young, Michael Munz III, who was shot by a single bullet on December 13, 2019, that ultimately ended his life on January 12, 2020, due to complications. This made my son the first homicide retroactively of San Jose for the new year, as well as a new decade. As we know, gun violence has become an epidemic. Unfortunately, this was not the first time that gun violence has affected our family, as my son was there at the Gilroy Garlic shooting when it happened, as well as some other traumas related to a gun violence in Cambrian back 4th of July weekend, as I was the first person on scene there. The loss that I feel, as well as my family, since Michael's death is immeasurable. Michael's siblings have had trauma-related reoccurring nightmares and have had trouble focusing on their school studies and experienced social and public anxiety. The fact is that we will never get another hug from him, a call or text or a smile from Michael. What can I do as Michael's mother still, and how can I use my grief to serve our community? And the answer to that is advocate. Since I've done this since the day before Michael was born, I will advocate alongside with Mayor Liccardo and other supporters for common sense gun laws, which leads me to say that I understand that the gun harm reduction proposal has been taken off of the items to be heard today. I want to thank the council for giving the green light to start the research that we need to measure the cost of gun harm here in the community. I also want to thank you for approving Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and Councilmember Perales for approving the gum harm reduction proposal for the work plan for 2020-21 year. I would like to, in the meantime, until the council comes back to this item, to keep this as a priority moving forward and at the forefront of your minds as we move into this new year. Think of my son Michael, who's here. Think of all the other gun violence victims and family members of victims of gun violence, and how we can be a part of the solution, and how we have nothing to lose other than more lives. Thank you for taking the time to read and respond to all the emails of the supporters for this proposal that wrote to you. And most importantly, thank you to Mayor Liccardo, Paul Pereira, and others at the mayor's office, as they have heard me and heard my story and have reached out to me personally and have supported me in my time of grief. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. I want to stop at this time if I can, because I know that prior to Sarah, there were two speakers who spoke about items that were green lit. And so what I'm hoping we can do, Lee, could you just present again the list of items that are bypassing the prioritization process, just so people understand they may be speaking about something that is already moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
And some that may be going to the budget, so maybe you could tell us again.
Sure. So of the nominations received, they fell into three categories. The first was if it was a meet and confer item. The other two was if it was programmatic or a budget proposal, you would get referred to the budget process. And then lastly, those that are greenlit, and we use the term greenlit, that those are already part of a departmental work plan, and the work is either ongoing, has started, or near finished. And so those items that were greenlit, the equity in the sports fields rental was greenlit, that proposal by Councilmember Jimenez. The privately owned public space guidelines and ordinance by District 4 was greenlit. Land trust feasibility study from District 5 was greenlit. The Bill of Rights for Children and Youth as part of the Parks Department and Youth Commission annual work plan from District 8, and that was greenlit, as well as special parks permits for residential exemption from District 8, as well as fire survivor benefits from District 9 was greenlit.
Okay, thank you. And then the list of items that were pushed onto the budget process that would not be part of the prioritization, just so again everybody's aware.
Yeah. So, Mayor and Council, we worked with the Budget Office, and we have 10 items that were referred to the upcoming budget process for evaluation, and the administration will issue a manager's budget addenda report with some cost estimates, as we did last year. So those items are the automated speed warning proposal from the mayor, two proposals from the vice mayor, procurement and an office of small business, and fire permits for accessory dwelling units. Two proposals from Councilmember Dieppe in District 4, that's sidewalk gaps and accessible pedestrian signals. The Equity Task Force from District 5, the Equity Funding and Analysis from District 7, that's Councilmembers Carrasco and Esparza, and the gas-powered tools buyback program from Councilmember Davis in District 6. The No Blight Zones program from Councilmember Esparza in District 7, and the Municipal Management Fellowship in District 10 from Councilmember Camus.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, everyone, for your patience. I just wanted to make sure before people spoke, everybody understood clearly sort of what's moving forward through different processes and what's really left. What's really left is for us to discuss and debate is this list of A through Y, these 24 items. And Mr. Chu, thank you for being patient.
Hi, Mayor and City Council member. I'm Vincent Chu, resident of City San Jose, and also I own the 2 convenience stores for 30 years. And today I would like to see if we can request to remove the item number E, ban on the flavor cigarette, from the top 10 priority list. And I'm a responsible person who would never, sell, the cigarette, for those to the minor, again, according to the law. And plus, federal and the state, they already have a 21 years old, for the age restrict, for the law. And then I believe that starting maybe about 7 years ago, I think city also, that all the business that they would like to sell cigarette, they need to get a license. I think I paid about $380 per store, about say $760, every year, in order to get the license to sell the cigarette. And then I believe that was, for the city to execute, the law, right?
Thank you,
so,
sir.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Hello, Councilman and Mayor. My name is William Moran. I'm an artist from San Jose. I'm here to talk about Section U, private percent for the arts. I think it's about time to, charge some of these developers that are displacing some of these artists a percentage for, the arts. I think it's only fair, being that a lot of the developing that's happening is displacing some of my colleagues, even myself. So it'd be nice if the city actually stood their ground and charged some of the developers to fund some of the arts programs. Anywhere from mural programs to after school art programs. That'd be pretty amazing. I think we can never go wrong with investing in art.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Mr. Soto.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Gracias, Jimenez, for the sports inequity. Any society is measured by how it responds to the needs of its most vulnerable citizens. And so I would ask the council to use that as a guide because priorities determine our values, which determines our character. And that's what where we spend our time and our money is going to determine who we are. I could tell who you are just by what you prioritize. Governor Newsom stated in his speech that homelessness impacts everyone, but not equally. Some communities have been hit much harder by urban renewal, gentrification, broke up communities of color, throttling their ability to move into the middle class. These issues are rooted in poverty and racial discrimination. I would like to have housing as a priority.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman? After Mr. Beekman is Carmen, I believe Carmen Pauls Waynes. Please forgive me if I've misread that. Riley Musser, Paul Denosa, Ann Sikon, Inderjeet Sidhu, and Sashi Sharma.
Thank you. To speak to items N and X, with what will be heightened demands of tech and surveillance with approved grant money in the next few years for Vision Zero and neighborhood safety, together with patience and cooperation, I hope we can all try to work towards initial responsible Vision Zero ideals of community harmony, neighborhood safety, along with important new concepts of openness, accountability, organization, stability, good practices and peace there can be with positive and open technology practices. This is what a good surveillance and technology ordinance can work towards. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carmen Pauls-Weens. I'm a resident of District 6. I'm asking for prioritization of item E. I'm a parent of twin sixth graders at Hoover Middle School. I've been involved with an effort to organize community response to student vaping at Hoover Middle School and Lincoln High School since my daughter told me in November that she holds her breath while using the bathroom at Hoover Middle School to avoid breathing in secondhand vape in the bathroom. Since then, the Hoover PTSA board has heard from students and teachers at the school student vaping occurs in the classrooms as well as the bathrooms at Hoover. School-wide policy for peer reporting of student vaping in bathrooms and classrooms is ineffective and actually increases emotional and physical harm to students. A Lincoln parent and local downtown San Jose business owner reported to me in January that her daughters at Lincoln, their friends, pick up vaping supplies at neighborhood corner stores on the way to school. I urge you today to prioritize the proposal to prevent sales of certain e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco items. I urge you to thoughtfully consider the health and mental health impact of student vaping in middle and high schools in San Jose. We're no longer talking about protection and prevention.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Welcome.
I'm talking about E. My name's Riley Muster. I'm with Rotten Robbie Gas Stations. We're a small business. We have 34 locations. 11 are in San Jose. Just wanted to touch on checking IDs and then the flavor ban. We check IDs all day, every day. We not only check IDs for tobacco, we check it for lottery and beer and wine. Our cashiers are used to checking IDs. We use ID scanners at the register so that they don't have to calculate the date of birth on the ID. We try to make it easy, and then we check up. So we use mystery shoppers to shop our locations, and then we bonus cashiers when they pass the mystery shop. The convenience store industry checks more IDs than TSA, it's been said. We check IDs all the time, and our industry compliance rate is about 95%. And then second, this flavor ban not only affects e-cigarettes, all the flavors are now banned according to the FDA, and then it also affects menthol cigarettes, flavored cigars, flavored chew, and flavored snus, all of which have ancillary sales in our properties that we will lose.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Ann Sakon, and I'm a small business owner. And I'm asking that E be taken off. All the cities are doing is sending customers from one city to another. If you ban these flavors, they get it online. You can get it delivered to your house, guys. Would you rather have somebody look at you and say, okay, hey, this is a minor, I'm not selling? Or would you like that delivery driver to just bring it to your house? Or would you like to have your child go to the corner store and buy a gift card and then go online and put your information in it? So please take E off, because that is not going to work. If you're just going to do a feel-good ordinance, fine, so be it. But it's not going to be effective. You need to do 100% ID, be the city that steps up. Put in POSs that if the store clerk doesn't scan that ID 100%, you don't sell. I mean, these are things that would make a difference. Education is the only way. And we all know it's not that corner store that's doing it. There's ordinances, there's state laws that say, hey, I'm not supposed to sell. Use that money and shop our stores. Put the person who's selling to the minor out. Thank you.
Welcome,
Hello,
Energy.
Mr. Mayor and other gentlemen. I have a small business in San Jose, and we doing the same thing. We check all the IDs, whoever come to purchase cigarettes, e-cigarettes, and any other tobacco product. And we don't sell to minor. We don't want to sell to any minor also. How they get it, we need to find out. And I also be agree, FDA already banned all flavored from February 6. Maybe you guys working on previously this bill. We already removed all e-cigarettes flavored from our shelves. And also state also be working on more bans, and we don't want to have other local restrictions. We already follow federal government, state government, and we don't want to have another city put more burden on us to keep watching this law and that laws. So let's work together. We don't want to sell it to the minors, and thus we agree with you, and we work with the city, find out the solution, don't hurt the small business. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, I want to assure you there is no small business owner who want to sell cigarette to minor. As Inderjeet said, federal government is already putting restriction on what kind of flavor or what we can sell and what we cannot. So we will adhere to that. Another thing I want to bring it here, that you guys are setting consequences for the people who somehow cannot restrict this age-restricted sales and make mistakes. All these errors are human error. And then we set up whatever punishment for them or closing their sale or whatever. I think we should get together and talk about that. What is the right, consequences for any human error, whichever is made at the store level. So again, there is nobody in the business who want to sell to minors. Let's stick with the federal government regulation. So one city can sell flavored cigarette, another cannot. We are moving customer from one place to another place. We are not doing anything different. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. After our next speaker is Jose Juarez. Vic, it looks like Morales. Please forgive me, I'm having a hard time reading. Jaime Rojas, Tanya P., Melanie, I believe it's Duraso or Durao. I'm having a hard time reading that one, but Melanie from First Five, and Aaron Quigley. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. We own 3 7-Elevens here in San Jose. We have invested a lot of money in this business, and this is our livelihood. We take our business seriously and enforce the 21 years of age law that's already in place. I encourage you to take E off the ballot. It is not fair to ban certain items in one city and still be available in neighboring cities. We will lose customers to neighboring cities. I'm a proud parent of 3 boys. Parenting starts at home. Banning cigarettes in convenience stores will not help. Education is more important. We need to keep kids off streets, provide extracurricular activities after school where they do not look forward to hanging out by themselves and vaping. This has been around for a long time. Banning will not help. It will only hurt small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, man.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and members of City Council. My name is Melanie Durayo. I'm the Chief Program Officer with First Five Santa Clara County. On behalf of the First Five Commission and our CEO, Jolene Smith, I'm here to express support for the development of ordinances ending the sale of electronic cigarettes and flavored tobacco by tobacco retail establishments and prohibiting new tobacco retailers from locating near youth-sensitive areas and existing tobacco retailers. As an agency that focuses on the health of well-being of Santa Clara County's youngest children and their families, we at First Five know that exposure to e-cigarettes and other nicotine or tobacco products are unsafe for children, teens, and young adults. Unintentional exposure to nicotine and tobacco products largely affects children under the age of 6. Young children are primarily exposed to e-cigarettes through secondhand smoke. The American Academy of Pediatrics warns that secondhand exposure to tobacco and nicotine products can adversely impact lung, heart, kidney, and development. The recent increase in e-cigarette and flavored tobacco use and the associated risk to young children demonstrates a need to act. First Five would like to thank Mayor Liccardo and the members of the City Council for considering policies that reduce the concentration of tobacco retailers and their proximity to schools and develop ordinances that end the sale of electronic cigarettes and flavored tobacco by tobacco retail establishments, protecting the health and well-being of Santa Clara County's youngest children.
Thank you. Good to see you, Aaron.
Good to see you too, Mayor Liccardo. Thank you, and thanks to members of the council for hearing this item. I'm here to also thank Councilmember Foley for proposing item X, the citywide transit first policy framework. We definitely support that approach, and obviously we adopted our own transit first policy a little over a year ago. We did so because obviously using transit is a greener way to travel and reduces GHG's emissions. It helps reduce congestion, and it certainly plays a role in expanding access to economic opportunity, especially for our neighbors who are transit dependent. So San Jose previously adopted a complete streets policy, and we thank the council for considering this policy, which would place a stronger emphasis on our transit network. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Jaime Rojas with the National Association of Tobacco Outlets. We represent approximately half the retailers here in the city of San Jose, and we urge you not to add the flavor ban onto the priority list. As we already know, both the state and the federal government is already working on issues on the issue of youth usage. Education and co-enforcement actually works. Combustible cigarettes in high school levels are at its all-time low of under 2%. Here in the city of San Jose, both the federal level and on the state level, in the past 3 years, the compliance rate has been successful in local retailers at 95%. We urge you, it's not the issue here. San Francisco, Oakland, San Leandro, Alameda have not shown any drop since their flavor ban in youth usage. It's maintained the same, and in some situations even higher, including the illicit use of selling of tobacco products out on the streets. So we urge you again, please do not include this. Work with the retail and business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Alex.
Hello. Alex Shore here on behalf of Catalyze SV. So many great priorities for you all to choose from today. Want to thank Councilmember Foley for talking about a transit first policy. In many ways, it aligns with Catalyze SV's core values of convenient transportation choices here in our valley. Also want to thank Vice Mayor Jones for a couple of his priorities around displacement and affordable housing, which align with our values of inclusive, diverse communities and housing solutions for all. We also want to ask all of you as council members to prioritize the public outreach policy, or as I like to think about it, community engagement. Engagement is a two-way street, and that's part of what we want to have here in San Jose when we talk about development and how it impacts folks. We certainly continue to stand ready to partner with the city to talk about how to create the best policy you can in America to get more housing and better development built here. And we think this policy can really, really do that. So thank you for considering it.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. After our next speaker is Nem Nguyen, John Del Conte, Reverend Rowan Fairgrove, Michelle Mashburn, Monica Mallon, and Ann Rosenzweig. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Tanya Payapalli, and I am the project director for the Tobacco Prevention Education Program at Breathe, California. We have been your local lung health leader since 1911. Flavored tobacco, as you are seeing now with the vaping epidemic, is already, reducing. It's actually threatening to undo all the progress we have made in reducing youth smoking. As of this month, the CDC reports that the number of deaths increased to 64. Now, this number just keeps increasing every week. Santa Clara County did a survey, and 31% of young adults, like youth and young adults in the county, have used e-cigarettes. Now it's up to us as a city and the city officials to act faster, and we urge you to make this the top priority, because just with education, it's nothing is happening. We go to schools and educate, but youth tell me that it's easily available to them at the stores. And the second thing is, these e-cigarettes have higher concentration of nicotine, so students are not able to just stop with 1 or 2 puffs. They say that they get addicted faster, and it goes down faster.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, thank you for having me. My name is Nam Nguyen. I have been in business here in San Jose for 5 years with 3 employees, and having this ban would be the end of my business. I am a small mom and pop shop and have never been cited for selling to minors, but we do enforce a 21 age restriction in order to enter and purchase. I myself am a former smoker of 23 years and so glad I switched to vaping from cigarettes. I feel so much healthier and don't smell like an ashtray. Having to enjoy a better, healthier lifestyle, I enjoy passing on my knowledge to my 380 customers, and they in return thank me for helping them get off cigarettes, to even saying I have saved their lives. With this vape ban looming, my customers are worried they have to return back to cigarettes. I beg of you not to implement a vape ban, but to work together to fix and find a solution. Banning would never work. You're basically giving it to the criminals, and it's going to make it more dangerous. Let's get rid of these bad apples selling to these kids. Increase fines to store owners, to even taking away their tobacco license for repeat offenders. Increase taxes on tobacco products to fund educational
Thank you, sir.
classes and secret shoppers. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Reverend? Reverend, did, oh. Okay, sure. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is John Del Conte. I'm a former smoker of 19 years and I picked up vaping about 3 years ago. It's been a big change in my life. With the ban coming in, I'll be forced to look for other sources, whether out of the city or online. Some nameless person saying, "Oh yeah, take this juice," but with the local shops, I at least have a face. I can ask questions. There's feedback. They can help me troubleshoot through all this stuff. And a ban just seems like, none of the other existing regulations we have for weed, weed and marijuana, craft beers, or any other items can't be applied. But it just seems kind of like a cop-out. So let's use the existing regulations that we have and fine-tune it for e-cigarettes and nicotine. Don't send me back to big tobacco. Let me stay local. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
1, 2.
Welcome, Reverend.
My name is Michelle Mashburn. On July 1st, 2013, the city took a huge step backwards by merging the Human Rights and Disability Advisory Commissions into the Human Service Commissions. I'm here to support universal design standards within the city of San Jose. As a resident of District 3, I am not looking for service from the city. Service is what I receive through county, state, and already established programs within this city. I'm looking for access and what everybody else in this room is looking for, which is a seat at the table. What I seek is the same, the ability to share. Without reading the downtown design guidelines in the district I live and work that details how curb cuts are bothersome to pedestrians and other people on the sidewalks. I also do not want to see a sign on the door that I use to access this room saying I have to seek permission in order to gain entry. Those are not universal design standards. Those aren't even accessibility standards, actually. Universal design is about equity through intention and planning, regardless of size, age, ability, and more. By developing universal design as a priority, maybe San Jose can start to stop looking at those different from us as ugly or a burden, but instead realizing we all enrich the beauty of this city in so many different ways.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend.
Members, my name is Ann Rosenzweig. I'm speaking today on behalf of the South Bay chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, speaking in support of Councilmember Perales' nomination of letter P, prohibition of ICE-affiliated businesses on city contracts. There are many important priorities you're considering today, but if we cannot protect our civil liberties and civil rights, we are in danger of losing our democracy. And given what has been happening in terms of caging children, separating children from their families and so forth, I think it's absolutely imperative that we take a stand. I speak to you as the daughter of an immigrant mother from France who came to the United States in a convoy of freighters dodging the German U-boats in the fall of 1941. She knew what she was escaping. And I fear that we're in danger of having something similar happen here if we don't pay attention. So I would urge you to support this and to make sure that we're not complicit in allowing corporations to profit from surveillance and criminalization and detention. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Monica.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Monica Mallon. I'm a student at San Jose State, and I live in Cambrian. And making this comment to encourage you all to vote for Priority X, which is to develop a citywide transit-first policy framework, and this was submitted by Councilmember Foley. Transportation is a huge challenge for everyone in San Jose because everyone is spending time either on congested roads or spending hours and hours on slow buses like me. And I think to accommodate the projected job and population growth in San Jose, we really need to get people out of their cars, and improving transit speeds and prioritizing transit is a great way to do that. And a lot of these capital improvements are very low cost. So again, I really want to encourage you all to vote for this and set an example for other cities in Santa Clara County. Thank you.
Thank you. And after our next speaker is Charlotte Casey, Amaya, I believe it's Amaya Wooding, David Polanco, Vanessa Marvin, Susan Hayase, and Maxim Hightower.
Can we restart the timer? It kept ticking while.
Sure.
Okay, yeah. Hello, Council. My name is Daniel Hung. Good afternoon. And I'm here also to support Priority X. We are Silicon Valley, the global leader in developing the latest technology, but yet the speed at which our transit moves throughout the county and the city of San Jose has slowed down. Our light rails are delayed by red lights. Our buses are stuck in traffic. Thus, it is time we start acting like the global leader in technology that we are as Silicon Valley and develop a transit-first policy with steps like signal preemptions and bus-only lanes that will dramatically improve transit speed and reliability for a very low cost. We must do so to reduce emissions/pollution, reduce congestion, and make transit more valuable for everyone, from the poorest citizens to students like me to seniors and disabled citizens. Thus, I urge this council to develop such a policy that we, all the people, need. Please vote for Priority X, the transit-first proposal. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Charlotte Casey. I'm with the San Jose Peace and Justice Center, and I strongly urge you to adopt the surveillance ordinance as a top priority. Just as the county has done, we have a big need in our city to screen and get public input on any technology that's adopted by law enforcement agencies or other agencies of the city. I also want to support the need for universal design, because it's very important for all of our community members, regardless of ability or age, to be able to participate in all the activities of the city. And speaking of universal design, these nominations, A to Z, are really hard to read from a distance.
Fair point. Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Susan Hayase. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I'm a board member of the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the ACLU of Northern California. Modern surveillance technologies collect sensitive information about our private lives, often without our knowledge or consent. And the deployment and misuse of these systems without adequate civil liberties protections or community input disproportionately harm immigrants, people of color, Muslim Americans, political activists, and the LGBTQ community. This proposed surveillance technology ordinance will ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and oversight both before acquiring the technology and after its deployment. This is why the Santa Clara Valley chapter and our community partners, specifically civil liberties organizations in the Japanese American community, such as San Jose Nikkei Resistors, J-Town Community TV, and the San Jose JACL, urge the City Council to vote yes on the Surveillance Technology and Community Safety Ordinance in the priority setting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Greetings, Council. My name is Amaya Wooding, and I'm here with the Proudly Against Tobacco Coalition.
So item E, we all know that nicotine is not a healthy product, and that doesn't change whether the person using it is over 21, and it doesn't change whether it tastes good. It doesn't matter whether the flavoring is mint in cigarettes, chocolate in little cigars, or even boba in e-liquid. Yes, that's something that exists. Flavors help start and maintain addiction. So in the 90s, a tobacco industry marketer said that cherry-flavored chewing tobacco was for, quote, someone who likes the taste of candy, if you know what I'm saying, end quote, wink, right? So that company was US Smokeless Tobacco, and it has the same parent company as Juul, and just in case the innuendo wasn't clear, they're talking about children. So 90% of lifelong smokers picked up their addiction as underage smokers, and 80% of underage smokers start with a flavored product. The link here is clear. Please put public health over profits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome.
good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Marvin. I'm a member of the Tobacco Education Coalition and a parent and a mom living in District 6. I know you have a lot of tough decisions ahead of you as part of this process to think about what the future of our city looks like. But so many of those plans won't matter if the lives and health of our young people are being destroyed by e-cigarettes in front of our eyes. We know that 1 in 3 high school teens in Santa Clara have tried e-cigarettes, and that 1 in 4 stores is located within 2 blocks of a school. So I encourage you to prioritize the e-cigarette regulation proposal. It's an easy preventative step you can take now to help make sure our kids have the bright future ahead of them that we've all promised them. I know that people today are arguing that it's up to parents to stop their kids from vaping and that we shouldn't regulate businesses. But any parent knows it's not that simple, and that the environment and what our kids see around us in their city impacts the kids and the decisions they make. I believe we need to work together as a community to help parents and help protect the young people in our community to make it harder for them to get access to these products. So I appreciate your consideration today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is David Polanco, small business owner here in San Jose. And, I'm not a fan of tobacco, e-cigarettes, vapors, or marijuana, in fact. But what I do know is that by having this to vote for, what you're going to do is take money out of your pocket. As business owners, we're tax collectors. We sell these products to adults. Nobody's selling it to underage kids. And what's happening is these underage kids are getting it online. They're getting the components to make these devices and smoke them wherever they go. It is not hard. They will add flavors that are unregulated. If you don't make it your priority to control those elements of it, then it's going to happen. And the money will go to illicit dealers who are under the bridges and in the rivers and in the school bathrooms.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. After our next speaker is Nicholas A., followed by Porsche Middleton, Jeffrey Buchanan, Matt Mason, Carol Baker, and Sonia Gutierrez.
Hello, thank you for your time. I'm here on behalf of 3 small businesses for Article E. So I want to begin by saying that banning flavored tobacco and such products will not stop anyone from getting that tobacco. It'll just create more opportunities for those operating outside the law, especially through the internet. So another thing banning flavored tobacco will do is hurt small businesses and owners who help the flow of economy and are paying taxes here in San Jose. When I first started smoking in my teens, it was easy to obtain tobacco. Kids and adults alike will smoke regardless of it being flavored or not. If flavored tobacco is not obtainable in our stores or our gas stations, disgruntled people will turn elsewhere. When I spent time in San Francisco, I was able to see that menthol cigarettes were easily obtainable, even though they're already banned in the city and they go untaxed. Banning flavored tobacco will essentially open a huge door for teens and adults alike to access the black market for everything that you are trying to stop. Honestly, I think it would be more effective for more effort in stopping already illegal activity that is plaguing our inner city and surrounding communities. In conclusion, I believe that banning flavored tobacco products will primarily hurt our small business owners and will open windows for those that are making their money illegally, thus enlarging the already rampant illicit market in San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor and Council, Jeffrey Buchanan on behalf of Working Partnerships USA. Lots of good ideas out here. I want to talk about three, I think, that are very important for working families. First, the short-term rental regulation proposal from Councilmember Perales. We know we're in the middle of a housing crisis. The data is pretty clear in other communities like LA and San Francisco, where analyses have been done, where you have a higher concentration of these short-term rentals. Rents are higher. Most of the people who are renting out these short-term units are renting out entire units. It's not just grandma renting out a room. Oftentimes, it's an owner who owns multiple units across the city. So doing more to ensure that we're regulating those units and uses is very important. Additionally, Councilmember Esparza's staffing analysis. We've had a lot of conversations about the cost and time of development. If we can have staffing for things like fire inspections in the planning department, other places, maybe we won't have to come back and cut affordable housing fees anymore. I would hope that we could move forward with that. Also, Councilmember Foley's proposal around Transit First. A lot of conversations at VTA about how do we use our limited budget for transit operations. If we can be smart as a city on signal coordination and planning decisions that can make the most out of our limited service hours, it seems like a smart plan for helping working families to access jobs and other opportunities. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Matt Mason with Local 21. We represent 800 city employees here, and I just want to thank City Manager's Office for all the work you did on this presentation. I'm speaking on behalf of on W staffing analysis. We have over 700 current vacancies still in the city, and many of these great priorities that are going to get set, we need to actually have the staff to be able to implement many of them. And so what this priority is looking to do is actually do an analysis around the recruitment and retention around these types of staff to be able to actually recruit and retain these staff city-wise, and then have the budget priority to be able to make an adjustment if the city council decides to make sure that those positions can be retained through competitive wages. It's the only way that we're going to be able to implement, I think, a lot of the great plans that the mayor and the city council has for this city. And so I urge you to support the W staffing analysis today so we can move forward and actually do all the great work that we're talking about today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Baker. I'm a volunteer ambassador for the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network and a co-chair of the Tobacco Free Coalition of Santa Clara. We have several members of our coalition here today. They're all wave. And we're here hoping that you will set the tobacco as a priority to consider in your deliberations. Our group is represented by PTAs, hospitals, the American Lung Association, Breathe California, and more than 20 other members of our group that are interested in keeping tobacco products, especially away from our children and away from all of the citizens of our city. There's one sentence I want to be sure to tell you before I leave today, and that is this: tobacco products are the only products legally sold in the United States that, if used as intended, can kill you. I'm going to say it again. Tobacco products are the only products legally sold in the United States that, if used as intended, can kill you.
Yeah, we got it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome. After Ms. Gutierrez is Daniel Hyun, Ricky, Phil. I've just got a lot of first names here. Phil Dalton, Joe Miller, and Ken Yeager. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sonia Gutierrez, and I'm a manager at Safe and Healthy Schools at Santa Clara County Office of Education. I'm also a mother of a teenager and an elementary school student at San Jose Unified, and I'm a resident. I live downtown San Jose. But I'd like to provide public comment for Interim Superintendent Edie Muertos from Luther Burbank. And this is in favor of or opposing of flavored tobacco and e-cigs to make that a top priority to ban. We have spent many hours the past few weeks vetting and notifying parents and students who may be vaping. We have also dedicated numerous counseling hours to students who are engaged in vaping. As a school, we have offered several parent education sessions on how to identify vaping tools, provided information in newsletters, and students' names surface for potential vaping. Not only are we deeply concerned about our children's health, but our attention is being diverted from focusing on instruction. Banning the sales of e-cig products is essential to assisting our families and schools and helping our students make safe and healthy choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Licardo, Council. Since you've got me for the next 1 minute, you don't know me, but I'm Dalton Gambino of the company Shijin Vapor here in San Jose. So you've likely heard of the 80s film Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? Okay, this high-energy adventure, they find a golden chalice, right, with a power that can save humanity. But at the end, the US government puts it in a crate, and it goes to a warehouse where there's 10,000 other crates just like it. Okay, don't treat us all the same and punish us simply because our ethical companies look the same as the ones breaking your rules. We are not the Wild West. Federally, you must be 21 to buy our product. Printed straight from the CDC and FDA's website. Here is proof. I'm happy to share it. We have been heavily regulated since 2016. Last year, California received over $2.8 billion in tobacco tax and settlement payments, yet spent only 8% of that on education and prevention. So my idea
Thank you, sir.
is this. I suggest
Sir,
that
I'm
instead
sorry.
of burying us...
Sir, I'm sorry, the time's up. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Joe Miller. I'm president of Work San Jose. I'm here to support the private percent for the art. For vulnerable programs like Work San Jose, which is our community art space, Mayor Licardo, as District 3 council member, helped us to secure that space some years ago. As one of the city's smallest nonprofits, we built that out with community support. We're now threatened, as an example, by Team San Jose, who wants to convert our storefront space to office space. They said it a year ago, and now, apparently with your consent, to a visitor center for downtown San Jose. So while we ask you to support Work San Jose continue to lease this city space, where we have 12,000 annual visitors in just a 1,200 square foot space, we hope that private percent for the art will help vulnerable nonprofits like Works continue our community service in this increasingly threatening cost environment. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Supervisor Yeager, welcome back to City Hall. It's good to see you again, sir.
Good to be here, and I'm here to support the prioritization of the policy to ban e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco. Some of the work that I'm most proud of as a county supervisor was on reducing the impact of tobacco in our communities, and we were able to have Santa Clara County really be a leader, not only in California but in the nation, in the type of regulations that we were able to enact. And one of the things that we tried so hard to do is to make sure that cities would adopt those policies so all residents were receiving the same benefits of not having tobacco everywhere. And so the fact that the county has approved these already and that we're trying to get other cities, I know that Morgan Hill and Los Gatos have approved them as well, and so it would just be great if San Jose could be added to that list. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor. After our next speaker is Tana Vargo, Carol Harris or Havis, please forgive me if I'm misreading it, Rhonda McClinton Brown, Ron Muriera, and Mike McGee.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. I'm here. My name is Ricky. I'm here as a consumer vape advocate. I ask of you to not punish the responsible business owners representing here today by banning flavors and to implement harsher punishments to the irresponsible ones or straw man sellers who are distributing these products to underage buyers. Here are some recommendations. Implement minor in possession laws, implement fines to straw man sellers, add a three-strike rules for retailers caught with nicotine products, selling nicotine products to minors. Implement a mandatory point-of-sale age verification, limit the retail sale of products allowed in a singular transaction, so maybe that buyer might possibly distribute it to their friends or something. But a flavor ban will shut down all these shops, and these are responsible owners, like I said, and it'll cost them their employees' jobs. I guarantee these products will be found all over the black market, and illicit sellers will be having all their hands all over this, and it won't stop the teens from getting their products, these products. I mean, use San Francisco as
Thank
a
you, sir.
reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tana Vargo, and I'm a researcher with Unite Here Local 19. I am here to express our support for the City of San Jose prioritizing and study short-term rental regulations for the coming year. I would like to thank Councilmember Perales' office and also city staff for recognizing that we need to consider the impact of short-term rentals on affordable housing in the rental market. Short-term rentals take rental units off the market because it is more profitable for property owners to turn their units into virtually unregulated mini hotels instead of accommodating long-term renters. The increasing popularity of short-term rentals is making it harder for working families like our members to find a place to live. As more and more reports come out about the impact of short-term rentals on housing stock, it is becoming more urgent than ever that the City of San Jose study a way to regulate these types of rentals. The regulation, limitation, and enforcement of short-term rentals should be prioritized to ensure the economic viability of our city's future and protect vulnerable renters. Our national union, Unite Here, and many of our local affiliates, including in cities in Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco, have a lot of experience in this area. We'd be happy to bring their insights to the conversation. On behalf of our members, please look at strengthening short-term rental regulations to ensure we don't put visitors and profits over San Jose residents. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and City Council and staff. Thank you. My name is Carol Havis. I'm a lifetime resident of San Jose and a proud Northside Neighborhood Association member. I'm here to talk about item E. We've learned through history prohibition was not very successful and bans don't work, but I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. For 30 years, I smoked cigarettes, and as a result of transitioning to vape, I've been smoke-free for 14 months. And I know it is important that we safeguard our youth, but it's equally important to safeguard our liberty and freedom of choice. I just want to encourage a thoughtful, reasonable, and rational response, and I encourage reasonable regulation. Let's keep things in perspective. 64 deaths as a result of vaping. 55 people die every hour as a result of smoking-related illness. So as an alternative, this has brought me a healthier life. I'm no longer stigmatized as a smoker. I no longer contribute to secondhand smoke. I no longer destroy property with smoke exhalation. And I am healthier now than I have ever been. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ron.
Afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members. My name is Ron Murriera, and I am one of the co-founding core group members of the newly established San Jose Arts Advocates. I'm here in support of the private percent for art, item U, championed once again by Councilmember Carrasco. For the last several years, arts representatives, cultural bearers, and creatives in San Jose have been advocating for the City of San Jose to conduct an exploratory study on a private percent for art ordinance. In 2009, the City of San Jose contracted with Kaiser Marston Associates to conduct a survey of private development arts requirements in other cities and municipalities in California, and to present a report with recommendations on what a private development arts contribution program would look like for the City of San Jose. The report included recommendations on options for the creation of San Jose's private development arts program. Since a study exists, I encourage City Council to revisit that report and vote to prioritize further exploration of a private percent for art in San Jose. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, Mighty Mike.
Mayor, Council, thank you. I'm here with San Jose Arts Advocates as well, and I'm here to talk about the private percent for the arts. As a poet and an organizer of arts events throughout this city, my favorite city, I have met thousands of artists who love San Jose like I do, but must live as though their days here are numbered. They want to tell the world who we are, what we see, be it with an instrument, a paintbrush, a poem, a song, and even a rap rock drum circle cover band. We have all watched too many incredible artists leave San Jose due to a lack of fiscal support. With a private percent for the arts, you will send a clear message to this city that businesses will not displace artists who belong here. They will not send them to other cities that are not my favorite city. You will be saying vividly and emphatically to the world that art is worth paying for, that art must become part of our city's identity. You will tell today's artists that we cannot afford to lose the services they provide. And future artists will be born into the city knowing it to be a haven for the arts. San Jose needs a private percent for the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Rhonda. Just one moment. I'm sorry if I can just jump in here. Yori Seeger, followed by Ava Smith-Glenn, Jessica Pasadillos, Brennan Rawson, Aaron Salazar, and Peter Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Rhonda McClinton Brown. I'm a resident of City of San Jose, and I also the branch director for the Healthy Communities branch in the County of Santa Clara Public Health Department. We're here today to offer our full support and expertise to assist the city in moving forward with the recommended actions proposed today under the leadership of Councilmember Carrasco to address the youth vaping epidemic. You've heard a little bit today, but I'm just going to highlight some recent California Student Tobacco Survey results for Santa Clara County. 1 in 3 high school students have tried vaping, and more than 1 in 8 students are currently using e-cigarettes. The use of flavors plays a key role in attracting youth to these products, with most students in the county that use tobacco products use flavored products, and most of them buy those products directly from stores. The proposal to address the overconcentration of tobacco sales and marketing in low-income neighborhoods within the city will address the historical and unjust marketing by tobacco companies toward low-income residents and communities of color. We hope you will include restrictions on all flavored tobacco products, including e-cigarettes, menthol cigarettes, little cigars, and hookah. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your time. My name is Yori Seeger. I'm also here with the San Jose Arts Advocates, and I'm a small business owner called Visual Philosophy, and I want to give my support for you, a private percent for the arts. Story of who we are is an art hub in this community, and I think that the strongest thing that I can bring, and as I am a person representing a much larger community behind us that really are in favor of this, and we drastically need it. About 1.5 years ago, we had to move businesses and very closely left town because it was such a hard thing to do business in this city. And so I really want to put forward our support for private percent. I think it's needed, and the time is definitely now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members. My name is Ava Smith-Glenn, and I represent both the San Jose Arts Advocates, Flash Fiction Forum San Jose, and School of Visual Philosophy. And I am here in support of Magdalena Carrasco's memorandum on exploring private percent for the art ordinance. Public art is a cultural magnet. Tourism, business development, and tax-generating activities gravitate towards areas where art is a key component. Please, let's keep this conversation going about private percent for the arts and join our neighboring cities, Cupertino, Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, Berkeley, Oakland, Emeryville, Dublin, Livermore, and San Francisco in adopting such a policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Brennan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. Happy Mardi Gras. For decades, the citizens of San Jose have been told it's simply too expensive to establish a public art in private commercial development policy. To be clear, I'm not talking about housing development here. I'm speaking of commercial development. We've been told that commercial developers would shun doing projects in San Jose for easier opportunities in other cities. Today, commercial development in San Jose is charging forward with millions of square feet in the pipeline. Today, developers are frothing at the mouth and tripping over themselves to reap the rewards of the Trump administration's Opportunity Zone tax boondoggle here in San Jose. So I ask you, what is the excuse now? As the citizens of San Jose, are less deserving of those in other cities that have been able to figure it out and establish such policies for future generations? Are we less deserving than citizens of Cupertino, Los Altos, Milpitas, Palo Alto, Sunnyvale, Redwood City, San Mateo, Los Angeles, Tampa, Seattle, Scottsdale, Sedona.
Thank you, Brennan.
Albany.
You can hand off that list to the next speaker.
Yeah, it's a long list.
Yeah. All right.
Please
Thank
study
you.
it.
Hi, Aaron.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, rather. My name is Erin Salazar. I'm the Executive Director of Local Color. I'm also representing the City of San Jose as the Knight's inaugural Public Space Fellowship. And I have a different list. It's a knock knock. Who's there?
Yes.
Big development.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Big
supposed to be
development,
responding.
Museum Place, City View Plaza, Google, Santana West, the Assembly, and so many more are only a few developments that are happening in San Jose for which a private percent for art will benefit. For those of us in the arts, we hear a lot of support for public art, but now it's time that we need to see it from our city council. I urge you to support the private percent for art. By declining to add this to the priorities list, you are saying that you are separating the art from the artist. Don't do that. Please prioritize the percent for public art. Thank you.
Thank you. Afternoon, Jessica.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jessica Pasadillos. I am the Executive Director for the School of Arts and Culture at the Mexican Heritage Plaza. I am here in support of Council Member Carrasco's private percent for the arts. San Jose has the opportunity to ensure that new development visibly reflects and celebrates our diverse community while supporting the economic growth of our local economy. This is not a new or novel concept. San Francisco, Oakland, and Sunnyvale have similar policies in place, which have not hindered development. Furthermore, this policy would provide an additional sorely needed funding source for public art in San Jose. My caution is that we be intentional about how the policy is implemented and who has access. Now, on a completely separate note, the local preference policy that made it on last year's priority setting list should be moved up to the top 10. As it stands, it's number 17. Given the housing crisis our community is facing, we can and should do better. Thank you.
Thank you. After Peter is Smita Garg, followed by Matthew Tinsley. Wendy, you spoke, didn't you? I think Wendy Gurahu, Felicia Gersberg, Alicia Forbrich, and Quinn Vaughn. Actually, Wendy, you spoke on a prior item, so come on up if you haven't spoken on this one. Hi, Peter.
Hi. Good afternoon, Mayor and some of the council members. My name is Peter Allen. Most of you know me, and you know I wear a lot of hats in the city. I'm currently a planning commissioner, although I'm not here as a planning commissioner or for the planning commission. I'm also a recovering arts commissioner, and I'm a board member and former managing director of Teatro Visión, which is our Chicanx Latinx theater company here in San Jose with over 35 years of experience in our community. But I'm here wearing the hat of core team member of San Jose Arts Advocates, and I would like at this time to ask that anyone who's here to support a private percent for art or SJAA, if you could stand and make a little noise maybe? Yeah. So we've also submitted a petition to you of 260 or so, mostly San Jose residents, I will add, that we circulated since Friday in support of this policy, in support of putting it on the priority setting. We think it's long overdue, and as most of the speakers have already said, it's in the general plan, it's in the cultural plan. We hear a lot of lip service to it, and San Jose Arts Advocates will be here as a resource to you if you choose to put this policy on the priority list and to help you craft a policy that will work for everyone. So we want to be a resource and not an antagonist, but we are not going away. We will be here continuously to fight for what we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. I'm Smita Garg, Arts Commissioner, District 1, and Vice Chair, Public Art Committee. Public Art Committee Chair Roma Dawson could not be here. First, thank you, Council Member Carrasco, for introducing the private percent for public art. I have lived in or visited major cities around the world like Philadelphia, Chicago, London, Rome, Vienna, and almost always found public art to be a huge attraction for both local folks and visitors. But public art is not just for beautifying a city, it also reduces crime in areas where it exists and allows families to gather, activating public spaces and adding to the quality of life. Furthermore, I believe that private percent will bring much needed funding for preservation and maintenance of existing artwork. With this in mind, I would like the City Council to support the discussion on private percent for public art. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members, and staff. My name is Matthew Tinsley. I'm here representing the County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Mary Ann Dewan. Wendy Mahaney-Gurahu from First Five was here, but she gave me her time before she left. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for moving forward on the Bill of Rights for Children and Youth earlier. And second, we'd like to register our strong support for inclusion of the additional regulation of the sale of e-cigarettes to children in near schools in the City Council's policy priorities for 2021 as nominated by Councilmember Foley and by referral from the Rules Committee by Councilmember Carrasco. Our schools are reporting increased rates of anxiety, seizures, illness, and nicotine withdrawal during the school day. They are spending money on vaping detectors and educating students to counter the propaganda about the health risks of e-cigarettes rather than focusing on preparing students for college and careers. In San Jose, more than 1 in 4 schools that sells tobacco are located within 2 blocks of a school, 1 in 4 stores, and 80% of those stores sell flavored tobacco products. The proposed regulation would limit how easily children could come into contact with a product that disrupts brain chemistry and development, creates health risks, and leads to addiction, and we urge you to make it a council policy priority. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. After our next speaker is Alicia Forbridge, Blythe Young, Ruth Silvertaub. Boy, I'm going to have a hard time reading this. I can't read the first name, but I believe the last name is Venkaresh from Breathe, California. Sandeep Kaur, Diva Sundar, and Catherine Hedges. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Felicia Gershberg. I'm here today as a member of the Santa Clara County Wage Theft Coalition and as a lead organizer with Together We Will San Jose. We strongly support Councilmember Jimenez's hospitality service charge proposal. It has become common for restaurants and other businesses to include a service charge that misleads patrons into thinking that tipping is unnecessary, yet the full service charge is not passed on to servers and others who rely on tips to bring their pay up to minimum wage. San Jose should prioritize a service charge ordinance to ensure that workers in our community receive fair pay for their work. You've also received by email a letter from the members of Together We Will San Jose in support of the universal design priority proposed by Councilmember Perales. Universal design is crucial for inclusion and equity for all people. Here in the capital of Silicon Valley, we should stay on the cutting edge of accessibility and embrace universal design. Finally, we strongly support the ICE-affiliated business prohibition. San Jose should protect and welcome immigrants. We hope that you will highly rank these 3 priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo, council members and members of the public. My name is Sapandeep Kaur and I'm here with Breathe California of the Bay Area. I'm an oral healthcare professional myself. I'm here to talk about the e-cigarettes ban here. So 86% of the people who are using e-cigarettes are actually less than 18 years of age. And as many as I have talked to myself, educating them in schools, they all buy it from the nearby stores. So educating them alone is not helping when they see it being sold near their stores, near to their schools, near to their houses. And I ask you to prioritize the e-cigarette and flavored products ban this year to lead our youth in better direction, because no economy can anyways thrive if the youth is having a sick time and is having an unhealthy life. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dipti Venkatesh, and I'm here to support the ban on flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. I am a teenager myself, so I do actually see people vaping and using e-cigarettes in school, and I know the effects of it on their bodies. Even with the laws making the age for legally procuring flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes 21, kids still find a way to acquire them because the addiction and the demand for them are stronger than they don't want to obey the law when they're literally addicted to something. And so this is not even isolated to a small group of kids. It's a nationwide epidemic, and the only way to take a step towards stopping this plague is to ban the sale and use of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes in our city. If we allow sales to continue, more youth will become addicted, which will cripple the health and future of this generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Divya Sundar, and I am a youth volunteer for Breathe Bay Area and a sophomore at Presentation High School. As a representative of the youth in this community, I have witnessed firsthand the impacts of e-cigarettes on teens. I've also seen how e-cigarette companies target youth with a variety of flavors. More than 86% of California youth tobacco users use flavored products, from flavors ranging from mango to lemon grapefruit. These products are hard to resist, even for those who know about the dangers. Although I've tried to take a stand by convincing my friends and classmates to stay away from products, a lot more needs to be done to protect the hundreds of youth in San Jose. So on behalf of Breathe Bay Area and the concerned youth of San Jose, we would like to see a ban on the sales of flavored e-cigarettes. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Ruth.
Hello. Hello, my name's Ruth Silvertope. Good afternoon. I'm speaking today in support of the Hospitality Surcharge Universal Design and the ICE-affiliated business proposed priorities. You've all received a letter from ROC, United Restaurant Opportunity Center, in support. It's of the hospitality surcharge of Councilmember Jimenez. It's become commonplace in the hospitality industry for service charges to be collected. Restaurant owners keep the service charge or a large part of it and don't pass it on to restaurant workers. Patrons believe the service charge is in lieu of a tip and don't leave a tip. The practice hurts workers and affects their pay. Transparency is also a problem. The Capital Club pays below minimum wage and boosts salaries to minimum wage from a service charge pool, but workers do not know how much money is in the pool, and some claim to receive below minimum wage. Please follow cities like Santa Monica, Oakland, Berkeley, and Emeryville, who've enacted these ordinances, and meet with stakeholders, including unions, to tackle this problem. Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Welcome, Catherine. After our next speaker is Juan Carlos Araujo, Tom Robinson, Dave Pochel, I believe it's Mary Valderrama, and Jen Grand Lejano. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Liccardo and the council and the public. My name is Catherine Hedges. I live down here in San Jose, and it seems like the three sort of broad areas of priority we should be considering are the climate emergency, the housing emergency, and equity. And we have several items that are related to the environment, such as the polypropylene recycling and the plastic ban, and I lost my notes. Anyway, the plastic ban and transit first. And related to housing, we need to work on the zoning for the emergency shelters, removing the density cap on affordable housing, regulating Airbnbs. And items related to equity include the hospitality, no business with ICE, public outreach, surveillance technologies, and private percent for art is good, but we need to make sure that we aren't displacing La Raza murals with Burning Man art or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Juan.
What's my name?
Yes, I called you Juan.
I didn't
No,
hear you.
yeah, good afternoon.
Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you, council members, Carrasco. My name is Juan Carlos Araujo. I'm born and raised in San Jose. As you know, I was here to ask for rezoning to the property on Empire and 7th Street because we're a small business. Empire 7 Studios was displaced after 10 years of contributing public art exhibits to local artists and championing our talent here locally and abroad. Statistically, I'm not supposed to be standing here. But in the last few years, I've found a huge passion to be involved and to act when I think I can contribute. So I'm here to definitely speak up for the private percent for the arts. I actually didn't think I would have to be here because it was here proposed to the council twice. As you said, we can always do better. So I definitely encourage you, and I hope that you can commit to some of the words that I remember you saying at the Hammer Theater, and that's that. We need more public art. I'm also co-founder of Powwow San Jose, and we've been doing our best to contribute almost about 100 public art projects throughout the city of San Jose. We work with Councilmember Jimenez, did about 13 new murals in the south side that only had one. So not only
Juan,
do we need the
thank
private
you.
percent for the art, but also small and local businesses to be infused in development projects,
Thank
because
you.
that is the character and the identity of our city. So thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Tom Robinson with Rotten Robbie. If the council moves forward with making the e-cigarette item a priority, we definitely want to have the opportunity to work with the city. But now I'd like to raise 3 issues for your consideration. The first is this impacts over 500 businesses, so I encourage staff to do significant outreach. The second is FDA has taken leadership in this area, so it's important to understand what they have done. The entire country is 21 years old to buy, and now only traditional tobacco flavors, tobacco and menthol, can be sold. There's no more juicy fruit, mango, or whatever for sale in the United States. Lastly, please understand the negative impact the adult smokers will have if they do not have a lower risk alternative than traditional combustible cigarettes for their nicotine choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jen Grand-Lajano. I am here from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network. I'm the Government Relations Director for Northern California and member of the local county tobacco-free coalition. I want to thank you for considering policy options to protect youth from flavored tobacco and predatory marketing of big tobacco companies. We urge you to prioritize letter E for a comprehensive policy to end the sale of flavored tobacco products, including flavored e-cigarettes and menthol cigarettes, without exemptions for any flavor, product, or store type. The public health community agrees that it is the flavors that are driving youth to use these products, and any policies that don't remove all flavored tobacco from the market would be ineffective. We cannot wait for the state or at the federal level to take action to do something when our kids are facing this immediate danger in their lives every day. As local leaders, you have the power to take action that will make a difference now. Big Tobacco focuses their money and lobbying efforts at the state and federal levels because they know they can't fight the local battle here in San Jose. Because of this, policies proposed at the state and federal levels are slow-moving and rarely comprehensive enough to save our kids. You can ensure that you pass a comprehensive policy that addresses the local needs of your community without carve-outs or exemptions.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome, Dave.
Well, good afternoon. Dave Pochel. I'm a resident of San Jose, and I want to thank all of you and staff for some wonderful nominations. They're all my favorite. I hope they all win. But I'm here as a representative of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter to follow the leadership of our youth on transit issues and climate issues because they're right. It's good for our environment. It's good for those who most need the mobility. But what's maybe counterintuitive is that if we get a successful citywide transit first policy framework, that'll be good for people like me who drive my car, okay? I should be on transit, but if other people, if we get higher ridership on transit, then that's good for me. So please keep that in mind and vote for X. Thank you, Councilmember Foley.
Thanks, Dave. And before our next speaker speaks, Vice Mayor Jones will read some other names.
All right. Rithwan, Efren Castaneda Jr., Laura Chavez, Pritam Grewal, and Manuel Castacita. Cito?
I gave him all the hard ones.
Come on down.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Valderrama, and I'm here to support the private percent for public art. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I'd like to make 3 points. The first is discouraging tagging and vandalism. Tagging and vandalism has been a problem in East San Jose for quite some time. East San Jose is an older area of the city with many small business owners owned by immigrants. A variety of these owners lack the funds to make improvements, while a few don't understand the value of the improvement. This has left East San Jose with a lot of blank walls that consistently get tagged by bored teenagers and gangs. However, in the last few years, groups such as Viva Calle, Alum Rock Village Action Committee, also known as RVAC, and James Lick High School have added various murals to the Alum Rock Village. The village is located in Alum Rock White Road area. This has decreased tagging and vandalism. What we found is that the murals are left alone for people to enjoy, and only the remaining blank walls are what continue to get tagged. So decreasing the blank walls would decrease the tagging. My second point is increased pride of neighborhoods. With all the art that has been added to the Alum Rock Village, pride of neighborhood has increased. While the artists were painting the various murals, we noticed that more people were walking around the village enjoying the new beauty. Neighbors were taking the time to walk from their homes to talk to the artists and share stories. People were dropping donations into the tip jar and thanking the artists for their time. The small immigrant business owners were making the time to sweep in front of their shops. Even large businesses such as Benjamin Moore and Goodwill Industries started to give money and donations to get involved to improve the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Ritwan Dabashi, and I am actually a small business owner. And I've been seeing that a lot of people keep pointing the finger at small business owners, like, you know, we're the criminals here. And I like to say that we're doing everything that we can by law. You know, we're maintaining 21 years of age. We're trying to make sure that people stand outside don't get support from legal age customers who come in and buy for them. We're trying to do everything we can. I mean, everyone keeps saying that vape is bad, but cigarettes is just as worse. And I don't see no point of banning something that actually is helpful to a lot of people who are switching from cigarettes to vaping. I mean, if you really want to see it, McDonald's has a sign that says their food may create cancer, but yet we still choose to go and eat there. So please don't take away freedom of choice. This is made for grown-ups. It's not intended for kids. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call a few more names. Miriam Vinzi, Elena, Gabrielle Antolovich, Salvador Villalobos, and Kurt Vortan. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Pritham Grewal. I am here to oppose the proposal on ban on menthol cigarette and flavored tobaccos. As we all know, the legal age to purchase a cigarette has raised to 21 years of age by state and federal, which is the adult age. And City of San Jose have, on top of that, a decoy program which they go to the small businesses or whoever sell the cigarette tobacco, they audit their business. And they have audited me numerous of times, and I have passed the audit and received the thank you letter from cities. By banning the menthol cigarettes and flavored tobacco, not only makes small businesses lose money, it also cut the city tax revenue which we collect for the city. Generally speaking, overuse of anything is bad. If it's flavored tobacco or menthol cigarette, even ice cream. You eat the ice cream every day, flavored ice cream, it's bad for you. So are we going to ban the flavored ice cream? Maybe not. So
Thank you very much.
So I urge all staff members not to move forward on ban menthol cigarette and flavored tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a craving right now for chocolate ice cream. So thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Salvador Villalobos. I live in District 6, and I'm a proud first-generation immigrant. And I'm urging this city council to prioritize item P, which is prohibition on ICE-affiliated businesses with city contracts. And the reason is very simple. It is to reduce the power of a group that still terrorizes a large number of our community. If I may, quick personal story. I had a very embarrassing situation in which I needed help. I was arrested and almost beat to death by a few San Jose Police Department officers. I ended up at Internal Affairs office, and I asked them one simple thing: if they could release the videos to me, because no attorney would take my case, and the public defender that was assigned would not request the video because they didn't exist. They asked me one simple question: where are you from? I said, San Jose. They said, no, where were you born? I said, what does that matter? You know, I started getting nervous like I am right now. I'm from Mexico. This is just one example of racism, of abuse, and I ask you guys to stand with us and don't feed to these ICE people and their businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing us today.
And
We-
your name is?
Jillian Kirkham,
All right, Dwayne.
District 10. We know why our most adversely impacted communities of rich diversity are othered, oppressed, and criminalized. We know the groups of people who take comfort in knowing that those neighbors will be hauled off in the night to be unaccounted for. We know whose greed is being served by the commodification of human beings, our neighbors who bring valued integrity to all of us. We do not need to participate in this targeted destruction of people's lives. Say no to ICE.
Gabrielle, before you go, we have Lisa Alvarez, Joanne Price, Kushvinder, Antonio Cordana, and Sayri Baton. Right.
I'm Gabrielle Antolovich, and I'm representing the Billy DeFrank LGBTQ plus Community Center because LGBTQs and many marginalized groups really like vaping because not just because of the stress that goes on about being marginalized, but also because tobacco prevention strategies often don't reach the marginalized communities. But I did get some hope that, you know, maybe it is time again for City Council to make tobacco a priority. Last night I was watching Stephen Colbert, and he had Mayor Rahm Emanuel, who is launching his book right now, Why Mayors Are Running the World, and city councils are really getting the work done. And I really think San Jose City can get the work done around tobacco. Thank you for trying to make this a priority.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, city members, council members. My name is Kushwinder Singh, and I am a small business owner. At the same time, I'm representing APCA, American Petroleum and Convenience Store Association. I represent 200 members of the Bay Area, and I'm totally against banning e-cigarettes and menthol. The reasons simply, you know, all these kids, I have seen them, they were coming here and saying that 80% or 60%, I don't know where they get the numbers. I have been to different meetings of different city councils, and they have 5 or 6 kids show up all the time, have the same, you know, speech, and they try to paint us as if we are the villains. We are not doing that. We are following all the city, state, and federal laws. We are you're doing IDs, we do all the requirements we are supposed to do. If you do the, go ahead with the ban, there are 2 things going to happen. First of all, the business will shift to the other cities. Because right now, I think Fed and state both are working on this issue, and we should wait till they come up with a decision. Because if you ban in one city, the people will go to other city to buy it. It's not going to solve the problem. At the secondly, you know, all this black marketeers, they will be in the market. They will be selling, and that's also a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. After our next speaker will be Miguel Moreno, Daniel Moreno, Melba Orellana, Preetam Singh, Ismail Garcia, and Jeff, I believe it's Jeff Kropotkin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Joanne Price. I'm VP of Real Estate with LifeMoves, one of the largest provider of homeless shelter and services in Silicon Valley. I'm here to support the nomination of the zoning code for emergency shelters. We fully support or in favour of Council Members Jimenez's memo regarding modifications to the zoning code to make creating emergency shelters easier in San Jose. Following the zoning changes that took place at the end of last year, current zoning only allows for 50-bed shelters by right in combined industrial commercial zoning districts, which are limited. Shelters are no longer allowed in any light industrial park where many of our current shelters are sited. The latest zoning now allows shelters with a special use permit in commercial office, commercial pedestrian and commercial neighbourhood districts, which would likely be a very arduous and challenging process, thus rendering the likelihood of building a shelter futile. The draft 2020 community plan to end homelessness talks about increasing temporary housing and shelter options by 100%, i.e. effectively doubling capacity. The City of San Jose's team has taken the lead on that portion of the draft plan, but there is no way to meet these goals without more flexible zoning for shelters.
Thank you,
We
ma'am.
respectively request planning aligns with the city's priorities on solving homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your work. Samina Usman, Sarah from CARE, Lynn Brown, Richard James, Brenda Rodriguez, and Victor Vasquez. Hi, Samina.
Hello, my name is Samina Usman. I'm the Government Relations Coordinator for the Council on American Islamic Relations. I urge you to support two of the priority setting items. The first one is the surveillance ordinance, which says that prior to acquiring any surveillance technology, there needs to be like a transparent process for it to come before the council, and so that we can hear all the pros and cons and see, do we truly need this new surveillance technology? It also creates a use policy as well. And in addition, we're also requesting for a facial recognition ban, given the problematic, given how many false positives there are associated with the technology, and also privacy issues. The second one is the prohibition on award of contracts to ICE-affiliated businesses. We should not be doing business with companies that share information with ICE or DHS or CBP or the Office of Refugee Resettlement. Those are the ones that are caging our kids. We need to use the power of the purse and invest in other companies that do not practice in items that go against our values.
Thank you, Mr. Usman. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sarah Bunar. I'm with the Council on American Islamic Relations. I'm the Government Relations Interns, and I'm here to talk about the two issues, surveillance technology and the prohibition of the ICE-affiliated businesses on city contracts, which will prohibit the award of city contracts to any vendor that is supporting data broker, extreme vetting, or detention facility services to ICE, CBP, Office of Refugee Resettlement. I urge you guys to please go over these and think about it deeply. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Rodriguez, and I'm the Organizing Director for the South Bay Labor Council. I'm here to express our support for Council Members Perales' proposal on regulation of short-term rentals. Study after study have found that short-term rentals exacerbate the lack of housing for low-income families, contributing to our current housing crisis. Perales' proposal is a crucial next step to address displacement in low-income communities. I'm also here to express our support of Council Members Esparza's on a staffing analysis, item W. In order to address our housing crisis and all the issues the city is facing, we need to do a better job of recruiting, filing, and retaining workers for these essential yet unfilled positions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi, Richard.
Mayor, City Council.
I'm Arts Commissioner, but more importantly, I'm a half a century resident of this great city. My message is simple. I'm here to support 1% for Art. Of the 48 California cities that have a Percent for Art program, each has tailored their program to meet the unique needs of their community and their development community. I'm asking you to allow the resources to simply study what are the pieces of the puzzle that make this viable for San Jose. I and a host of the planning documents you already have on the books believe it could be a boon aesthetically as well as economically for this great city. Let's call this city the city of art and technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. After our next speaker, I have Camille Yanis Fontania, Nassim Nouri, Taranjit, I believe it's Taranjit Saga. Please forgive me if I can't quite read this. Jillian Kirkham, and Socorro Montano. Hi.
Hi, I'm Lynn Brown. I'm also a member of the Arts Commission, although today I'm speaking as a private citizen, advocate for the arts, for 1% for the arts. To me, and for many people like me, this is a very simple issue. It's a matter of equity and access. Less than 3 weeks ago, we sat in this chamber and listened all afternoon to discussions about equity and access. What this funding source would do is help take the pressure off the TOT. As our city manager said, the TOT is reduced for the coming year. For the 2020 budget, we need to find other funding sources. This private funding, joined with public funding, begins to address this access and equity issue. Other cities do it, so can San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Camille, I'm sorry, Mr. Soto, I think you spoke earlier.
Yes, I did. I'm speaking on behalf of Victor Marquez. He had to step out.
I'm sorry. Everyone's only allowed to speak once. We don't have people speak for others. So I'm
Okay.
sorry, sir. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Socorro Montano, and I live in District 6, and I'm an organizer at Sacred Heart Community Service in District 3. Today, I'm representing many members of our Immigrants' Rights Committee, PASOS, many who couldn't make it here this afternoon. We've been working on this issue since last May. Through a PRA request, our committee learned that in the most recent 3 to 5 years, San Jose will be spending over $5 million of taxpayer money on contracts with companies that provide extreme disservices, such as extreme vetting, data analysis and detention facility services to ICE and CPB. So we're urging each of you to prioritize the ICE-affiliated business ban. San Jose should not be feeding into the massive web of corporations profiting off of the criminalization of immigrant communities. As Richmond, Berkeley, and Oakland have all adopted similar ordinances, we would be in good company. I would like to remind the council that each of you have received a letter signed by 40+ organizations with members in San Jose and the wider Bay Area. The ICE-affiliated business ban should be our priority to San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nassim Nouri. I'm a resident of District 4, and I'm a Green Party of Santa Clara County Council member. I'm here to actually commend you for the amazing list of proposals and nominations that we see on the board here. But I'm specifically here to urge your support for item T, Universal Design Standards. Thank you so much to Councilmember Perales for proposing it. What's very important to understand is that this isn't about accessibility for a small group of people. It's about accessibility for every single one of us. At any given moment, 1 in 4 of people in this room are going to have accessibility issues. Maybe the mayor can recall when, after his accident, being in that brace. It's awkward, it's uncomfortable, and it's dangerous. We actually have people who sprain an ankle, and that's an accessibility issue. Some of us are in denial that we are losing our eyesight at my age. That's an accessibility issue. So I urge you to start this work on universal design because it takes some time to incorporate it into the vast majority of the programs that we have. Thank you for considering that. I also want to thank Councilmember Foley for proposing Transit First policy. We desperately need that policy as well. Thank
you, ma'am. Thank you. And after our next speaker will be Cole Cameron, followed by Ariel, followed by Matthew Reed and John Lubin.
Hi, my name is Taranjit Saggi. I'm the Small Business Owner District 3 and District 6. So I'm here to speak on the tobacco ban. Only thing, we even not the fan of all the flavored tobacco or the jewel, but only thing is if they want to ban like state-wise, federal-wise, that's fine. But moving the business from one city to another city is not the solution. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
I think it's still afternoon, huh?
Barely.
Cole Cameron from D9. I want to thank my Councilman Pam Foley for bringing forward our item number X for Transit First as my first priority. As we've been here before talking about getting more bus service out to all parts of the county, that's still an important area for us, getting our students and seniors out and about. Also like to say I agree with the traffic calming item O, and E, the reduction of using ICE companies. Future item I'd like to see us talk about is eliminating completely, not just in restaurants, but everywhere, styrofoam. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I wish you a good evening. I've got more meetings to go to. So,
I'm sorry, Cole. Thank you.
And also, thank you again for supporting our CERT program as we continue to expand and make everyone safe.
Thank you, Cole. Welcome. After our next speakers, Matthew Reed, John Lubin. Oh, I'm sorry, John should have a mic in just a moment. Jose Valle, Erwin Martin, and Faisal Gowani.
Hi, my name is Ariel Browner. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I think that I'm here to speak against Measure E. I think that when it was first proposed, it was a priority, but as someone mentioned before, the FDA has kind of taken leadership over it and has just released the, I think, 52-page plan that covers all the new regulations that have already, shown major improvement for underage sales, which the majority of them have been due to online sales. I'm not sure where people are getting these numbers saying that it's from our brick and mortar stores. That is not true. It's online sales. And with the new regulations making valid government ID mandatory, we've already shown huge improvements. So I don't think it's a priority anymore. Let's let the new regulations take effect and do their job.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, John, did they hand you a mic? Okay, good. All right, great. Feel free to move up wherever you're comfortable.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting us weigh in on these nominations. I'm looking at the universal design standards. I'm fairly new to running around with a wheelchair, but I'm just amazed at how lack of access throughout the city, including the chambers. I came in, the previous speaker said it all. Like I couldn't see, I couldn't reach where to get the cards. I had to have somebody get the card for me. Just little things. But a lot of these things are covered in universal design standards. And a lot of them, people say, oh, well, that's covered, that's covered. It's also a matter of safety. And that's one of the things that really should be taken into consideration. There are two other items I'd like to just briefly support. And that one is local businesses in the new developments. there seems to be, every time we get new developments, we take out old local businesses and get sometimes nothing and sometimes chain stores. The other one is the prohibition of ICE for any city contracts, even if it is built like Google.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Any of those folks I called earlier, excuse me, please come forward if you haven't spoken or called your name. Go ahead, sir.
Mayor Liccardo, council members, thank you. My name's Erwin Morton. I'm a volunteer advocate for children and education, serving on PTA boards locally and up to the state level for nearly 30 years, because kids matter. We see large numbers of students experimenting with flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes and becoming unable to quit. You have the power to help reduce this, and I respectfully ask you to do so. As a friend has kept reminding me for years, if we can't keep our kids safe, it doesn't matter what else we do. And when people talk about loss of jobs, it makes me want to ask, where can I get a good job poisoning children? Seriously, very seriously, please listen to your experts like Nicole Cox, who spoke earlier, and do all you can to make these products less accessible. Please help prevent a whole new generation from becoming hooked on products that lead to unnecessary disease and mortality. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, sir. And after our next speaker is Cecilia Chavez, Maria Durian, and Maria Calderon.
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Faisal. I'm a convenience store manager. In regards to item E, the flavor bans that are limited to city or county lines simply don't work. Kids still make purchases online or get stuff from their older friends, and it only hurts good tax-paying retailers. My cousin owns a store in the East Bay and lost 14% of his store sales, 14%, even though flavored tobacco was less than 2% of his store sales, because now these customers find other stores in neighboring counties to make their purchases, and while they're there, they make their other purchases, not just tobacco. And this will reduce the tax collected in cities and counties with bans. You're not only hurting the retailers, but also reducing tax revenue for the city, which can be used in education programs. Cities that have flavor bans still have the same level of usage in minors. The only people that were hurt by the ordinance are everyone that lives there, not only the retailers, but also the benefactors of taxes that are collected. Please don't hurt our city, and please focus on better education programs to help the minors understand the usage of these items, instead of forcing them to purchase online while the whole entire city hurts due to a flavor ban. The feds are already working on removing flavors, and if our city could be competitive with the rest of the country, that would help us trained trained to check IDs and reduce minor usage.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Maria Duran. I want to make something brief here about public safety. I've been dealing with retaliation with the county of Santa Clara over 4 years now. The community policing on Park Avenue is getting to be really bad.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, actually, this is just on prioritization. Do you want to speak on public comment?
The traffic on Park Avenue, it needs to be overseas on Park and Lincoln.
I'm sorry, you're welcome to speak in public comment, but this is just regarding these 24 items.
I am.
Which item?
It's the one that says about surveillance technology, community safety ordinance.
Okay.
But as well,
Okay.
I reached out to traffic enforcement numerous times about the traffic on Park Avenue. How about my safety?
Okay.
Retaliation is no joke.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Maria Calderon, and representing District 5, Couture Casel. I just have a simple question. I think it's not part of the financial domination, but I would like to ask, and I would like to know, our neighborhood want to know too, why the rail by Ocala, they're being eliminated That's all the simple question I have. And I would like to know by mail, by email, or whatever the way you can provide me. Thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am. Yeah, this is just on prioritization. But I
Yes.
can tell you the project's actually under construction now by
Thank
VTA.
you.
Okay. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Chavez, and I'm a resident of San Jose, an immigrant and an organizer as well. And I'm here to urge you to prioritize the ICE-affiliated business ban sponsored by Councilmember Perales. ICE is a very well-oiled machine that does not need any more contracts with the city. I know it's by third-party vendors, but we don't need to be feeding into this machine that cages children. I don't think we need to be reminded of what ICE is capable of doing, separating families. San Jose, if we're talking about the vision of San Jose as an inviting city, this is definitely not an inviting city if we're contracting with ICE. So I highly urge to prioritize the ICE-affiliated business ban. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I want to ask if anyone submitted a card who has not yet spoken. We hope we've gotten to everyone, but we just want to make sure, because I know there were a lot of names in there. Okay, thank you to everyone in the community coming out to speak. Obviously, there are many worthy initiatives and proposals here. I just turn to Michelle and Lee. Do you have anything to add before we come back to council?
No, we don't.
Okay, that's good, because we got plenty to work on. I just had 3 questions for clarification about policies and sort of what's on the table and what's not. Item F is the update to Council Policy 630. My understanding was there was already a city auditor direction of some kind, well, that we approved, that is a recommendation that we approved as a council. So is there something here that's beyond that, or am I mixing things up?
So there was audit direction that we yellow lit during the council conversation. The council and the administration kind of both desired a significant dive into that policy, given the conversations we're having with the community. And the administration at that time said we would bring it forward to priority
Oh, I
setting.
see. Okay, so what
So we're looking at much more of a comprehensive review than just the specific elements mentioned in the audit.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And then item N is the Surveillance Technology and Community Safety Ordinance. I know we're already working on a privacy policy, and we've got actually external partners, I think at Harvard Law School, that are helping us with that, if I'm not mistaken. What's different that we're trying to accomplish in N? And maybe Councilmember Jimenez may want to comment on this. What's different that we're trying to work on there that we're not already working on?
Actually, Mayor, for full transparency, that came to mind after we put this forward, certainly working with some of the folks in the community. I was thinking about some of the privacy principles and things that we've discussed in smart cities, and I didn't have a chance to reach out to staff. So if there's staff is present from, if Dolan's here, for example, if he can, I'd be happy.
Oh, here he is. Okay,
Yeah.
just in time. Thanks, Dolan.
Yeah, Dolan, I apologize. I didn't have a chance to reach out prior, but I'm hoping you can shed some light.
Yeah. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. So, on item N, there's a significant intersection with our citywide privacy policy development. The reason we yellow lit it was the current citywide privacy policy development work plan would need to be reevaluated based on the scope of what you have in the surveillance policy. So
That's because it's broader?
the surveillance policy, our citywide privacy policy is broader.
Oh, I see.
It includes, if we're contracting with a company, what privacy policy do we standardize across the city? As we're sharing data, what is the legal ramifications of that, and how do we prescribe that? The surveillance policy has a significant intersection, but it also has a very deep dive down into some of the implementation just around audio and video sensors. So we would basically have to rejigger our current work plan, which is why we put it as yellow. The other reason we put it as yellow is we only have one person in the city who's focused on this, and so the implementation of what is the outcome of the surveillance policy would require additional resourcing to actually implement it.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Dolan. Councilmember Jimenez, did you want to add anything before? on that issue?
No, I guess one of the things that comes to mind is some of the broader policies that you're already working on. Are we in the stage in which, I'm just trying to think back to some of the conversations of the Smart Cities Committee, but in which we're evaluating or thinking through the guiding principles as it relates to privacy policy, or is the actual policy being developed? Remind me.
Right. So we have 6 privacy principles that the council approved. We're in the middle of drafting a citywide privacy policy that is a council policy that would come back to council. After that, we'd be developing some administrative policies for the departments, but then we'd also start doing the privacy impact assessments after that policy is implemented. And with the way that the surveillance technology ordinance is currently worded, it's implying we do those privacy impact assessments kind of before we come to council. So that's why we really feel like we yellow lit it, because we need to rationalize those 2 things.
Okay, and then obviously, you know, we're sort of tying all this with the timing of the priority setting with the budget cycle and such, so, okay, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Nolan. And then I had one last question relating to item X, which is Councilmember Foley's citywide transit first policy framework. Maybe John Risto can respond, or if you guys want to. If this is just fundamentally about making sure signal timing is given priority to light rail, why isn't that just a budget issue, or is that manpower issue? Is there something more to this beyond making sure we give priority to light rail in those corridors?
It's not just light rail, it's buses as well.
So we'd give signal priority to buses, is that the idea?
That's a start, yes.
Regardless of whether they're bus rapid transit or not?
Right.
Okay. John, did you want to weigh in? I'm sorry, I think the mic's off. Okay, there we go.
John Risto, Department of Transportation, and yes, if it was all signals, that definitely would be a budget. We already do signal priority for all the light rail, all the corridors, and for the bus rapid transit, the 522, 523 projects.
Okay, so all BRT and light rail
And
already
light
has
rails
signal
already
priority.
has signal priority.
I can tell you on the VTA board, we don't always hear that from VTA staff. Is that a recent development, or have we
No,
always?
it's been like that for almost the entire length of the light rail and when the bus rapid transit was put in place.
Okay, so I know that you bridged the 2 agencies here, given your
Yeah.
role with VTA. Why is it they're telling us that San Jose is not prioritizing light rail?
I'm
and
not
we think
sure
we
who
are?
is saying that, because
Okay.
we've had priority. We meet with them on a regular basis for, there's different levels of priority and signal timing of things, but we have signal priority through the entire system. That is street running, of course. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And so then, Councilmember Foley, your proposal would then broaden it to include buses that are not part of BRT?
Yes, and I'm not convinced that VTA is prioritizing the signals for light rail and buses. If
Well,
that's
we control the
accurate.
City does it. City
But as an example, is this now my time to give a pitch, or do I do it later?
Pitches can follow later, but really it's clarification right now. We just want to make sure we all understand what's on the table. Okay. So it sounds like this is about expanding that to include buses, is that right? Okay, and then obviously somehow
budget.
we have to come to an agreement with VTA about what we're doing or not. Okay. Great, thanks,
Okay.
John. All right, so just again, preliminary questions before we get into the lobbying of colleagues. Are there any other questions for clarification about what's sort of on the table here? No, Councilmember Camus?
I'm not asking, this is my lobbying.
Oh, that's your lobbying, okay. So in terms of lobbying, I think Councilmember Foley had the floor, and then we'll come back to you.
Mayor, do you want to do the recommendation so that it's clear that the
Oh.
other stuff is not on?
Oh, okay. The suggestion from Ed was that we go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor from Councilmember Jimenez, so then we all know exactly what we got left. So, pardon me, Councilmember Foley, we'll come right back to you. Any comments on that motion before?
Mayor, for clarification, this is the motion on part 1, right? That just, the staff recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay.
All right, everyone clear on that? Okay, so we're just voting to narrow the list. Here we go. Okay, that vote is unanimous. Now, we will go on to let the lobbying begin. Councilmember Foley.
Before I begin, last year we limited ourselves to 5 minutes each person. I didn't make that motion this time, although I could.
You're welcome to.
I'll just be brief on my comments and maybe set a model.
Thank you.
I actually want to talk about two of my priority items, and although there were many good items presented and it was really hard actually to narrow it down to 8, I had 9 until I was cut back 1 and I had to remove 1, sadly. So first I want to thank everyone in the audience who came to speak passionately about many issues, from the arts to e-cigarettes to the citywide transit. I really appreciate you taking your time to be here, and I do listen, and I actually made notes on what most of you had to say. The two that I'm going to address are two that I brought forth, which is the Transit First policy and then the e-cigarettes. At the end of the day, the Transit First policy nomination aims to speed up our transit network. Today, it is frankly just too slow to compete with automobiles. Fast transit is good because it causes more transit, it gets people out of their cars, it decreases San Jose's greenhouse gas emissions, and it removes inefficiency because VTA is forced to run more buses to maintain their frequency when their buses slow down. In 1988, transit averaged 14.1 miles per hour. By 2016, transit averaged 11.6 miles per hour. As our society advances, our bus speed is not. Today, VTA is hit with $70 million per year in inefficiency costs because of their slowing bus speed. And here's a fun fact, researched by my staff. A chicken can run 9 miles per hour, but bus route 22 runs 8.9 miles per hour. Bus route 23 runs at 8.2 miles per hour, and 25 runs at 8 miles per hour. Now, we're talking about a chicken and not a scooter, and I raise that as just to be humorous, but really it's about moving transit. It's about moving folks around the city. So if you're on an electric scooter, you can actually go 12 miles an hour. The City of San Jose can control VTA's bus speed through a myriad of relatively cheap and technically savvy measures. With that, I humbly ask my colleagues to vote for this particular item. The second item is a lot more serious than that. Actually, the first item was very serious. I just had a humorous approach. Late last year, I conducted a focus group with high school students on e-cigarettes. I learned about access and use of e-cigs. These students are attracted to the flavors and the size of the vaping devices. Some of these devices are no larger than a thumb drive. I've heard from many students that they hold the flash drive in the palm of their hand, which is a vaping device. They access it in the middle of class with the teacher watching them, and then they breathe into their t-shirt to exhale. This is unacceptable. It's attractive to the kids because of the flavor. It's attractive to the kids because of the size. Nicotine is highly addictive. We should not make it easy for these kids to get access. While I don't support an outright ban, we must do everything to limit access to our students. It is a health crisis. I ask the council to prioritize item E, which includes my item and Councilmember Carrasco's item. Moving these forward will allow staff to investigate and create good policy restricting access for underage users. I hear and respect the comments from the retailers and small business owners present today. You've offered many suggestions on how to prevent access to e-cigarettes by our children. I encourage our staff to reach out to these proprietors to get their input to help craft good, effective policy. Nicotine is highly addictive. Let's do everything in our power to limit access to e-cigarettes to our children. Thank you.
Thank you. How many people can a chicken carry? Councilor Camus.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor. I did bring some props for this
Here we go.
I'm wondering if staff has the video uploaded. I'm not going to talk about all 24 items.
Thank you. Just 23 of them.
Just 2 of them, if I could. Although I'm very supportive of Councilmember Davis's memo, because I helped draft that a while back as well on the mower blower thing. I'm very supportive of that as well. I think, but if you can queue up item Y for me. Oh, okay, I get my own clicker? All right. This is the first time, so bear with me. Okay, so last year, I put this item forward, and I kind of got criticized saying that, hey, you know, you only looked at walls in your district. But we went around the entire city, and this is the shape of our walls. And I'm not doing this because you know that this is actually a very serious item. These walls are actually falling down, injuring people, and when they come back up, they're not up to code. If you want to get a permit, you have to use the same exact wall. They don't manufacture them anymore. So all the people who are replacing these walls are replacing them without permits, without any rhyme or reason. Some of them are wood, some of them are cinder block. I just want a policy as to who can replace what wall. And I just wanted to show you all that this is not just a District 10 problem. This is District 1 on Payne Avenue. This is District 2. This is District 4, 5, 6, 7, more on 7, more on 7, sorry, more on 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, and of course my own district. And this is what ends up happening, these giant gaps, and if people drive, some cars actually can drive right through it, some of these intersections, like on Snell. Thank you for allowing me to show. Again, it took me almost a year to get the right permits for an elderly lady to get her wall up, and we had to ask for a special permit to put cinder blocks instead of these formed walls that were in place 20 years ago. And it would be nice to have a policy as to, you know, what trees can be planted, because a lot of the times the city planted trees that are causing these walls to get elevated. And I know in District 8 that they're doing a lot of work on, after they fix some of these walls, they're actually putting up nice murals so that they're not tagged anymore. If we had some of these things, that we could, instead of looking at a dilapidated, shady, dilapidated city, we could be looking at nice murals in the future. I'm hoping that we could prioritize this because it affects all of the city, not just District 10. The only place, unfortunately, that we didn't find was in District 3, but it is in every single district, and your constituents do have these problems, and I urge you to support that. Okay, let me switch over now to item B, which is the polypropylene recycling. And I really want to thank my council colleagues, Pam Foley and Deb Davis, for joining me on this memo. I hope you don't mind me taking the lead on I even brought like props. So these are items that are currently not recyclable, and they go into the landfill. And so we actually recycle 1% of our plastic. And China is only actually accepting the cleanest of plastics. And so all of this stuff is going to infills. And unless we start doing something about it, our landfills are going to go out of control. Luckily, we've researched, along with our city staff, we actually researched a brand new process to recycle dirty plastics. And this is a clean way of recycling this plastic, taking things, you know, like this leftover organic residue and grease, and then turning it into completely reusable plastic, and that could be recycled into some of the same containers that I'm showing you here. Current techniques, they degrade the plastic, and you have to use them for something else, you know, like car parts or what have you. But so this technology is being used in Ohio, and they're coming up with a plant. The plant is subscribed for the next 20 years with every single pellet that's going to be produced by this plant. We call ourselves the Silicon Valley, you know, the place of innovation. This is an extremely innovative way of dealing with our own plastic refuse. It falls within our green vision, and I'm hoping my colleagues can see their way to asking staff to take a look at a place that we can actually locate a facility. We've done it before with an organization called ZWED, which is doing a great job of reducing methane from our organic materials. And this is just another beautiful way to take care of a problem that we need to take care of urgently. So that's my pitch. I will reserve the rest of my time. I won't bore you with all the other things that I think about of all the other 24 policies.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Perales may reuse your prop shortly for one of his items. Actually, Councilmember Perales, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. It's actually just a little guy, but no, I'm okay, thank you. So I did want to speak to I will speak to the 5 that I did write, so I apologize, but I did write them, and in case anybody's wondering, that did help achieve 2 more votes for everybody here, and the likelihood is that you're not going to vote for all 5 of mine, so I helped you achieve 2 more votes because of these 5. So the first one I wanted to be able to speak on and then clarify and thank our partners from Sacred Heart is the prohibition on ICE-affiliated businesses on city contracts. And for me, the first thing I think to specify, and I really do thank our community advocates for their work on this, because a lot of work went into making sure that this wasn't something that was just a blanket ban that wasn't thought out. This has been well thought out, and in fact, it's been done in cities like Richmond, Oakland, Berkeley. And so in regards to what we're talking about, as I had listed in there, it's only going to affect businesses that provide extreme vetting services or detention facility support, so support those facilities, or work as data brokers for ICE. And in fact, the work has been done to determine which businesses actually will contract with ICE for those business or for that type of business, and that's West Publishing, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and CenturyLink. The other thing that we're also talking about in this is not necessarily severing an existing contract that may be underway, as we know that a lot of that work that is going on is important, and not wanting to stop something in the middle of its tracks. The idea would be to stop doing any new contracts with these companies. So then that way, moving in the future, sending that message that if you are doing extreme vetting or supporting detention facilities or providing data brokering for ICE, that we will not be conducting future business with you. The next one is on the the private sanctioned encampments. And so we have attempted this process. We know that the attempts of sanctioned encampments on public land in the city unfortunately have fizzled out. There has been a lot of challenges in that regard. Still hopeful for that in the future, but policy-wise, private property owners, for instance, some of our churches today that are allowing overnight safe parking for individuals that are living out of their car, cannot actually allow sanctioned encampment on their own private property. We would need to be able to create a policy to allow for that to happen. And we know that this is certainly the most priority and pressing issue that we have in our city today is with homelessness and a lack of affordable housing. And this is by no means a permanent or the best solution, but the idea is to be able to move people from these encampments, these unsanctioned encampments, into a place that actually can be sanctioned, but on top of that sanctioning, have the use of restroom facilities water, and then the support networks that are there, and more importantly, not have to deal with the abatements and just continually being shuffled around our city. And so this opportunity, I think we need to put that in place to allow the private property owners the ability to do that. Next one would be in regards to the short-term rental regulatory framework. And just to be able to clarify on this one as well, this is not to do away with all short-term rentals in the city, but it is absolutely to be able to get a handle on what could be and is already, but can continue to grow, to be a business that takes away some of our very lean housing supply, permanent housing supply for our community members here. And it was actually on a study trip that I did with SVO last year to Nashville, where Nashville did not see this coming as a major issue, and ultimately now is behind the curve trying to create a policy, but they have lost a ton of their affordable housing to the short-term rental business, and one of their recommendations to us was to get in front of this before it becomes a problem. And so this ability would be able to still allow the use of short-term rentals in the city, but really to be able to have a policy that doesn't allow it to get away from us, doesn't allow what we've seen in one of my neighborhoods where there's actually one property owner that has purchased a few homes on the same block strictly for the purpose of renting them out through short-term rentals. And that's not necessarily the route that we want to see this go, again, and I hope to get your support on that. The next one is the single-use plastic ban. This one I do need to offer some clarification that wasn't necessarily in the memo, because we did not mention that we were talking specifically single plastic use for disposable foodware. And so Councilmember Camus did have the little disposable travel sort of sauce containers. But we've seen this done now in a number of cities as well up and down the state, really leading or building on what the state of California has done to try and minimize our waste of single-use plastics throughout the state, specifically as well, again, in the food industry. And so that's where we're focusing on. We're talking about things like the straws, utensils, drink stirs, food picks, the little storage containers. And there are certainly many of opportunities now as this industry has been pushed to innovate, where we have biodegradable materials and no longer have to depend on these single-use plastics. The next one and the last one is the universal design guidelines and standards. One of the things that I wanted to clarify, and I know that we put this in the memo, it didn't get translated into what staff had put down. Staff had noted universal design standards. We had written guidelines as well, and the reason why I want to emphasize that, because standards would be something where we would, it'd be more of a requirement. The guidelines I'm also supportive of, because there may be the nature of both, where we have some that we want to require. There may be some, though, that we want just as guidelines and not necessarily a requirement. And so we're not looking for just the one. We are certainly looking for staff to investigate and determine what might be the best package. There's certainly a lot of work in this regards too. And you heard some speakers in regards to that, especially our speakers that were in wheelchairs. My aunt has lived her entire life with cerebral palsy. She lives in a standard apartment that was not built for somebody with disabilities. And really it's difficult as we go out to restaurants. She just wants to get around. Communities today still are not being built with inclusivity and with everybody in mind. Even with the Americans with Disabilities Act requirements in place, that's really the low bar to be able to serve all of our community members. And in fact, what it does is it sort of treats them as an other and as an asterisk and saying, hey, afterthought, let's make sure that we can allow for access for these individuals, whereas universal design standards and guidelines would actually create something that we could all use, and there's really no apparent difference from somebody that may be disabled, somebody that may be in a wheelchair, and really going down that path. We have the first development of its kind, the Kelsey, being proposed in District 3, that is incorporating these universal design guidelines and into their development on their own. But it would be great if we can create a city that does that as well. So I appreciate my colleagues for considering these items, and thank all of our community members that came out today to show support.
Thank you. And just a reminder, it's now 5:30 when typically we would break for dinner. However, there are several of us who'd still like to speak. So I'm just Just telling you. All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question about the memorandum that I had submitted. I think at the beginning of the meeting, you said you wanted to take it separately, or should
Yeah, if I
it-
could.
Okay.
Yeah, I was hoping we could prioritize first and then vote on that.
Okay, wonderful. I just wanted to know. Good. So I'll try to be quick. First and foremost, just wanted to thank the Parks Department, Parks and Rec Department for greenlighting the equity in sports fields. I'm very thankful for their work, and I look forward to working with them to making certain that the sports fields are used in an equitable fashion and that we can reframe and redesign the system by which we rent them out. Let me just, again, just jump into the letter O for the audience, update council policy, traffic calming policy for residential neighborhoods. One of the things that I think us council members hear most of in the community is, can we put speed bumps in? Can we, create a crosswalk, add a stop sign? And so that is the reason that we're putting this forward. Essentially, what happens with the current policies, the existing policy establishes what I think, and I suspect other council members would agree, a high threshold for roadways to qualify for traffic calming measures. And so what this would do is essentially update the traffic calming policy for residential neighborhoods to provide greater opportunities for streets and intersections to qualify for road diets, for speed bumps, enhanced crosswalks, and a host of other things that can really benefit the community, and especially in light of some of the discussions we had about a meeting or two ago about Vision Zero and such. I think this is very important, and I would note that the last time this was around, because it's been floating around for a little bit, District 1, Councilmember Chappie Jones, Councilmember Raul Perales, and Councilwoman Pam Foley supported this, so I certainly hope that you guys consider supporting this again. It came up a little short last time. The other thing I wanted to touch on, and it's letter A up here, it's a zoning emergency shelters. The need for emergency shelters and transitional housing is exemplified every day by the numerous unsanctioned encampments across the city. And it is difficult to find locations for shelter without creating controversy, and I know that firsthand. So really what the proposal seeks to do is to modify our zoning code to facilitate and streamline both emergency shelter and transitional housing within San Jose. I think it's something that's badly needed. I think the city will be well suited with not having to fight every single time one of these projects comes forward, and anything that can make it easier for them to proceed, I think would be extremely beneficial, and I hope you consider supporting it. Item M is also one that I've put forward with the help of some other folks that have been doing a lot of great work in the community on this, and we know it's the hospitality service charges. It has become common practice in the hospitality industry for service charges to be collected and used to subsidize worker salaries. And so to address this pervasive problem, if it moves forward, suggests the city enact an ordinance that would require employers to address this by abiding by the city's minimum wage ordinance and pay the entirety of those service charges to the hospitality workers who perform the services for which the charge was collected. Also to inform employees of service charges distribution and keep records of service charge distribution. I hope you consider supporting this. We were discussing wage theft not too long ago, and I think this falls in that spectrum of wage theft. I would also say that I realize it's been brought to my attention that this has the potential to impact some folks that are already, barely making ends meet in the community. So assuming this goes forward, I'd really hope the staff reaches out to all stakeholders and has meaningful, thoughtful conversations about what it does to the current sort of state of things out in the employment community. The last thing I would just say is letter N was something that we discussed earlier with some of the privacy principles and the privacy policy. This is a little more narrow, as Dolan Beckel said, but it's a surveillance technology and community safety ordinance. Really, a surveillance technology, it would create a transparent process for considering surveillance technology proposals whenever they come forward to the city. And I certainly would like to thank the Council on American Islamic Relations and the American Civil Liberties Union for working with my office on this proposal. I hope you consider those recommendations and look forward to voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you. I'll be really brief. I actually wanted to thank my colleagues for all their great ideas. And I wanted to explain my nominated item, which is staffing analysis. And this really came out of an enormous sense of frustration about the fact that we are the most thinly staffed large city in the country. And I've had some conversations with people in the community that have asked me why I did this. And the fact is, this is an item that has come before the council in one way or another many times. And I think, especially in light of the number of items before us that we're being asked to prioritize, we really need to say that this is important enough to us so that we can do the work. So whether it's addressing our shortage of code enforcement staff and inspectors, that means we have a constant backlog and a lack of responsiveness for residents and businesses. We have a homeless response team that consists of 4 people right now. And we always talk about how we appreciate how hard they work. Well, we can actually back that up by making sure that they're properly staffed. And then another thing that has come before us, again, in one way or another, is the fact that we're so short-staffed that it's difficult to hire, which is the definition of irony. And so I talked about my item, but I also wanted to indicate my support and thank some of my colleagues for some of the items that they brought forward, particularly with the vaping and e-cigarettes issue. I think it's a public health crisis, frankly. And I wanted to thank my colleague who submitted the Transit First policy framework. I've seen how important this is firsthand with the work that we've done with the Monterey Corridor Working Group, and have had conversations about buses, not bus rapid transit, but just regular buses, and to have really good conversations about how we can move this forward. And I think that we have to put this as a priority and staff it. And then lastly, public outreach. I think this has been an issue that we've grappled with time and time again, and so I'll be supporting that item as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just talk real briefly to my 2 items that are on the list. First is the small local businesses and new development. As we've all seen in our districts, as new development comes in, we're seeing that our local and small businesses are being displaced. Not only does that change the character and nature of the neighborhood, but also eliminates a pathway to prosperity for immigrants, entrepreneurs, and individuals who want to have a better life. So I propose that particular item because I want to see how we can stop that transition to the chain stores. Not that I have anything against chain stores. I just actually have a cup of Starbucks coffee right here on the dais. But I also want to support small and local businesses, our neighborhood businesses, and actually surveys have shown that most of our community wants to support those small and local businesses. My other item is a density cap removal for affordable housing. I encountered a project in my district where the developer was actually willing and able to build more affordable housing on that particular project, but we ran up against a density cap. So it was an unexpected situation where we had the ability to build more affordable housing, which obviously we know in our community, in our city, there's a desperate need. But because of our zoning requirements, we weren't able to move forward doing that. It's imperative for us to focus in on these particular issues and ordinances and requirements and guidelines and have them eliminated so we can move forward with building more affordable housing. So those are the 2 issues I wanted to address.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to congratulate my colleagues because this year's list is really quite impressive, and if I could, I would vote for just about every single one of them. But we have to make some very difficult decisions in terms of how we divvy up our votes. First of all, I want to thank staff for greenlighting one of the items that was really important to me, which was the feasibility study of land trust. And of course, my district, when we looked at the displacement throughout the city of San Jose, my district was completely in danger of being displaced or is already being displaced. And so this is, of course, one of the strategies that might mitigate some of the most critical issues for people who really want to stay in the city of San Jose, but are being forced to move into areas like Fresno, Turlock, Tracy, Los Baños, and are having to still make that commute to work in our city. So thank you for doing that. So I'm going to speak just on 2 items, and I want to thank the public for being here. I hear you loud and clear. I understand that this is a difficult item for some of you, and I understand that this is an issue near and dear for others, and that's vaping. I am the representative of the east side of San Jose, where there is an overconcentration of outlets that cater to individuals who enjoy vaping. But unfortunately, I can just go down the street and I can toss a rock and will hit several shops, and some of them are right across the street from schools or right next to schools, and they're right next to each other. So this policy would create an overconcentration policy that would not allow new licenses adjacent to current shops. Not interested in shutting down established businesses, but want to ensure that we're not going to increase the number of vape shops, especially in areas where it's accessible to kiddos and where we're not going to market to children. So this would also create an anti-tobacco zone in youth-sensitive areas. There's currently also an exemption, a loophole, if you will, for those tobacco retails that sell or that agree that they're not going to sell for children under the age of 18. I'm also trying to address that loophole in San Jose that would not exempt anyone from paying the tobacco retail license, which is $597 a year, whether you're 18, under 18, whoever it is that you're selling to, you're going to be obligated to pay the license fee. I'm not sure where it originated or how it originated, but if you're doing business and you're selling tobacco products, you should be paying the license. So that is the vaping ordinance that I hope my colleagues will consider. As you heard, many folks and many different organizations, including First Five, which is the world that I came from. This is a public health issue. Our kids are the new target for the tobacco industry. There are alarming statistics. 1 in 3 youth have already vaped. It is the new frontier for the tobacco industry, and it's something that we need to address. I know that folks have alluded that the federal government is already addressing it, but we know that the federal government sometimes moves slow as molasses. The other is the private percent for art. I'm hoping that the third time's the charm. This is the third time that we've tried to move this. I think it was once that we got very, very close to getting it across the finish line. I find this to be such an important item. I know that we all think that all of them are priorities. I agree. But there is an estimated increase in our population by 200,000 in the next several years. Increased connectivity with residents in other Bay Area cities through creation of BART and VTA. There's council-approved financial incentives for developers. And at the federal level, the designation of certain pockets in our city as opportunity zones, which will also be encouraging new development in areas such as my beautiful Alum Rock Avenue, increasing the risk of gentrification and displacement of local residents. Statewide legislation has eliminated our city's ability to collect an urban village amenity fee, which will dramatically decrease the quality of life and standards of living for residents, as we have no way to pay for amenities in new urban villages if our wonderful developers are not inclined to do so. So the percentage for public art, in my opinion, is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It strengthens our sense of pride. It increases civic pride. It makes the city a more inviting place to walk, to take a stroll, to partake in civic engagement. But we heard, I'm not as great an advocate as those who already spoke. And so I will just leave you with this, because many of those who are up here love to hear, and rightfully so, it's about the numbers. Numbers. And so when we make a city more iconic, more attractive, you invite tourists to participate, to visit, to engage, which at the end of the day, you increase your revenues. And so you anchor small businesses into neighborhoods. Again, you increase your revenues. You make neighborhoods safer. Again, you increase your revenues. So I hope that you will consider private percent for public art. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I'll give a final pitch. All of those are important priorities. Let me add one more. Item D, which is the public safety power shutoffs. As you all know, we face pretty existential issues here, particularly in the fall, every time the wildfire season rolls around and we've got PG&E shutting down the grid. We've got to find ways to finance microgrids to make our city more resilient, particularly as we think about fire stations, hospitals, sensitive locations where we critically need to provide critical services during an emergency. And we simply don't have a source of funding, and we need to do some research to figure out how to finance this with bonds. We think there could be long-term savings that could be used, but frankly, nobody's really done this before. And so it's going to take some research and work, and that's why I put it on that's why we have it on the priority list, is because we know it's going to take some work. So I hope you'll join me in supporting item D in addition to the many other important priorities. Okay, we are now at the time to make our selections, I believe. Tony, what would you like to? Oh,
We are. So we are going to hand out a paper ballot.
great.
And I believe, Mayor, are you and the council going to want to take a break between rounds 1 or 2, or hear an additional item?
If it's going to take some time to tabulate, that probably would be appropriate time.
We are quadruple checking every ballot, so that'll
Okay.
take about 15 minutes.
Okay, great.
So I would suggest go ahead and vote, and then before you leave for dinner, we will collect those.
All right, thank you. And I just again want to thank Michelle and Lee for really an enormous amount of work that went into this, these binders and everything else. Thank you for laying it all out in such a clear way.
Mayor, do you think there'll be a lot of discussion on the memo that we still need to vote on?
I don't think so.
Could we do
We
that
could probably
while
take
the
that.
votes are being tabulated? Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
if folks are open to it, yeah, sure.
And when you guys are done, go ahead and raise your hand, and one of us will come back and collect it and bring it back.
Okay, as we're submitting those, let's take up Councilmember Jimenez's memorandum. Councilmember Jimenez, do you want to make a motion if you think we can do this relatively quickly?
Yeah, I can. I'm not going to speak elaborate, too much on it. I just, really what it is just broad open direction and to reevaluate the priority setting process. If you read it, you'll see that the words explore and evaluate are sprinkled all through the document. It's just an attempt to rethink or think through how we can improve the process. I defer to staff. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. I certainly like to move it, but Lee, I don't know. You have an opinion? If you guys are supportive, you think it's something you can do?
Yeah, no, appreciate your office reaching out and walking through this. I certainly think we appreciate the spirit of the words explore and evaluate. I'd say several of us, some that are not here today, have been, we referenced this roadmap exercise in the council memorandum. I'd be lying if we said we know exactly what that's going to look like and when we would bring it forward. But I'd say the administration, we are trying to think of, as we are so lean, how do we point to the most important things we do? And how do we also give ourselves the flexibility to address very urgent needs like the ones that are today? So, we're trying to figure out that balance, and there's some good things in here that we've discussed and analyzed as well. But again, enough flexibility for us to come forward with something like that would be appreciated.
Yeah, thank you. And what prompted this is just during the last priority setting, and I've talked to a few of my colleagues about this very generally, is that, and this is an attempt to start thinking about this, is really certain items being pitted against other items, right? Whether you get homelessness pitted against traffic calming and things of that nature. So trying to rethink how we sort of approach this is really the spirit of this. But I thank you for your openness to accept it. So I'll go ahead and move the memo that I prepared.
Second.
All right, thank you. I would just say I'm open to exploring all this. I do have concerns about going to a 2-year cycle, honestly. All the ideas are worth exploring, but given how we really want things to move, and given the fact that often the ground is shifting under our feet with legislation, for example, I'm thinking about things like the vaping, for example, where there's a lot of legislation going on, and being able to shift is really important for us. And so I really do think an annual process is appropriate, but certainly all the ideas are worth exploring, and so happy to do so.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mayor. That's why in that language where it talks about 2-year priority setting cycle, it literally just says evaluate the desirability of this. So
Yeah.
it leaves that open. And so to the extent it takes, doesn't, I think it's just worth exploring.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza?
Yes, I appreciate the language about exploring and evaluating as well, and agree on the 2-year cycle issue. I just wanted to raise something about the balance about the CSA. I actually, oh, here it is. Organizing the projects by CSA. I think I support that. I just wanted to really flag the fact that, for example, housing and homelessness is a huge issue, right? And that's going to take a lot of our time and staffing and ideas. And so I am urging sort of acknowledgement of that rather than trying to balance the CSAs. Let's be really honest about what the priorities in front of us are. Thank you.
Okay, any other last comments before we vote? All right, let's vote on the motion. All right, we'll take a break now at this time while they're tabulating results. We will return in, time is it? It's now 5. Oof. Okay, we'll return at 6:20 to resume our meeting. Thank you. Are the staff at Lowrider Magazine present by any chance? Wonderful. Okay. And Councilmember Carrasco and I will walk down to the podium to present a commendation to the team at Lowrider Magazine for the literary and cultural contributions to the city of San Jose.
at the library? No, last year. I was there. I was at the library. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't go. Yeah.
They're doing the condition, do another exhibit.
Yep.
Yeah, mystery. I reached out to my mom and dad. It was the commencement, that's right. But yeah, so it was funny because it was born on Rudy's 21st birthday.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello, everyone. I'm Magdalena Carrasco, and it is my honor to be here to present the next commendation. In 1977, 3 San Jose State students, Larry Gonzalez, David Nunez, and Sunny Madrid, started a magazine to chronicle San Jose's low-riding movement. Okay, thank you so much for that correction. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Which was in full effect at the time, especially in the east side of San Jose. Lowrider magazine was not only about cars that rode low and slow through the streets of King and Story. The magazine included fashion and music, highlighting Chicano business, culture, and politics that further catapulted the creative lowrider scene from the barrios of Sarsipuedes into an international sphere, spreading all the way to places like Japan and New Zealand. In a way, the San Jose State student created the Facebook of his time for the lowrider community, connecting individuals who might have otherwise never interacted with each other and validating their identity as part of a larger subculture. The magazine grew to include different interactive sections such as Lowriders of the Past, where readers could send in photographs of family members posing with their custom vintage cars from the 1940s Pachuco era. Another section, La Raza Report, featured political and educational events in the community. There was also a Dear Abby-like advice column, where readers wrote in and received advice on a wide range of topics, including dating, family relationships, career, and much more. Sadly, the last issue of the Lowrider magazine was published at the end of last year, but its contributions to the city of San Jose and its iconic Chicano culture will remain imprinted in our imaginations for decades to come. The founding member of the magazine will also be celebrated for his contribution and remembered as a local legend. And among them, I want to spotlight Sunny Madrid, who was rooted in the east side of San Jose. He graduated from James Lick High School and was active in the Chicano Civil Rights Movement, the United Farm Workers Union, along with Cesar Chavez, protested the Vietnam War, and helped recruit Chicano students to four-year institutions of higher learning through the College Education Opportunity Program. Sunny was also a member of the Movimiento Estudiantil Chicano de Aztlán, the Mexican American Student Confederation, and the Mexican American Community Service Agency. And in 2014, Sunny was diagnosed with prostate cancer. Unfortunately, he passed away on June 22nd in 2015. He is survived by his 2 sons, Lenny and Mario. We are very honored to have Mario here with us, and I'm going to ask the mayor to present the commendation to Mario in hopes that he will also say a few words.
So I have a prepared part also that I wanted to read. There's going to be a lot of overlap and probably repetition, but I just want to read this. The idea of Lowrider magazine had its roots in my father Sonny's personality. He was always a spirit of the people. He navigated between different crowds and types, connecting them in the process. It was in college where he fully immersed himself in the Chicano movement. He started writing for political publications, and he utilized his gift of networking people, promoting social events, and leadership for the supportive actions. He also recruited people for financial aid programs to attend college within the Chicano community. His writing evolved from political to the idea of a publication bringing together many elements of the Chicano community, manifesting in the publication of Lowrider magazine. In the classic 77 to 85 first lifespan, its pages and covers had cars, fashion, celebrities, art, current events, car show coverage, and along with the mailed-in reader pictures, different forms, politics, history, and the legendary dedications. For the locals, it featured many articles, cars, and business ads from the San Jose area, uniting the local scene and illuminating San Jose as a cultural leader in the Chicano and Lowrider community. Made in the time of the mainstream corporate representation of Chico and the Man, Lowrider was made by and for the Chicano community and those who appreciated it. With its grassroots production and sensibilities, it appealed to many, presenting many aspects of the community and regions in one publication. Thank you, city government, for honoring the original Lowrider magazine, Slendy's name and work in the path of its creation and legacy. Please help to protect and preserve the legacy of the many other Chicano contributions to our home, San Jose. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to return now to where we left off this afternoon on the council priority setting. We just voted in the first round. I know there's some results, and then I think we have a choice to make. Is that right, Lee?
Yes, you do. So yes, the results are in. As you remember, we had indicated that a total of 6 votes was needed for an item to move forward. 2 items. One item received 7 votes, which was the flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes policy, as well as the citywide transit first policy framework received 6 votes. So those are the 2 that would be moving forward. With that said, there's 5 items that received 5 votes. And with a council member being absent, that changes what can move forward. So staff would propose that we modify the rules and allow anything with 5 votes or more for a total of 7 votes to move on to priority setting. Those that received, I think we're working on the presentation, so I'll just read them. Those that received 5 votes are the PSPS grid, resilience, bond financing, work, the traffic calming policy for residential areas, single-use plastic bag ban, the private percent for the art, and those are the 5 that received 5 votes. So those 7 items would move forward to priority setting.
I think I heard
Could you repeat
4
that?
items. I heard PSPS, traffic calming, plastic ban.
Yeah, sorry,
and
the
percent for art.
polypropylene plastic purification plant was
On the
first.
plants as
Sorry,
well.
I had missed that.
Okay. So the
And
5
so we are
items.
preparing the ballots in the back right now for you. We've got 2 different versions. If you'd like to move forward with the 2,
Yeah.
or if you'd like to move forward with all 7, we can accommodate that.
Okay, so the question is whether we want to add these 5 items that got 5 votes: PSPS grid, bonding, traffic calming, plastic ban, plastic recycling plant, and a percent for the art. Is there a motion? Okay, and that is a motion to consider those items? All right, it is. Is there any comment or question on that? Let's vote on
All
vice.
of them? The 5?
Yeah, the
Okay.
idea
All
would be that
7.
we lower the
Plus
threshold.
the 2, okay.
Okay. Is everyone clear on the vote? Councilmember Foley, we're voting, the rules were that those items with 6 votes or more would move on. There are only 2 items that would move on under that threshold, but because Councilmember Reyes is not present, staff thought, well, that probably deprived some of these items from getting a vote, and so we ought to probably lower the threshold. So Vice Mayor Jones put that into a motion. That's what we're voting on. Any questions, Councilmember Reyes?
Can I just, for the sake of clarity, because following all this is a little challenging, just refer to the letters? Because I think that's the way we refer to the extent. No, I know they're up on the screen now, but I think we're just talking about individual items, and I'm like, where's that letter?
Yeah,
So, anyways, I have to. Anyway, if you think it'd be helpful for me if we refer to the letters to the extent they remain intact as we go through this process.
Yeah, it's BD. Oh wait, the 5 items are. Oh, go ahead, Lee.
The items with 5 votes or more are there in front of your screen, indicated by the numbers. So B, D, E, O, R, U, and X. And you would be ranking those along with the other ones currently on the list that have asterisks by them. And so that is a total, so there's 12 items on the list. So 12 divided by 3, you would receive 4 votes. And so you would vote for 4 of these, and then we'd have our priority list and come back to you.
Okay. Everybody clear about what this motion would mean? It would mean that those are the items that we'd be ranking. Councilor, do you have?
Yeah, so for all the people who came to speak and maybe still watching at home, I mean, this is a prioritization process. So if even you don't make priority setting, we can still do the work. I guess my question is, just as a process matter, we had this process, and now we're kind of changing it midstream. From a staff perspective, like if we only bring 2 forward, you guys still have more than enough to do with the general work plan and everything else, right? So if this round only 2 move forward, doesn't that give you more bandwidth to accomplish the other things that are ongoing that we always feel we're always behind on? And these other items, if we need to, we can come back through the normal process and discuss it and, like, you know, do what we can. So these items are not being rejected if they don't make it to priority setting, I guess is my point. So just from a staff perspective, wouldn't you appreciate a bit more bandwidth?
So I think there's 2 questions in there. The first is only 2 moving forward. Do we have additional capacity? And then if something were to not move forward, do we have the ability to just go do the work anyway?
No. I'm just saying, you know,
if I could for a second, council member, I think it's important that you take advantage of the council priority setting process. And so if only 2 items move onto the list, that's what we're going to work on.
Yeah, I guess that's my point. So right, and then but there's other things. I mean, the whole work plan of the year is not just priority setting. There's North San Jose. There's other things going on, right?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
but the things that don't make it on the list, we will not be working on.
Understood. But I guess given that more time, wouldn't these 2 items be, I don't know, be more focused somehow, more fleshed out?
Councilor Diab, it sounds like an argument better made for your colleagues than, and staff's not going to answer that question. It's really a question of trade-offs.
Sure.
Either we want them to finish what they got more quickly. I mean, I think they've already got priorities in the top 10, so those are going to move forward at the same pace regardless of what we do. Those are the top 10. And then the question is, do we want to identify?
Sure, I'm not making a strong argument against what we're doing.
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand, you know, if it's just a brain teaser. That's all. Never mind.
Okay. All right. Councilor Esparza.
So I have actually a process question. So it looks like E and X qualified with 6 votes. So why are we including them in the second round? Why isn't the second round just smaller, where we vote on B, D, O, R, and U, right? And pull out 2 out of that.
The second round is just ranking.
The second round isn't ranking. As to go back to or if you look at this slide here, it's about ranking what's in the green and the blue box. Those things absolutely move forward. You don't need to figure out what moves forward in this. It's literally prioritizing what moved forward.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Everyone clear now about the process?
So the motion on the floor is what this slide would look like, where you would have 4 votes. And this would be if we kept it at the 6 vote threshold.
So if you voted no on the motion, this is what you get. Okay. Everybody clear on that? Okay, let's vote on Vice Mayor Jones' motion. Does everyone push the button? We seem to be stuck. Here we go. All right, so we're moving forward with the larger selection, and now our job is to rank them. And then we will move on to the much neglected remainder of the agenda.
So as you are voting, remember 4 votes, you're not ranking, you're just voting 4 times for your top 4 priorities, and then we'll spit out the ranking. Given the time of the hour and what's left on the agenda, I think what we'll do is we'll print off the final 25 list and just give you that while you're hearing the next item and make that available upstairs for the public. And then we can follow up with you the informational memo by the end of the week with the final list, next steps taken, and the voting tallies, which is similar to what we did last year.
Great. And Lee, to clarify, can people bunch their votes or not?
No, they cannot.
No bunching. There is one vote per item. This is not Chicago rules. All right.
You're voting for your top four.
Yep. One vote per item. Maximum of 4.
You are voted, you have 4 votes to vote for your top 4, and those include the items in the green and the blue box.
That is the
Does
asterisk.
include the asterisk?
The asterisks, correct.
The asterisk and the letters. Everything here is subject to 4 votes.
Okay. Me too. Oh.
I appreciate the integrity of this ballot process.
Tearing up ballots already. Okay, as folks are making their final decisions, we're going to move on to item 3.5, which is the citywide infrastructure and deferred maintenance backlog report. Matt, thanks for joining us. See if you can top that for fun. Yes, council member.
We'll definitely top it for time. We have a presentation.
I'll make a request first if the clerk or, yeah, if you could display the results from the first tally, please, while we're discussing this next item. I think we only need to use one of those screens, right? And then perhaps when the second tally is counted, then we'll put that on the screen as well. Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Hi, Mike.
Ready? Thank you. Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, with me today. Matthew Nguyen, Division Manager, and Deputy Directors Walter Lynn and Mike O'Connell. This report is a partnership between many different departments in the city, virtually almost every department in the city. And let me see, hang on. There we go. Well, I'll keep going. Virtually every department in the city, and we have a number of our partners in the audience today, and this is a report we bring forward to you annually and was a big part in us being able to successfully pass Measure T a few years ago with the voters. And it's important for us annually to just keep account of the backlog we have of capital repairs that are needed throughout all of our citywide facilities. And that's what the purpose of this report is, to have that annual accounting and making sure we're keeping track of what needs to get done and ideas on how to fund it. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Matthew.
Impact of Measure T. So in late 2018, the City of San Jose passed Measure T, which provides funding and help reduce the city's infrastructure backlog. The biggest and foremost backlog reduction in the city is on the pavement program. In the past, before we have Measure T, city staff estimate that by 2029, the city will face a total of $1.1 billion backlog for the pavement program. With the investment from Measure T, the new estimate is reduced to only $371 million. So it's a reduction of $729 million from the previous report number. This is a very good example of how early investment in our system will result in a significant saving in the long run. In addition to this, we also see a reduction in storm program by $35 million to improve the drainage condition in in Chacot area in North San Jose. Measure T also provide a $20 million funding to repair and replace bridges that are vulnerable to due to seismic activities. And lastly, it also provide funding to repair and replace street light and outdoor light. So this is a table that shows the current backlog in the city as well as the unfunded need in different programs. Currently, the city still have a total backlog of $1.6 billion across 15 programs. And this is an increase of roughly $65 million from last year's report. And also, we still have an annual ongoing unfunded need of $91 million this year. Note that this table represents the best estimate that staff put together based on the data we have on hand. And as we continue to conduct additional assessment and refine our analysis, we'll be able to update the information in the upcoming years. This is another way to look at the backlog in the city. Some of the programs that has a larger backlog include building facilities, which has a backlog of $188 million. Convention center and cultural facility also see a $65 million. Both of these programs have a higher backlog compared to, in combined has a higher backlog compared to last year. Park, pools, and open space also have a $235 million backlog. Storm sewer program, and here we were able to complete a few projects, including the Aviso pump station. And we have additional funding from Measure T to address drainage issue in North San Jose. However, we still have a $180 million backlog. Lastly is the transportation program, where we have a total of $872 million backlog. Actually, this is a decrease from last year, slightly due to the investment of Measure T.
Thank you. And with that, thank you. And with that, we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions from council? I don't have any cards. I would ask that the maker of the motion would consider referring the storm sewer item to closed session. I think we have probably some decisions to make if we're ever going to address the $180 million backlog we have there, and that requires some legal discussion due to threat and litigation. Would the maker of the motion consider that?
I'll move to approve the item, but send that component of the item to closed session.
Second.
Great, thank you. And then a couple quick questions. When we established this cultural facilities maintenance reserve back in, I think, 2014, I was a council member at the time. I remember when we were pushing to take some extra TOT money to put that in. At the time, only money was set aside for the 4 facilities, or maybe 6 facilities that were run by like Mexican Heritage Plaza and the Museum of Art and so forth. But it wasn't expanded to, did not include the Team San Jose facilities, like the California Theater and Montgomery Theater. Can someone explain to me why we did that way? The CPA.
Oh, I'm the phone a friend. Jennifer McGuire, Assistant City Manager, former Budget Director.
Yes.
I believe those were not included because they can be funded by the Convention and Cultural Affairs Fund.
Okay. So it looks like the biggest line item there is the CPA. And I'm just wondering, should we be rethinking that, knowing the size and the magnitude of the capital need there? Particularly if we want to try to revive supplement what we're currently allocating to that maintenance and repair fund.
I think you can do that very easily.
Okay.
If the council would like to do that. It's general fund, so it can go to any of the facilities that you'd like it to.
Okay, so that's the budget process, presumably. Okay. All right, thank you. And then I guess I was hoping for bigger news about the reduction in the infrastructure backlog after Measure T, but I understand it's hard to complain about more than $700 million in reductions, but we still have a long way to go, don't we? So I really want to commend everybody for working hard on this and really trying to nail down the magnitude of this challenge that helps us make better decisions. And particularly as we see, for example, over at the airport where they're able to completely conquer their infrastructure backlog and get it to zero, I think it's really impressive. Obviously, a lot of work went into that from the entire team. I know Airport, Public Works, and everybody. So thank you to everyone. Councilor Esparza?
Thank you. Yes, I just had really a couple of comments or question first on the Japanese Friendship Garden is included in this list under the cultural facilities, correct?
The Japanese Friendship Garden is typically included as part of our park and recreational facilities. So that, yes, it should be included in our parks and rec facilities.
I would add that city buildings that are in the parks program, their deferred maintenance backlog is detailed in the parks narrative, but the number is posted under the building facilities. So there's a number of asterisks in that narrative, and it's been that way for the 14 years that this report has been produced annually.
Thank you. Thank you. And I agree with the mayor. It would be really nice if these numbers were much lower overall. And I just wanted to make a comment, which is that it points to really the fact that we need to look at a parks bond, and that has come up before us in the council. And I believe that's in the work plan later on, but I just felt the need to state the obvious, which is we really need new sources of funding because this backlog it's pretty extreme. All right, thanks.
It's big. Okay. Other questions or comments? All right, let's vote then on the motion. All right, still waiting on votes. Item 6.1 is the application for electric transmission service interconnection. Thank you, gentlemen. Welcome, Lori and Kevin. I think we're still frozen on the vote, looks like.
Vice Mayor?
There we go. Okay, we have a presentation on this item.
We do. Good evening. I know we're running late, so we'll run through this fairly quickly. Okay, so this is our electric transmission service interconnection application. And just as quick background, we started really getting engaged on this last year as PG&E filed their wildfire mitigation plan, and in that plan they indicated that San Jose and San Francisco could become fully de-energized. In August, we had a resiliency study session, and then in October, PG&E did have 2 public safety power shutoff events. We had direction from the mayor and council about making San Jose more grid resilient, and then Google submitted their downtown west mixed-use plan development application. And then, of course, in November, council approved our energy resiliency work program and staffing resources. So now I am joined by Kevin O'Connor, who is our deputy director working on energy resiliency. So just a little bit of background on the process for connecting to PG&E's wholesale transmission service. So the first step is the recommendation before you today, where the city would prepare and submit the interconnection application. PG&E would then perform a system impact study and also a facilities study. These are engineering studies of the impacts on their existing infrastructure, as well as what new infrastructure they may need to install to support the development. Those studies would help us further evaluate the project and do some additional analysis and understand the economics better. And if that was feasible, eventually the city and PG&E may negotiate and execute an interconnection agreement, and then PG&E would initiate design and construction of any additional needed facilities and infrastructure. I think one thing that's really important to note that is submitting this application does not obligate us to proceed with any of the additional steps. So it's just a first step in the process. Just quickly, some of the preliminary feasibility and benefits of us providing this service. We've been looking at this for a number of months now, and so we do think there's a clear legal and regulatory path for the city to provide electric service. We think there's some benefits in that there should be an opportunity to build an advanced microgrid on site with more renewable generation and more storage. And we think the public utility track record may provide safer and more reliable and efficient service. In terms of next steps, we are finalizing the legal and regulatory feasibility. We hope to have that done by the end of March, and if this item is approved, we would prepare and then submit the interconnection application in April. And then we would work with PG&E on the system impact and facility studies. So first they would perform those studies, we would get that analysis and results, which would really help us complete item 4 here, which is fully analyzing what it would take to provide this type of service. And once we had that work complete, we expect to come back to council with our full recommendation on this. If council determines that we should proceed, we think in early 2021, we would be negotiating an interconnection agreement and the design and construction agreements. And then of course, we would continue to coordinate and collaborate with Google throughout the whole process. So our recommendation today is simply to prepare and submit the transmission service interconnection application, and then to proceed with any required system impact and facility studies. And again, this is the first step. It aligns with previous council priorities and directions, and we think that they are some potential benefits for increased resiliency, sustainability, and reliability. And of course, we would continue to collaborate with both Google, continue to perform additional analysis, and continue to engage the council. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. One member of the community would like to speak, Jeffrey Buchanan.
Mayor and Council, good evening. Certainly, all of us now are deeply concerned about climate and energy resilience as a city, and I know this is the first of a number of conversations going forward. I've appreciated Mayor Liccardo and some of the ideas you put forward that you've adopted, also saying that we need to ensure that IBEW and some of the professionals who are involved in keeping the lights on for us, particularly with Local 1245, could be a stakeholder in some of those conversations. When we think about PG&E and our power here in the Bay Area, there's about 12,000 good union family supporting jobs that are a part of PG&E. And so as we look at some of these strategies around municipalization and microgrids, it's important to think about how our current labor standards as a city, how does that apply to the construction and perhaps also to the operations of some of these different scenarios that could arise from these studies? And are we, with our current set of policies, are we doing enough to ensure safety, particularly in ensuring that we have state-certified workers and skilled and trained workers in the construction and state-certified workers in the operations of these kinds of endeavors? We've heard horror stories in the past from certain municipalization efforts around power where there's been outsourcing of labor and questions about the skills for that workforce. And so certainly as we evaluate the public value of some of these different strategies, just want to make sure that we're asking the right questions about what kinds of policy do we need to pursue and think about on parallel to ensure that these are quality jobs and that we're meeting all the things we want to see when it comes to safety, because we're setting the right standards so they have the workers with the skills who can build and operate these kinds of power structures going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lori, just in response to the comments that were made, presumably this would be city operated and we have a unionized workforce. I presume those would be IBEW operators. Is that right?
Yes, that's our assumption.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Prowse?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I have two questions. One in regards to the memo and then the other in regards to what Jeffrey just said. So considering this would be city labor, I think the mayor just highlighted that. Would there be an answer yet to Jeffrey's question on how our current labor standards will apply to, I guess, the construction and operation? Is it, if you have an answer to that?
Yeah, I think we don't at this point. You know, this is really a very early step in the process, so this is just submitting the interconnection application. Certainly when we come back to you with a recommendation around providing the service, we would fully, you know, have a more operational business plan ready that would detail many of the rates and then also how we would operate and what the labor standards would be.
Okay, so then that's not decided yet on how those standards would play. Okay, so I guess if as you go forward, certainly we don't want to make a surprise with our partners in IBEW, so if we can make sure we're engaging with them or South Bay Labor Council as this moves forward. And the other question I had was in regards to in the memo, there's a sentence here under the outcome section, the first page. It says, the distribution service to the downtown west mixed-use plan area, Google project, and potentially a broader area where new development is occurring. And I know I've already had a few new investment developers in the downtown core now, not on the west side of 87, that are interested, right, in this same opportunity. So, and it's mentioned there, potentially a broader area. What does that opportunity look like?
Yeah, if you recall during the energy resiliency study session, you know, new development does provide an opportunity to look at how that infrastructure is installed. And so, you know, right now, obviously the Dierdon area is a huge new development and it's importantly located near a transmission line. So there's the potential to take transmission service from PG&E. We are aware of a number of other new developments and we're looking at them. We're very open to that. Just as a high level, some of the screens we would look for is just how big is the development, what would be the load there, how close is it to an existing transmission line, are some of the initial screening factors, but we're very open to other opportunities.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure we don't just limit this to everything west of 87 and that we look at other opportunities for major development projects. Thanks. And I'll move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Prowse. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you. I have a few questions as well, Lori. So would this be kind of like Muni Water where we're only providing power to a certain part of the city and everywhere else would be PG&E still in terms of distribution?
Right. So this particular recommendation is to submit a transmission service application just for the Dierdon area.
Okay, and if the substation that's currently, is that the transmission station you're talking about? Is the substation that's north of Dierdon Station?
So no, so the transmission is actually the transmission line that comes into the substation. So we would be interconnecting to that. The substation, you know, likely would be rebuilt as part of the project. I don't know, Kevin, if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, Kevin O'Connor, Deputy Director of Community Energy. The answer is as Lori stated. So with the proposed Google project, they would be constructing a whole new substation and electrical facilities for their development. We would then accept that project, that construction, and operate and maintain and provide service using those new facilities.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. I'd like to have that discussion about this offline because there's talk about the substation potentially needing to move depending on what happens with Diridon Station. I'm sure you're aware of that, but I'm going to have more questions about that later. And then how does our timeline that you outlined compare with the timeline of the decision for PG&E's kind of bankruptcy and maybe them turning into a co-op? Because I know that's still on the table.
Yeah.
Where does this fall in that?
Sure. I mean, I think they're independent tracks. So PG&E is still going through the bankruptcy process. They've made some progress. Certainly, we are still advocating for the customer-owned utility. And I would say the distinction is, though, that effort is really for PG&E's full service territory, so well beyond San Jose, well beyond this development, that we would like to see PG&E be a customer-owned utility. This project is really on its own track, and what we are trying to do is follow the schedule of the development and make sure that we're not missing opportunities there. And what really is driving us is to make sure that that grid is built in a very innovative and reliable way so that in the event of additional outages or a major earthquake, that a large portion of the city has reliable electric service.
I totally understand that, and I'm going to vote for the motion that's on the floor. I just think that if PG&E does become a customer-owned utility, we have a different decision to make as to whether or not we want to get into the distribution, right? Or transmission. I get the two mixed. I forget what we're talking about, but the actual delivering of the power to the customer. So that's why I was asking,
right.
Do we I know we still have many decision points where we can decide not to move forward, but in terms of how many decision points we have to decide not to move forward while we're getting more information about whether or not PG&E becomes a customer-owned utility. So I understand that they're on parallel tracks, but I'm wondering, do we have to make that decision before we know if they're going to be a customer-owned utility or not?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let me clarify a little bit more to answer your question.
Thank you.
So PG&E, has been moving through the bankruptcy process, and I think, what they've been really targeting is this June 30th date so that they can access the wildfire fund. And so, I think it's uncertain whether or not they'll make that date, but that's certainly what they're targeting in order to have a reorganizational plan. Now, whether that plan is the customer-owned utility or, they're reorganized in a way that looks similar today, I think is very uncertain. But I think most people agree that June timeframe is what they're marching toward, although that may change. We're definitely in unpredictable territory. We expect to come back to you at council in November, as we indicated, on the economic feasibility of doing this. So likely it would be after, but it somewhat depends on the process.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And then if we did go forward, it's a small question. I didn't see it in the memo. If we're actually delivering the power, and we become our own utility for this area, do we have to charge PCIA?
Yeah, and there's no getting out of PCIA. Yeah, there's still what they call non-bypassable charges. So anytime that there's load, and that would be part of the economic study that we're going to do over the next few months, is to look at what those charges would be, what are the operations and maintenance costs that we might have, and to look at, excuse me, the type of rate that we would have to develop to serve that cost effectively.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilor McCamus?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate this. I'm going to be supporting this as well. However, I am a little hesitant. This is a whole new business model. It's not buying energy from somebody else who produces it. We're actually picking up the keys and driving the car, and we're going to be fixing the car. And so I would love to have a study session on this to look at the pros and cons, what are the pitfalls of getting into this line of business. Obviously, PG&E didn't do a great job, but what are the pitfalls for the city of San Jose if something happens, if Google burns down and it happens to be because of this equipment? Those are the types of things that I think we need to examine before we're looking at going into a whole new line of business. And I have to say that I feel like we're starting to run where we barely have stood on our 2 feet, and I'm a little hesitant to move forward on this process. So I would definitely need a study session. I'm hoping that you could plan that out to look at the pros and cons. A lot of the first 4 study sessions that we had on CCEs, the first 3 of them didn't have cons, and I want to know what the pitfalls could be. The question to me is, who are we asking permission from? We're asking PG&E to let us do this?
Right, so this is an interconnection application, so there's a very clear regulatory process where entities can connect to PG&E's transmission system. And so that's what this application is.
So
we're not asking permission to form a municipal utility. We are asking to connect to their transmission line.
Assuming we own this equipment.
Assuming we will serve the load that's connected to the transmission line.
Now,
right?
why would they say yes? Why wouldn't they build out this equipment?
So under the regulatory process, they have to allow entities to be able to connect to their transmission lines. This isn't just for load, but also it's the same process for generation interconnections to their transmission lines. So there's a whole FERC process. I don't know if city attorney wants to jump in here, but they essentially have to evaluate them and allow equitable access to their transmission lines.
Right, so the city has a right to ask, and if the city follows the procedure and if it meets all the requirements under the regulatory, federal and state regulatory, it would be difficult for PG&E to say no. But there is a process that the city needs to follow, because not anyone can just tap into their transmission lines. We have to follow a process. They have to make certain that they've got the ability to provide us with what we need. And so we're following an application that allows PG&E to assess our request to determine whether or not it's something that they can do. It's not asking for permission other than the city making a case that we can meet all the regulatory requirements to get access to your transmission.
And maybe to clarify that a little bit, specifically what they'll do is that system impact study. So we'll say we want to connect this amount of load to your transmission system, and they're going to go through an engineering study of what the impacts are to their transmission lines. So do they need to do any upgrades? What does that look like? And if so, what are the costs? And then that will drive our economic analysis.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're going to do the analysis before we jump in to this process. So like I said, I am going to support this, but I'm a little hesitant to start. I feel like we're going to start running before we learn really how to walk. And I'm curious. We're already discussing, who we're going to hire as labor requirements, and so there's a lot to talk about. And are we subcontracting versus in-house? I mean, our building and planning department has a hard time hiring enough electrical people to help us with our electrical inspections. I mean, how are we going to? I think there's at least 10 open positions, at this point. So I'm a little hesitant about doing this stuff in house, as you could tell. But thank you.
Councilmember Sparson.
Thank you. I would like to thank my colleagues, Councilmember Davis. I really agree that I think we're pursuing these 2 separate tracks, and sooner or later we need to make a decision. As this has come up before T&E and to council, it's been brought up as customer-owned utility. And I've said repeatedly that I don't support a city-owned utility. I think that's a whole quagmire I don't want to get involved in. And I would like to add my voice to Councilmember Camus's in that I think we need a study session on this because I feel like we're jumping ahead. I do not support a city-owned utility. And in reading this memo, it says approval of the recommendation would provide the city and Google with sufficient time to fully analyze the requirements, benefits, and challenges of establishing a city-owned and operated electric service utility that are needed for subsequent decision-making and without precluding other electric service options. And so I feel like we're moving way too fast and not being clear to folks about what path we're pursuing and what are the pros and cons about that. Not just staffing, as Councilmember Camus brought up, but liability and a whole host of other costs and a whole host of other issues. So those are my concerns. I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Just wanted to see if I can offer a little bit of clarity. I don't believe these two tracks are related, and let me just explain. I don't think they're dependent in any way. The decision about whether or not PG&E becomes a cooperative or any other model is not going to be made by us, and it's going to be made between now and June 30th, based on what we know of the bankruptcy schedule. And we're going to be stuck with whatever we got in PG&E. The question about whether we want to go forward here is completely independent of that, it seems to me, regardless of what form PG&E is in. And so we have, as a council, said we want to explore the creation of microgrids throughout our city. This would be probably the best and most optimal example because we actually have a private sector partner who would be willing to invest with us, which helps enormously. And so what we're really looking at doing is trying to understand this fully around a part of the city where we've got a private sector partner who also wants to create essentially what would be a microgrid, we believe, based on our preliminary conversations, and hopefully improve the resiliency for this portion of the city and use that perhaps as a model for other parts of the city. And Lori, Kevin, did you want to?
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. And, just to address some of the comments on schedule, the reason we are working very quickly here is we are trying to match that development schedule, right? There is an opportunity here to build out the infrastructure in a way that makes the city very resilient. So we're trying to be responsive to that and to the previous direction that we've gotten from council. And we see some benefits in continuing to evaluate this. I agree that, we fully expect to come back to council and lay out all of the operational readiness, the staffing, the rates that we would need to charge, what the economic benefits are, what the resiliency benefits are, and fully have, a very long session with council to go through all that before we would commit to providing this service. But in order to get that far, we have to put in this application to understand what the costs are.
Okay. Any other questions? This is just about the study and doing the work to understand it. All right. Any other questions? All right. Let's vote then on the motion. That motion's approved. So we'll move on now. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Lori. To item 6.2, which is the commercial solid waste agreements. We have a presentation from Carrie and company. Welcome all. Thank you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed our priority setting exercise, as we did.
Good evening, Carrie Ramanow, Director, Environmental Services. I'm joined by Mark Vanny with the Attorney's Office, Shikha Gupta, Program Manager leading the commercial program, and Valerie Osman, our Deputy Director leading the Integrated Solid Waste Management Division. So today, our recommendation is, and we're seeking your approval to negotiate and execute amended and restated agreements with Allied Waste Services of North America, also known as Republic, and Zero Waste Energy Development, also known as ZWED, and approve a settlement agreement to resolve the disputes between all parties. As a refresher, in the Environmental Services Department, the Integrated Waste Management Division manages all the solid waste and recycling contracts for the city. The commercial collection system and processing services for the roughly 10,000 businesses are provided exclusively by Allied Republic Services. And the commercial organics processing services are provided by Zero Waste Energy Development, and Allied and ZWED have separate agreements with the city. Those separate agreements have proved challenging for us over time, and so as we get to kind of our thoughts on next steps, that will be an important consideration. So the current system, and we'll talk about the changes we're proposing in a bit, but right now, Allied does all of the collections citywide. We have a 15-year agreement that began in 2012, terminates in 2027, same time frame for both Allied and ZWED. They collect the materials, they process them, and they do the disposal. They also deliver organic material to ZWED. ZWED receives the material from Republic, and they put it in their anaerobic digestion facility and/or compost, but they really rely on the Republic to deliver organics to them. So if Republic doesn't deliver the organics to them, then they don't get revenue. They don't get paid. So they get paid only for what they process. Right now, our system has about 239,000 tons a year. 72,000 of that is wet, 110,000 is dry, and 25,000 is customized. And Republic really processes that material through their MRF. And then ZWED gets a total of about 72,000 tons, 49,000 pre-processed from Republic, and then 22,000 is direct hauled. So it's not processed through Republic, it's direct hauled to ZWED. So why we entered settlement agreements. The city issued, or ZWED issued the city a notice of breach of contract. The city issued Allied a cease and desist. And the city also had liquidated damages of about $2 million outstanding to Allied. And then there were just a myriad of ongoing disputes about the interpretation of some of the contract terms, what made something compostable, what made something a wet material, who had rights to get that, et cetera. So we've bantered this issue back and forth for quite a while, and through mediation, we reached agreement between all parties to extend the term 5 years. So one of the advantages to extending it is it provides us with some stability over time, and in terms of the instability of the recycling markets right now, it lets us kind of get to a better place before we have to do a new procurement. It provides a flat service fee to ZWED with maximum tonnage guarantees to ZWED, so they're no longer dependent on those deliveries from Republic. There's no pre-processing of wet and some dry material, as more material will be direct delivered to ZWED. We all agree to release all our claims, and we all aspire to begin service on Sunday to begin this new process. So another way to look at the way the new system is proposed to work is it goes, a 5-year extension takes us to 2032. Republic does the collection of all materials. They continue to do that. They do dry processing of up to 200 tons a day, and they provide the disposal. They collect and direct deliver all organics to ZWED. ZWED, again, another 5-year extension. They process organics, some dry material through anaerobic digestion and composting. The way that works out quantity-wise is, again, we're still at 239,000 tons, but ZWED moves from 72,000 annual to 105,000, so that's a 45% increase. And the changes in the service model sort of distribute things differently, as you can see that ZWED's getting that extra 45% more material, which means that Republic is processing less material. Republic will process 52,000 dry, 25,000 customized, and then they will landfill 54,000 of the dry material. That dry material is what is being categorized as low-value recyclable material. And we've come to council and committee several times talking about changes in the international recycling markets, and that low valuable recycling material is often contaminated with food and other materials. And so the question was, why sort material that is not going to be recycled and has no market? So what we agreed to do is to work collaboratively with Republic and city staff and those customers to try and improve that, for 54,000 tons of dry material and see if we can do better. We think we're going to learn a lot from that we're going to be able to apply into the residential markets as well, but it certainly will take some time for us to get there. And the benefits, release all claims, remove ZWED dependency on Allied. They each have their specialized services. And we've talked a little bit about SB 1383 and the renewed focus on extracting organics from the waste stream. And this provides the city with sort of locking in that ZWED capacity through 2032, which we think is important. Because we think if we were to put bid docs out for 2027 new term, we'd really have to start drafting those in the next year or two. And there's just a lot of instability out there. So we think we'll be in a better position in another 5 to 7 years. Concerns, though, instead of Allied processing everything that they collect from the commercial sector, they are able to landfill some material. So overall, our diversion numbers may decline, but we're not sure they would really be that different from where they are today, because some of the material that we're saying is recyclable really isn't reaching markets. So with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you very much, Carrie. Okay, Emily Hansen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Emily Hansen with Zero Waste Energy Development Company, also known as ZWED. Here to fully support your approval and authorization to execute the amended and restated agreements and approve the settlement agreement. This has been, as Carrie mentioned, a long time coming. I think that all three parties are better off. I think we're going to end up with a better system at the end of the day than the system that we have currently. As Carrie said, it reduces the interdependence of ZWED on Republic and kind of takes the city out of the middle. Right now, the city has an agreement with ZWED, the city has an agreement with Republic and ZWED have to work collaboratively together for a material exchange. And what we tried to do in finding the solution was try to have it be self-regulating, so not have the city essentially put in the middle. The goal also, of course, was to keep the rates low for ratepayers and to maximize diversion in the system. Staff have all put an incredible amount of energy into this. Again, it's been a long time coming, about 2 years, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to start this on Sunday, or rather Monday, with those first additional tons being delivered to ZWED. So thank you very much, and I hope that we are able to move forward this evening.
Thanks, Emily, and thanks to the patience of the ZWED team in working through all this. Emily, could you hang on for just a moment, because I actually had some questions that you may be able to answer. One of which is that there's some unresolved terms that were discussed in the memo, I think on page 5 or 6, about implementation, how this is all going to work. Has that all been resolved? And maybe I'm not being fair. Let me see if I can point out the page, the actual items. It says the parties, however, are still negotiating specific details related to implementing the above terms, including Allied's proposal to start landfilling 1/5 the total collected commercial waste. This is in direct conflict with the zero waste goals of the city. There's some other discussion there. So I'm just wondering, is this thing fully baked at this point?
I'll answer from ZWED's perspective, and then maybe staff can also answer their component. From the ZWED and city component with the amended and restated agreement, and also the ZWED Republic / Allied and city component with the settlement agreement, from our perspective, the terms that were in dispute have been resolved. Okay. We believe that we're very close, if not ready, to execute the amended and restated agreement, and as far as I know, as of today, we don't have any outstanding issues. We do have a great working relationship with Republic, so once the contracts are signed, we don't think that there's going to be any challenges with the flow of material from the commercial customers being collected by Allied, and then ultimately those 105,000 tons delivered to us annually.
Okay, thanks, Emily.
And so,
Karen?
so Mayor, thank you. We are comfortable with where we are today. So, so when we originally authored the memo, we were still uncertain and frankly uncomfortable with the idea of just landfilling 54,000 tons. We spent a lot of time with Republic, and we all compromised. And where we landed is that we'll work together to do additional outreach. A lot of what we're hearing about this particular area is it might be like in a food court or in a restaurant where the consumer is the one making the choice of which bin to put things in, and it's not being sorted and it's contaminated, much like the residential market. And so, so we're going to partner and do some pilots, learn a bit about how to better influence and clean up that stream, and that's why we think it'll be knowledge that we can transfer into the residential market about behavior. So it's not perfect, but if we think over the next several years, we'll make progress in that arena.
Okay. And where does that leave us, given the quantity that Allied would be landfilling? Where does that leave us in terms of our goals, in terms of recycle and diversion targets?
So in 2018, our overall citywide diversion was 64%, and it will probably go down. We will do better than the state mandated 50%, and we will continue to improve. Part of the reason everyone's numbers are going down is things that we had been sending overseas we can't anymore.
Right.
And so, you know, one of the things we're looking at as we redo our zero waste plan is, where are the biggest bang for our buck? Are there things that we should pull out of the waste stream and out of the market? Are there things that we can do differently? Because it's a lot of material, but we agree that it's not marketable material right now.
Right. And then the $2 million in liquidated damages that were accumulated over 4 or 5 years, what happens with that?
We waive our rights to that.
Yeah, essentially, the money is waived. The assessment of liquidated damages was based on an interpretation of the contract that Republic disagreed with. To collect on those, we'd have to litigate it, and so this settlement agreement will be waiving those damages.
What can we say we got in exchange for waiving $2 million in liquidated fees or damages?
Well, there was disagreement on whether we would see the $2 million, so there's certainly that. But we also then, ZWED drops their litigation against us. They drop their claims against us. So it's sort of, when you look at the whole of the package, we get a better system that has more longevity to it. But we don't, I wouldn't say we necessarily get $2 million per se of value in it, but we think that we've kind of struck the best deal that we can get given all the moving parts.
ZWED would let go of its claims, but ZWED wasn't the one being assessed the liquidated damages, right? That was Allied.
No, but ZWED did allege a claim against the city where they alleged damages.
For failure to enforce the contract against Allied for its failure to perform.
Correct. As well as some other arguments about the city's failure to perform in its own right.
So certainly we had concerns, serious concerns about Allied's failure to perform throughout this time. How are we ensuring we have more immediate, more clear, more objective criteria for compliance and imposing sanctions if Allied fails to perform again?
Well, liquidated damages are still in the contract, as well as other remedies available, including termination of the franchise.
Okay, but that remedy didn't work last time, so that's why I'm trying to understand what's different about this time. So if they're not following the terms of the contract, you know, and bluntly, we were seeing some behavior that seemed to me to be fraudulent. How do we ensure that they're going to either comply or pay liquidated damages? Because I don't want to go through this again. I feel like they've been totally left off the hook for fraudulent conduct that was environmentally damaging, that was fraudulent to ratepayers, and I don't want to see it again. And so I want to make sure we've got teeth in this thing so we don't see this kind of thing happening again. So what do we have?
So we have cleaned up some of the procedural areas in the contract. So we used to do this characterization audit, and then we would hold sort of Republic accountable to that number, although that number didn't, that characterization audit sounded good on paper before we started the program, but in reality, it really didn't give us any new information. And so we've sort of extracted some things that we would argue over that weren't adding value. So we think that the areas that, that remain are much more subject to disagreement. So they're more clear because there are things that Republic's responsible for, and then there are things that ZWED is responsible for. And so I think it's an easier contract for the city to enforce, which is certainly incumbent on us to make sure that we're staying on top of that.
So we think we have more objective, clear criteria. So if there's non-compliance, there will be a sanction, and it will be relatively easier to implement. Is that fair to say?
That's certainly the effort in negotiating the contracts and working through the language with both parties to try to make things more objectively clear so that we mitigate the possibility of disagreement over terms in the future.
Okay, look, I don't mean to be difficult here, but I appreciate you said this was the effort, but did we get that? Because we just lost $2 million in liquidated damages, and I just want to ensure that what we got is assurance that we won't be in this position again.
We're working towards that. That's all I can say. I mean, the contracts are still being worked out, and some deal points are still to be negotiated with Allied. But certainly, the goal of this thing is to make everybody's obligations as clear as possible, so that if there is a potential breach, there's no dispute that that breach has occurred, and then the city can proceed.
Okay, I guess I would just ask if the maker of the motion would consider bringing this back to council if we don't have language in there. If staff is not satisfied that we have language that's clear enough, that ensures that with a breach, we'll either get liquidated damages or immediate compliance. Because I appreciate you guys are trying and you're pushing, but if we're not getting there, then I don't want to go through this again, and I think it's unfair to the ratepayers. Would that be a reasonable request that would come back to council if you don't get that language that we need to have in the contract?
If I could jump in, so I think you can probably go either way. This can come back, or the motion could include pretty clear direction in terms of what we do in terms of our final negotiation. So what you're approving here is an authorization for the city manager to execute these agreements. We put as many of the deal points as we could in the staff report, and you're hearing an update from staff today. But if the council is not satisfied with the progress to date, we can bring this back, in fact.
Right, you would just indicate that the resolution is to allow the city manager to continue to negotiate, and once you have a final document, bring it back to the full council for its approval before it's executed.
Okay, I just don't want to slow things down because I know everyone's trying to get moving, and so I'm open to any.
So I would say
guidance or-
conversely, if the motion was clear enough in terms of the objectives that the council is looking for, and we would hold ourselves to that standard before we executed the restated agreements.
I mean, Mayor Liccardo, what I hear you saying is don't sign the contract if we don't feel confident that we have a good deal. And I can tell you that's why this has taken so long and this last month has been so painful.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're with you on that if it doesn't feel rock solid, then, we'll go back to the mediator.
And good deal, as you define it, means terms with teeth that ensure non-compliance. Either they're paying a lot of money or they're complying immediately. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate there's an enormous amount of work to get here. I know this has not been easy. It's been a very complex, difficult negotiation. I just know it took us a long time to even get to negotiation because of our challenges with compliance from Allied. Okay. Any other comments? All right. There was a motion, I believe. Was there? No, it was not.
I'll make the motion.
Okay. And Councilmember Dieppe, does that incorporate
That incorporates the objective that the Mayor Carter laid out in
Okay,
order
thank you.
to get, I guess, proper, not remedy, but compensation or whatever, the equivalent of making the waiver worth it.
Yeah, compliance and enforcement.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Is there a second? Second. All right. Any other comments? All right, let's vote. All right, that moves forward. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. All right, 6.3 are actions related to the design build contract for final design construction of the Headworks project. I don't believe we have a presentation on this, do we?
We do, Mayor.
Oh, we do. Okay.
But it's up to the council whether they want to hear it.
Okay. Is there a quick and dirty version?
Probably not too quick and dirty, but
It is dirty.
we can do a quick presentation.
Okay, here we go.
Mariana Chavez, Deputy Director for the Capital Program at the Regional Wastewater Facility. I have with me tonight Simon Adler, our Program Manager, and Kapil Verma, one of our principal engineers in charge of the project, so they can help me answer any of your questions. Just a little bit on the project background. This is the third time we're here at Council to present on this project. This is one of our large design build projects, our alternative delivery method at the facility. What we're bringing today to you is the final agreement that we are trying to approve for the design build phase. Just a little bit of a background to remind you, the Headworks is the first step in the treatment process at the facility. This is used to remove inorganics such as sticks, stones, and grit sand. And what we're doing with this project is basically replacing Headworks 1, our old facility that was built in the 70s. This is one of the projects identified in the Plan Master Plan, so we will be replacing this to provide full capacity for the facility. The design build contract, just a reminder of the method, consists on two phases. First, a preliminary service phase, that is the one that we have awarded already. That was awarded in June 2018 to CH2M Hill, now known as Jacobs, in partnership with Kiewit. That was a $5.7 million that included all the permitting and the design to 60%, the subsurface investigations, and all the GMP negotiations. That has been completed, and what we are bringing to you today is the design build phase. So this basically is the completion of the rest of the design to 100%, all the procurement phase, construction, startup, and commissionings, as well as the acceptance testing. The notice to proceed, if we get approval today, will be for March 2020, and substantial completion of the project will be in January 2023. So what the guarantee maximum price negotiations entail? There has been some challenges with this one just because these are different from our traditional design build projects. So a lot of these items are competitively bid, and we are negotiating a lot of the different aspects of the project. We want to ensure also that the city and the ratepayers are receiving a fair pricing for the work. So there has been several steps taken. We have been negotiating this contract for a number of months with our attorney's office, our outside counsel, and our own staff. So we have been also tracking the changes in the cost during the process. We have had estimate reviews at all steps of the process. We have been benchmarking with other facilities as well with other agencies in the area, and we'll discuss that in the next slide. We have been doing some value engineering, and there is also competitive bidding that was done by the contractor for subcontractors and to get to the price that we're presenting to you today. We have negotiated the direct costs with CH2M and Kiewit, and we also negotiated some of the overhead and profits that we had originally with them. So we have negotiated a reduction on the overhead and profit from 9.5% to 8.75%. And also the contractor Kiewit overhead and profit has been reduced from 18% to 10%. Just a little bit on the GM progression on where we are today. The budget has increased from the last time we were here in council. When we came in June 2018, that was our planning numbers, just to kind of give you some idea of how projects keep developing. There is some range in the pricing that we can see in a project from the time that we have a planning cost to the time that we get to the end. We knew from the beginning of the project that the project could fluctuate anywhere between 70 to 150 million. When we go to 60% design in November 2019, the price that we were offered was 132 million. That was the offer that was done from CH2M Hill before we started negotiating with them. So we were able to negotiate the offer down by 5.1 million, and that was basically through the reduction of the markups and the direct cost. We have been also benchmarking the type of project that we have. It's kind of difficult to benchmark our projects because they are so large and so specific, but it just happened that San Francisco is actually completing a new headworks as well, and it's been done recently, and it's basically the same market. So what we did was look at the pricing that San Francisco was getting, and we kind of compare it on a million gallon per day basis, just to kind of do apples to apples. So basically, San Francisco is paying 180 million for a 250 MGD project, while San Jose is paying around 118 million for a 209 MGD. So this translates to 72 cents per MGD for San Francisco, and our price is equivalent to 56 cents. So we are actually a little lower than them in a very similar market. So we think that that's a fair price that we're getting for this project. We also kind of do some more specific detail line-by-line equipment comparisons and all that. We have a specialty consultant that does cost estimation for us. So we believe that all the costs that we were provided are within reason. And the final GMP that we're presenting to you also includes a design builder contingency of 3.9 million. So that can be used by the contractor in case that something happens that they need to make changes, and that's still included in the GMP. Outside of the GMP, we also have a 10% city health contingency that will be used in case that there is any kind of outside the contract city related change that is necessary, or if we find something that is really not expected within the limitations of the contract. So the recommendation that we have today is to approve the amended and restated design build contract for a guaranteed maximum price of 126.8 million, and approve a 10% construction contingency in the amount of 12.6 million for adjustments to the base GMP. So we believe that we have done all our due diligences, and that truly the city is getting a fair value and a fair price for this project. So with that, we are open for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you for the work on this. Obviously, this is not a small project. This is a large piece of a very large project. Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank staff also for answering some of my questions in advance. But staff informed me that on this particular project that there are going to be bidding packages that are targeted towards local and small businesses, and that there's a database of small and local businesses that they're going to target. What is is that going to be tracked, and is there going to be a follow-up, or are we going to hold the contractor accountable to trying to reach goals or expectations, or what's the strategy behind that?
So we are doing two things. So we are kind of just tracking it with our consultants. As you know, that's not something that we have as a requirement. However, we are making sure that they know that that's one of the things that we're interested on. So we have been tracking the bids that they are offering and just tracking the local businesses that are targeted. As we mentioned to you, we think there will be around 5 to 10 million in local business that could come from this contract. We are also actively inviting people to the open. We have just had an open house this week. We're inviting them to that, and we're also have a subcontractor kind of practices that we're trying to establish with the big designers, just to make sure that they are outreaching to the small and local businesses in San Jose. So we are tracking that.
So at some point, you'll be able to come back to us or to me with those numbers?
Yes, so a lot of these things are still not under contract because we need approval from council. So when that happens, we'll track all the contracts that get executed by the design builder, and we can come back and report on the local businesses that are participating with us.
And Vice Mayor, our intent is to learn from this process. So if we don't get as many small businesses we expect, as we anticipate, then to kind of dig in as we did with the open houses and see how we can influence that in a positive direction.
I appreciate that, and particularly with these larger dollar projects. I know it's easy to say, okay, it's a big project, so there's not space or room for small business participation, but as we know, when you dig into these projects, there is an opportunity. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of that and we're tracking it, and we're trying to get more small business and local business participation. So thank you for that.
Councilmember Camus?
Yeah, thank you. And also, I want to thank you for doing the comparison, although I didn't see the slide in the comparison, but I appreciate, because it's tough for us, we're talking about $126 million, and you could be telling me $1.2 billion. I still don't know if it's a good price or not. But, so I appreciate us being compared to San Francisco. Sorry. Sorry about that. Does this, when all is said and done, does this increase the capacity? Because I know we had been discussing potentially tying in some rain gutters into our processing as a potential way to mitigate some water runoff, so we could process some of that. Does this increase the capacity of your capabilities?
The plan we set forward with the plant master plan was intentional to not increase capacity. The existing facility is rated at 165 million gallons per day, and we're presently intaking around 100. So we have ample capacity.
65% increase. Okay, okay, well, good. I'm just curious. Can you go back to the slide? One more back, maybe. Yeah, that one. I'm so sorry. Does this 132 include the 132 million? Does it include the contingency cost, or does this not include the contingency cost?
That includes only the design builder owned contingency. And maybe, Capel, you can help me explain this a little better.
The current GMP offer of 126.9 million, as well as the 132 million at the 60% in November of 2019, does include the design builder held contingency. However, the 10% owner held or city held contingency is outside of that cost.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. And then just out of curiosity, why did they go down? I mean, one of them went down 8%. Well, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why did you get bids that were lower, and then they said, oh, we'll go down, or how did that go?
It was basically, we didn't feel that the offer that we were getting was fair. So we were ready to kind of walk away and do something else. I mean, we think at the end that the price that we got was a compromise. They are truly putting their best offer on the table. And it took a lot of negotiation, but that's what we got. So basically, it was just trying to get a fair price from them.
All right. Well, I appreciate all your efforts. I don't know if anybody made a motion, but did anybody? I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. I just had a question about the OHP, the overhead and profit. How confident are we that with the aid of a consultant, we're really able to discern what the true overhead and profit is versus what might be baked into various pieces of this project?
You want to help me answer that?
Yeah, sure. I guess during the negotiation, we did a pretty thorough review of their line item costs. And as Mariana had mentioned previously, we had a lot of third-party value engineering performed on those line item numbers, and felt pretty confident that what we were getting were, what we were being provided with was in line with industry standard. One of the items that also was essentially negotiated down was the productivity rates, for example, on some of the laborers and so on and so forth. So we had a big team really digging into all the information that was provided to us and benchmarking against what we thought were industry standard numbers for comparable projects with regards to overhead and profit on projects this size. So at the end of the day, like I said, we felt pretty comfortable that what we were getting was a good deal and a good faith effort put forth by CH2M Hill and Kiewit.
And how did if we take the numbers in the report at face value, how would we compare those final negotiated values of OHP to industry standard?
They're pretty low.
Okay. Thank you. It's music to my ears. That and knowing that we beat San Francisco. All right. Any other questions? We're only spending 140 million here, folks. So any other questions? All right. Let's vote on the motion. All right, that motion passes. We'll move on then to, I guess you guys should all probably stay put because I think we've got a consultant agreement with Brown and Caldwell for engineering services on digester and thickener facilities.
We're available for questions.
Great, no presentation. Any questions on this item? Okay, I don't have any cards. Let's vote. All right, that passes. 6.5 is relates to residential cleanout material, construction, demolition, debris. These are non-exclusive franchise agreements.
We're available for questions.
Thanks, Carrie. Motion from Vice Mayor, and second from Councilmember Esparza. Let's vote. All right, item 8.1.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question, are we going to get a report back on the priority list that we?
I guess we
got?
could. It's a good question. I think we were all handed these sheets.
I'll be out here in a second.
Hi, Lee.
Hello. Yeah, so you were handed sheets. This is the results of round 2 in the actual prioritization of those that were to be reprioritized and the 7 that moved forward. So a next step is you will receive, we will release an info memo by the end of the week that'll have the new list of the frozen top 10 that you guys took action on earlier, as well as these in a new list, as well as the details from each voting period, round 1 and 2, the detailed matrix as we did last year. And then as we continue to work on this year's current list, things will be crossed off, and the new items on this list, well, if there's any additional planning capacity in the spring so that we can tee these up to start quicker, we will, but this list will effectively go live July 1. And the next time you'll see reference to this list will be through the budgetary process related for those items that were pushed off to the budgetary process or any resources that we may need to resource this policy work.
Thanks, Lee. Any questions before we move on?
Yeah, so we ranked the asterisk items, and so which ones on this list made it forward? What can we expect to be in the info memo?
All of these.
All of these made it through, okay, and that's just the ranking. Okay, thank you, got it.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. 8.1 is the purchase and sale agreement for a property on Center Road, and Nancy's here to tell us more.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm here in the box with Kevin Ice, Real Estate Manager, Matt Kano, Director of Public Works, and Jeff Blair, ESD. And yes, thank you very much. We're here to recommend to you the acquisition of a 4.9-acre industrial property known as 1591 Center Avenue. We have a few key points for you that we want to go over, but it'll help a lot for us to show you this aerial. The property is the property that you see outlined in green, and you can see that it's strategically located between our city holdings of Sharks Ice, San Jose Giants, and the Central Service Yard. So it would be very advantageous for the city as our Central Service Yard services and needs continue to grow to own the property that is in between our holdings. So we will, with this purchase, if approved by council, will again own the full property from Alma to Phelan Avenue. The city, as part of this acquisition, will also acquire an 18-foot wide trail for bicycles and peds that hugs the northern portion, that swoop that goes behind the San Jose Giants Stadium, so that it accounts for, and much was done in working with the community on the Three Creeks, et cetera, trails. The key terms, and I'll just go back here, as 4.9 acres for $8.5 million. The city and seller are splitting closing fees. $100,000 will be held back from the purchase price to allow the city to use for any soil remediation that is necessary. Much work was already done by the owner, and Jeff Blair has led us through a phase 1 and phase 2 analysis on the property. Aside from that $100,000 holdback, the city is buying the property as is, and we are providing the seller with a 1033 letter. The letter indicates that staff would recommend to council the use of condemnation should the city not successfully reach agreement with the property owner, and a 1033 letter affords the seller certain tax advantages. And with that, staff is available to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Nancy. All right, questions? We don't have any. Oh, Councilmember Esparza.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work on this. I'm obviously supportive of this moving forward. I think it's an important opportunity for us to ensure that the Central Service Yard can expand and gives us some flexibility on this corridor, and ultimately would add or develop a trail. So I move to approve.
All right, Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. I have some questions for you, Nancy. We have a purchase price of $8.5 million and an appraised value of $6.5 million. Help me understand why we would be willing to pay $2 million more for a property than it is appraised.
Thank you very much for the question, Councilmember Foley. There were two issues in our appraisal from the 6.5 that we felt were raised by the property owner, and the property owner was raising reasonable issues. One is that our appraiser really analyzed this as bare land as opposed to a fully entitled, already begun mini storage property. And the appraiser did not value that the highest and best use, probably from a private perspective, probably is mini storage because of the odd configuration and narrowness of the site. Additionally, the appraiser did not attribute any value to the full property or the 18-foot trail, which is of value to the city.
Is the seller, they have control of the trail now and they're selling that to us as well?
The city takes, well, both and the city takes possession of the full 4.95 acres, and as part of the entitlement, which was already given, the property owner had dedicated the 18-foot wide trail.
Already to us. Okay. Then I have a question for you or our environmental expert around the phase 1 and phase 2. The phase 2 was concluded. Can you tell me the nature of the contamination?
Sure. Jeff Blair, Associate Engineer with Environmental Services.
The nature of the contamination is primarily arsenic and lead due to the railroad spur that ran through this area. It's an application they put on railroad spurs. It's in the ballast in railroad spurs all throughout San Jose.
So what's the necessity for cleanup? There's a holdback or a holdback of 100,000. That seems minor in relation to cleanup, but can you tell me what kind of remediation will have to be done to clean the soil?
It's more soil management. As Nancy mentioned, that the current owner has already moved the soil around. They've cleaned actually the 18-acre or the 18-foot bike path, and kind of it's going to be entombed. Arsenic is something that it's an exposure, a direct exposure. So if you build over it, that's fine. It's a very common practice for arsenic and pesticides and contaminants of that nature. So we're going to build on top of it. We're going to put a parking lot on top of it, similar to what the mini storage is going to be with parking lot and buildings.
So no concerns for people walking on the trail and accessing, being exposed to arsenic?
That's correct, because the trail actually has been cleaned up, and it'll be paved in addition to that.
Okay. And no concerns about the water table being contaminated as a result of the arsenic?
There is no concerns. It's not a leaching type contaminant. It's in the upper few feet, and it doesn't tend to leach down to the groundwater.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Was there a motion, Councilmember Esparza? There was. Okay, let's vote on that motion. Thanks, everybody, for working through all these issues. Get to the finish line. All right, and speaking of, thank you, that passes. And speaking of property transactions, item 8.2 are actions related to the transfer of Coyote Valley property to the city.
Staff does not have a presentation, but available to answer any questions council may have.
Great.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Foley, second from Councilmember Camus. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I think it's just another example of working well together with some of the partners in the community. I really appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
And wanted to say that we do have a Post representative. Noel's in the audience late this evening with us, and thanks to Post.
Yeah, thank you.
One with a lot of patience. All right. Thank you. Any comments? All right, let's vote. Thanks, everybody, particularly Nancy, for her hard work in negotiating this very complex deal. Okay. Well, guys, we're now done with the afternoon agenda, so I guess we'll start the evening. And we'll start with the consent calendar, item 10.1. All right, a chorus of seconds. I don't have any cards. Let's vote.
It's time to speak.
Okay, we're on to 10.2 then, which is the conventional rezoning special use permit investing tentative map for the 292 Stockton Avenue, also known as a hotel. And we'll have staff presentation, and then we'll move on to the applicant.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Rosalind Huey, Director of Planning, Building, and Code Enforcement. The item before you this evening is a mixed-use project at 292 Stockton Avenue that is located within the Diridon Station area plan boundary, as well as the downtown growth area. The project consists of a 9-story building with 303 hotel rooms and 19 condo units. There will be separate lobbies and elevators that will serve the hotel rooms, separated from the lobbies and elevators for the condo residents. The project also includes 3 stories of underground parking with a total of 129 spaces, as well as a featured 1500 plaza at the corner of Stockton and West Julian that we're very excited about. It's going to be privately owned, but made available, accessible to the public. And then the project includes several amenities, including a fitness center, pool, and a roof deck. A community meeting was held for the project in July of last year. The key concerns raised were regarding traffic and circulation, as well as parking and infrastructure improvements. And so as a result, the applicant has incorporated several elements into the project design, including that the pickup and drop-off area will occur on the first level of the underground parking garage. There will be sidewalk improvements on both Stockton Avenue and Julian Street. There will be an installation of a new crosswalk on the south leg of the Stockton-Julian intersection, and the existing traffic signal will be modified to enhance flow and circulation. A new bike lane will be constructed on the north side of West Julian. And then lastly, traffic operations during the SAP events will be monitored and controlled by DOT's Traffic Management Center. The Planning Commission heard this project at its April 29th meeting. They voted unanimously that the City Council approved the project. So the actions before the Council this evening is to adopt the resolution adopting the addendum to the Downtown Strategy 2040 EIR, to approve the rezoning of the property, and adopt a resolution approving the special use permit as well as the vesting tentative map. And that concludes staff recommendation and presentation.
Thanks, Rosalind. Mr. Schoenauer, would you like to kick it off as the applicant?
Good evening, Eric Schoenauer, representing Cade Development. We got to witness you setting your top 10 priorities. We hope that our project is your 11th priority today. In any case, you sold this property to Cade Development as part of the SARA process to sell this land for redevelopment, and that's what they're doing. They're coming forward to you with a great project. We first would like to thank all of the city departments. We had to work with Planning, Public Works, Department of Transportation, ESD, to make the logistics of this project work. As I've indicated on the screen here, the project embodies the essence of what the Diridon planning area is about: urban, mixed use, pedestrian, and transit supporting. So with that, if you're inclined to support the project, I'll stop talking. If you're not, you can ask me a question. And we'll just go to the next slide to show yet another image of the nice architectural dimensions architecture firm's design. We hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Soto submitted a card. I don't see him.
I'll move approval, Mayor.
Okay. A motion from Councilmember Pross and second from Councilmember Camus. Eric, can I just ask, has Courtyard Marriott already committed on
Yes.
this?
So we have an agreement with Marriott, and this is a dual brand hotel. So it's Courtyard by Marriott and Residence Inn by Marriott.
Got it.
Which is
it's very confusing.
Not uncommon in today's market to have dual brand hotels.
Okay. Great. Any questions? Well, Councilmember Camus?
Eric, don't go away. How many parking spots will there be for this?
The project has 129 parking spots for 303 hotel rooms and 19 residential condominiums.
Will there be any like convention
underground,
space?
by the
Yeah,
way.
I got that.
Yeah.
And will there be any convention space, like large meeting areas?
Not
or
large scale.
wedding
There are
venues?
there are meeting rooms, but
Yeah.
not. This is not like the Fairmont Hotel that has
Right.
a huge ballroom. No.
Okay. All right. And will, for example, if the Sharks need some extra flow parking, will they be able to use that?
Well, right now it's planned as parking to serve the building itself.
Yeah.
But obviously, if we had a surplus of parking, making it available to outside public would make sense. But right now, it's designed specifically to meet the needs of the hotel and the residential units. And
Okay.
it's parked right at the city code.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councilmember, nope. All right, well, I just want to say thank you to the K Group for their investment in our city. This is very exciting. I look forward to seeing a shovel hit the ground. Let's vote. That passes. Okay, so as long as it took for us to get through the afternoon calendar, the evening calendar was quite a bit more expeditious. Rosalind obviously did something right here on this, so thank you. All right, I have two folks who wanted to speak on open forum, neither of whom seem to be here, David Treslow and
Paul Soto. If any of you are listening nearby, please come on down. If not, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.